통과즈리님 어서오세요. 반가워요. 나가 어서오세요. 좋아요 먼저 눌러주신 분들 너무 감사합니다. 김트레이님 어서오세요. 반가워요. 나가 어서오세요. 다들 씻고 잘 준비 다 하고 오신 거죠? 물론 전 준비 안 했어요. 전 바로 자지 않을 거니까. 방송해야 되는데 잘 준비를 어떻게 하겠어. 당연하죠. 너무 좋아. 방비스키님 어서오세요. 반가워요. 나가 어서오세요. 다들 씻고 다들 온 거라고? 아이 가비들 또 내 말 잘 듣네. 우리 가비들 너무 좋다. 우리 가비들 꽤나 멋있잖아. 10시 반부터 잘 준비하네. 새나라의 어른이들이요. 뽀송가비 아유 너무 깔끔하고 좋구만. 아유 깔끔하고 좋네. 가비들이 깨끗하고 뽀송뽀송하다니까 아주 마음에 들어요. 저도 약간 뽀송하게 얼굴 세수 정도는 하고 왔습니다. 오늘 약간 음주를 하고 하는 방송이기 때문에 멀쩡해요. 사실 3잔밖에 안 마셨어요. 더 많이 마시게 될 줄 알았는데 생각보다 나의 장이나 위는 그렇게 튼튼하지 않아서 그것보다 더 많은 양은 넣을 수 없었다는 거지. 이제 구슬에서 뽀득 소리 날 거라고? 한번 소리 나나 들어보자. 안 나는데? 어떻게 해야 나냐? 뽀득 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 해볼게. 뽀득 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 이렇게 하면 뽀득 뽀득 소리 나는 거야? 뽀득 뽀득 냅다 입으로 뽀득 뽀득. 아유 너무 늦게 방송 켰는데도 다들 와주셔서 너무 감사합니다. 왜 물음표 점점 뭔데? 물음표 점점 뭔데? 해명해. 뽀득 이거 아니야? 이 힘겨운 뽀득을 들어봐. 그 뽀득 누가 봐도 당신들 구슬에서 나는 소리잖아. 가지마 물음표 점점하고 아무 말도 하지마. 안 된 건 반칙이야. 당황스러움이랄까요? 알겠습니다. 진짜 아무 말도 하지 않는 건 반칙이야. 무섭다고. 이상하다. 뭐가 이상한데? 뭐가 이상한다. 오늘은 이상한 건 둘째치고 방송을 늦게 시작한 만큼 게임을 10시 40분에 시작하기로 했어요. 더 많은 토크를 나누고 싶지만 그렇게 하면은 탱글타워 끝도 못 보고 방송 끄게 생겼기 때문에 토요일인 만큼 가비들도 밤을 샐 수 있을 거라고 생각을 하면서 탱글타워를 오늘 꼭 끝내보기로 해요. 탱글타워가 시간이 한 8시간? 조금 길면 13시간 정도 걸리는 그런 작품인 것 같아요. 좀 짧게 하신 분들은 5시간 정도 하는데 길게 하면 8시간에서 10몇 시간 정도 하게 될 것 같아서요. 가비들은 오늘 잠을 자지 못할 것이다. 네네, 이 작품 오늘 안에 끝내보도록 하겠습니다. 오늘 끝내고 싶어요. 매번 나의 그런 징크스라고 해야 되나? 매번 한 게임을 시작을 해가지고 끝을 보지 못하면 다음에도 전혀 끝을 보지 못하는 저의 모습에 정말 통탄을 금치 못하고 있기 때문에 탱글타운 오늘 안에 끝내고 싶어요. 안 끝나면 2부로 늘려야 될 텐데 그럼 그래도 중반 이상까지는 해두는 그런 뭐라 그러지? 비전 있는 저의 모습을 보여드리도록 하겠습니다. 글쎄 오늘 방송은 2시나 3시까지 하려고 했는데 좀 생각보다 기네요. 난 5시간 정도면 다 하는 줄 알았는데 아니요 개 같지 않아요. 그치 성장형 스트리머 주자경입니다. 약간 애매하다. 아니요, 개 같지 않습니다. 어? 아니야, 개 같지 않아요. 저는 가비들이랑 보는 게 얼마나 즐거운데요. 근데 그냥 게임이 너무 늘어지는 게 싫다. 개소리도 정말 잘 내죠. 당신들의 스트리머가 개소리도 참 잘 낸답니다. 왜요? 제가 이렇게까지 짓는 거 처음 보세요? 처음이 아닐 텐데. 처음이 아닐 텐데. 항상 이렇게 지져왔던 것 같은데. 조금 덜 리얼하게 지진 것 같아, 오늘은. 다음엔 조금 더 리얼하게 지져볼게요. 처음이 아니긴 한데. 처음이 아니긴 한데. 처음이 아니어도 당황스러우신가요? 아, 적응하세요. 성장형 스트리머 주작형은 앞으로도 계속 지질 테니까요. 오늘은 포비PM에 갔다 왔습니다. 포비PM 가서 술을 이것저것 마셔봤습니다. 다음도 있어요? 네. 언젠가 한 번은 짓지 않을까? 갑자기 이렇게 짖을 줄은 몰랐다고? 그치만 짖었잖아. 다음에도 짖겠지? 오늘은 포비PM 갔다 왔는데 포비PM에서 뭐 마셨냐면 까먹었어. 아니 그게 아니고 그게 아니고 마지막 잔이 말리브 오렌지였고요. 그 전 잔이 빨간 약. 그리고 그 전전잔이 첫 잔은 뭘로 시작했더라? 기억이 안 나. 첫 잔 뭐 마셨지? 첫 잔 뭐 마셨냐? 뭔가 술 같은 걸 먹었는데. 아, 토마토만 먹었어. 첫 잔 토마토만였어. 여러분, 나 궁금한 거 있어. 여러분, 토마토 주스 좋아하세요? 토마토 주스 좋아하는 사람들은 토마토 맛 다 좋아할 그런 맛이거든. 그래서 토마토 맛 좋아하실 것 같아서 토마토 주스 좋아하시면 좋아해요? 그러면 아마 토마토 맛도 좋아할 거야. 토마토 주스 좋아하면 나중에 포비PM 갈 일 있으면 토마토 맛 꼭 드셔보세요. 이거는 논알코올도 있어요. 좋아는 하는데 굳이 사 먹지 않는 그럴 수 있지. 약간 거기서 마시는 느낌은 거기 술 이름이 토마토마예요. 아이스크림 토마토마 아니삼. 그러니까 술인데 내가 아는 토마토 주스 맛이 나 이런 느낌이어서 좋은 것 같아. 맞아. 나이트봇 3개 새로운 명령어만 추가하고 게임 시작하겠습니다. 나이트봇에 아롤? 아롤이 뭐예요? 아롤? 아롤? 이게 아닐 텐데. 알콜. 저 알콜. 알콜 먹었어요. 그러니까 나도 아이스 롤 케이크 그런 거 생각하고 있었는데. 아롤 본인이 드신 거 아닌가요? 그런가 봐. 아롤 요즘 힘들어서 안 먹는데. 아유, 또 왜 힘들어? 우리 가비 또 왜 힘들어? 힘들면 안 되는데. 알코올도 근데 사실 몸이 너무 피곤하면 못 마시긴 하지. 근데 전 오늘 몸이 피곤한데도 술을 마시고 왔답니다. 그런 거지. 자, 이거 추가했고요. 이제 게임 들어가 보도록 할게요. 자, 오늘 할 게임은 이전에 말씀드렸다시피 탱글타워라는 게임입니다. 뒤틀린 저택을 조사하며 긴장감 넘치는 미스테리를 풀고 호기심이 생기는 단서를 찾고 특이한 용의자를 신문하고 특별한 퍼즐을 푸는 그런 게임이라고 합니다. 명령어 아니고 타이머예요. 이거는 그 댓글 씹히는 가비들이 좀 있는 것 같아서 댓글 씹히면 DM이나 그런 거 달라고, DM이나 메일 달라고 추가했어요. 그거 생각난 김에. 오늘 뭔가 텐션이 높다고요? 원래 사실 항상 이 텐션으로 방송을 해야 한다고 생각을 해. 하지만 그동안 너무 밤을 많이 샜어. 밤을 너무 많이 새서 이 정도 텐션이 안 나왔었어. 다음부터 그냥 술 한잔 하고 할까? 원래 가비들 항상 술 취해 있는 나를 좋아했잖아. 근데 생각해보니까 가비들은 항상 내가 술 한잔 곁들이고 막 맥주 한 잔 어법 해가지고 맥주 한 잔 한 그런 나를 좋아했던 것 같기도 해. 생각해보니 그래. 그러네. 다음부터는 술을 마셔볼게. 이게 그래? 그런 거지? 알겠어. 아니야? 술 마신다 별로? 술 마신다 그닥 마음에 들지 않는 걸까? 내 위장을 지키기 위해서인 거지? 바꿀 거 있나? 음악 조금 줄이고. 이건 뭐야? 위장 프로텍터 가비 가지? 읍스. 제가 가지는 또 안 좋아해서 가지는 튀긴 것만 먹는데 가비를 튀길 순 없으니까 가비를 튀길 수 없으니 마음만 받도록 하겠습니다. 가비 가지 튀김은 약간 제 뭐라 그래야 되지? 제 양심상 그걸 먹을 순 없을 것 같아요. 네, 게임 들어가 볼게요. 탱글타워! 카톡이 왜 켜져 있어? 아이 카톡 알람 꺼놓지가 언젠데. 게임 시작해 보겠습니다. 시작. 생각보다 소리가 크네. 구슬튀김 맛 없어요? 알겠습니다. 안 먹겠습니다. 호수 가장자리.
You ready, Sally?
Grimore, I've been standing here for 7.5
7분
minutes.
30초째 서 있기만 했어.
Just checking.
Do you have the map?
지도는 있어?
Yeah, but it's basically blank.
텅 빈
Did you read
지도?
the case file? What do you think?
에? 사건
I'm
파일이요?
not sure yet. It's really not a lot to go on.
정보가
Did you
많지는
read it?
않다.
Yeah, I'll read it on the way to the crime scene.
오. 사건 파일. 살인 피해자 프레야 펠로우. 플로라 펠로우의 초상화를 그리는 도중 사망. 장소는 플로라의 탑. 플로라는 현장에서 초상화 모델로 포즈를 취하고 있었다. 프레야 펠로우는 등을 바닥에 대고 쓰러진 채 발견됐으며 가슴에 단 하나의 자상을 입은 상태였다. 현장에서는 어떠한 무기도 발견되지 않았지만 프레야가 끝내지 못한 그림 속 주인공은 칼을 들고 있다. 칼 끝에 빨간색은 물감이 아니라 피인 것으로 확인되었다. 종이에 그려진 작은 그림, 뒤에 메모가 적혀있다. 이곳은 현재는 탱글타워라고 불리지만 하단부의 저택에 연결된 2개의 탑이 있을 뿐이다. 원형의 호수에 둘러싸여 있다. 호수물은 이상한 색이다. 호수는 깎아지른 듯한 절벽에 둘러싸여 있다. 절벽은 너무나 가파르고 매끄러워 오를 수 없다. 탱글타워에는 현재 2 가문이 거주한다. 펠로우 가문과 포인터 가문. 이게 사건 파일 전부인 것 같아요. 이 지도는 완전히 비어있네요. 한번 이동해 보도록 하겠습니다. 정원.
It's
Playing a harp.
뭐?
playing a harp. Hang on a second.
오!
This isn't
이거
just a
그냥
regular statue, is it?
평범한 동상은 아니지.
Something tells me we're not gonna solve this just yet.
아직 이걸 풀 수 없다. 오케이.
Let's come back later.
아 이렇게 힌트를 다
Do
주네.
something.
어떤
You'd
용도가
hope
있을
so,
거야.
wouldn't you?
그렇게 바라는 거지. 하프 동상. 페나프를 들고 있는 낡고 풍화된 양서류 동상. 하프의 기둥 내 부분에 기호가 새겨져 있다. 사건 파일인데 벌써 재밌다. 재밌어. 돌.
It's a stone carving.
돌 조각상이야.
Wonder how it got
왜 금이
cracked.
I think
갔을까?
it's supposed to look like that.
원래 그렇게
It's an egg.
만들었다. 뭐야?
What animal is?
그래 이거 무슨
Bear lizard.
동물이냐?
Right, of course. A hawk bear lizard.
매곰 동물.
This is some
Do the
god.
plants all look a little strange to
식물이
you?
모두 낯설게 느껴진다고?
Spooky. What do you think it's for?
I think it's to scare away detectives.
겁을 줘서 또.
Is it working?
응?
No.
얘 겁먹었는데?
And it's full of the same weird water that was in the lake.
호수에 있던 그 이상한 물이 여기에도 가득 차
Any
있다.
fish in there?
Not a single one.
물고기는 한 마리도 없다고 하네요.
Although there
It's
is.
a cassette tape.
근데 카세트
Or it
테이프가 있어?
used to be.
손상된 테이프. 카세트 테이프는 물에 젖어 손상됐다. 라벨의 잉크는 번져서 알아볼 수 없다.
It's a bandstand.
It's small for a
연주무대?
bandstand.
It's
그러게
a
좀
one-man
작네.
bandstand.
아,
The pond has little.
Seems a
그래
bit
연못에 발이
superfluous.
달려있네.
You're superfluous.
나무?
This is some
Do the
god.
plants all look a little?
It's a path leads up to the house. I
저택으로
assume.
이어지겠지 아마.
It's quiet.
Mm-hmm.
조용하다.
You're supposed to say
너무
too
조용하다.
quiet.
It's not. It's an appropriate
딱
amount
좋은
of
정도.
quiet.
둘이 말이 갈리네요. 근데 여기는 내가 조사를 덜 하지 않았어?
It's a bird bath. That just
새를
rainwater?
빗물이
weird.
The
고였다고?
birds seem to like
새들은
it.
They're even
좋아.
singing a little tune.
음에 맞춰 노래를 부른다고?
Doot, 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 doot.
Please don't do that. I tied the boat up to the mooring post.
Loving the confidence. It's just an archway, like
시원했고.
walking through
Too
it.
late.
여기서 모두
Rains,
알아볼
wonder
수
how
있는 건
often it rains
아닌가?
here.
여기는 얼마나 자주 비가
I cannot
내릴까?
believe how exciting this murder investigation is
정말
already.
기대된다고 하시네요.
It's a garden, I think.
we-
Ready when you are.
일단은 여기로 가볼게요. 이렇게 하나하나 포인트 앤 클릭으로 뭔가 이런 걸 찾아내는 건가 봐.
Oh,
이응이 빠져있네.
oh. There's an O on the floor.
그러네.
아.
아래에 있네.
Tangle tour.
타워.
Little bird feeders.
타워. 새
How do you
모이통?
know they're for birds?
뭐야?
Do you think he'll start to move if we try to go inside?
우리가 안으로 들어가면 에이
No,
동상이
I think he'll
움직이겠어?
just silently judge us.
편지 아니야
Is
이거?
that an envelope?
It's been opened, but the letter's still in there.
아유 각하님 어서오세요. 부금 흥미로워요. 부금 맘에 들어. 이거 사운드 트랙도 팔더라고.
Let's read it.
편지가 들어있다고 합니다.
Isn't that an invasion of someone's privacy?
No, definitely.
자 무슨 내용이지? 조합은 다른 종이에 있습니다. 조합을 외운 뒤에는 이 종이를 없애십시오. 당신의 사고에는 동의할 수 없습니다. 그것은 밑에서 찾을 수 없을 겁니다. 이게 뭔 뜻이야? 당신의 사고에는 동의할 수 없고 그것은 밑에서 찾을 수 없다고? 뭐야?
Should we
뭔
ring the
말인지
doorbell?
진짜 모르겠어.
Why would we not?
그래, 초인종 눌러야 되는 거 아니야?
It's a little melody.
멜로디? 딴딴딴딴딴딴딴딴.
That leads back to the gardens.
A path leading towards the stone
석조
square.
광장.
Don't think it's locked.
Oh,
열려
that means we can just
있다.
walk
I'm
straight in.
pretty sure that's the rule, yeah.
들어가도 될 것 같다. 들어가 볼까요? 아니면 여기 석조 정원? 여기를 먼저 볼까요? 어디 갈까? 들어가 볼까요? 빠른 가비의 말을 들었다.
What
이건
is
뭐야?
that?
I think it's a family tree.
가게도? 펠로우.
Lord Fellow.
Looks like he was married
Fellow.
twice.
Scandal.
결혼을 2번 했네.
Lady
Do
fella.
these people not have first names?
Selena Stoneton.
No family line. Apparently, she just appeared out of nowhere.
아무 연고 없는 사람이 가문에 들어왔다. 이 결혼해서 낳은
Felicia Fellow.
Felicia Fellow. 패밀리
Freya's
트리라고 하나 봐요. 프레야의 어머니.
Do you think she still lives here?
그러니까 지금 프레야 펠로우가 있고 이번에 죽은 게 누구라 그랬지? 뭐 어쩌고 펠로우라 그랬는데?
Felicia Fellow.
Freya's
Do you
mother.
think she still lives here?
Fiona Fellow?
Center. She must be.
She's half Fellow and half Remington.
Do you
리밍턴가의
think she
딸?
still lives here?
에밀리
Everstone.
에버스톤?
Do you think she still lives here? Fitz fell half Fellow, half Everstone.
Do you think he still lives here?
에버스톤 가문 반, 펠로우 가문 반. 이 가문은
Lord Pointer.
This goes
Pointer?
back a couple of generations.
포인터 가문 이랑
Lord Remington.
레밍턴
He
가문이랑
sounds important.
이게 맞아? 가게도가? 아니 가게도가 진짜 복잡한데 봐봐요 여기 펠로우 가문 있지? 그리고 아니 이거 겹사돈이잖아 겹사돈이라 해야 되나? 그러니까 레밍턴 가문은 포인트 가문이랑도 결혼하고 펠로우 가문이랑도 결혼한 거네? 그쵸? 그러면 얘네가 중간에 엄청 껴있는 거네. 얘네가 중간에 껴있는 가문이 되는 거 아니에요? 이렇게 복잡해? 근데 아까 죽었다는 사람들은 펠로우 가문 사람들 아니었어? 아까 사건 파일 보면은 프레야 펠로우가 죽었다 그랬잖아. 플로라 펠로우의 그림을 그리는 도중에
What
I
is
think it's a family tree.
플로라 펠로우는 어딨어?
Lord Fellow.
Looks like it.
Scandal.
Flint
A
Fellow?
pure married
Do you think he still lives here?
플로라 펠로우 어딨어?
Felix Fellow. Looks like
Do you think he still lives here? Flora Remington.
뭐야?
I think she's mentioned in our case file.
플로라 펠로우라며. 근데 플로라 레밍턴이야? 이 사람이 남자여서 이렇게 둘이 결혼을 해서 이 사람도 성이 플로라 펠로우가 된 건가? 그렇지 않을까 싶어요. 결혼을 해서 이 사람도 그 남자성 따르는 어쩌고 그거일 것 같아. 그러면 이해가 가요. 예. 이쪽은 플로라
A big
가문
letter F.
Of course.
피장이 그려져
Who
있고
doesn't hang a giant banner of their initial in the lobby of their mansion?
이쪽은 포인터
This one has a
가문 게
big
걸려져 있네요.
That's P.
How very perceptive.
그러면은
I think it's a family.
이 중간에 있는 레밍턴 가문은 어디 있는 거야? 그냥 중간에 낀 사람들이야? 그래야
door.
Oh, what's behind
A
it?
room.
이쪽도
not
방이
locked.
있네. 열려 있고 여긴.
It's a big glass tube.
큰 유리관.
filled
There are
with-
weeds in there.
수초.
And
It's an aquarium?
could be, except there's
근데
nothing living
살아있는
in
건
it
없다.
anymore.
더 이상.
Sally, check those plants.
Is soil a clue?
이쪽이랑 약간 느낌이 다르다.
Stairs.
계단. 이쪽으로도 이어지는
Stairs.
계단이 있고요. 이런 데로 다 가볼 수 있나 본데? 여긴 뭐야? 냅다 가도 되나? 딴 데 안 뒤져보고? 일단 가볼게요. 플로라의 탑.
Let's take a look at that painting first.
그림.
There it is. The unfinished portrait of Flora Fellow.
완성되지 못한 플로라 펠로우의 초상화.
So, what? Freya was killed halfway through
그러니까
painting it?
프레야는 이 그림을 그리는 도중 살해당한
Looks
거야?
that way.
그런 거 같아. 프레야는 그림을 끝내지 못했다. 작업 중 사망했기 때문이다. 플로라는 칼을 들고 있는 것처럼 보인다. 그 끝에 있는 빨간 물질은 피인 것으로 확인되었다.
I wonder if all of Freya's paintings are this
그러게,
creepy.
프레야의 그림은
Maybe
모두 다
it's just
이렇게
because she never
섬뜩할까?
got to finish it.
제대로 끝나지
There's something
않아서
wrong
그런
with the
걸지도
crime scene.
모르겠지만 이
And
사건
something
현장에 뭐가
really
있다고?
weird about the murder weapon.
이상한 점?
We didn't find a murder weapon.
그러네, 살인 무기를 찾지 못했네요. 프레야의 죽음에는 아주 수상한 점이 있다. 이게 뭐야? 에? 플로라의 초상화가 칼을 들고 있으며 그 끝에 묻은 건 피라고 하지 않았나? 에? 그런 말은 안 나오네. 에? 응?
Flora Fellow is holding a knife tipped with blood because it stabbed Freya. Almost. Maybe just change one thing.
하나 바꾸라고? 이건가?
Flora Fellow is holding a knife tipped with blood, but it was removed from the scene. Now,
아. 아니, 플로라의 초상화인가?
Flora's portrait is holding a knife tipped with blood because it stabbed Freya.
이게 말이 돼?
What?
Weird, huh?
You think Freya was stabbed
그러니까
by a painting?
이게 말이
Not by
돼?
the woman from the painting,
그림이
but by the painting itself.
찔렀다고?
Freya was standing right up by the canvas when she was killed. There's blood on the knife. It's the murder weapon.
Right, but it's not actually a knife.
그래, 그림이 사람을
Can't
어떻게 찔러?
stab.
See any other knives around here? Case closed.
The case is not closed. And even if you were right, where does that leave us? The painting can't be a murder suspect.
끝내지 못한 그림.
Freya's painting supplies.
미술용품. 유리통은 모두 한쪽으로 금이가 있다.
Is that a
I
gramophone?
think so.
축음기?
Except it's got a tape deck instead of a turntable.
턴테이블 대신 테이프
It's
플레이어가
also
있다.
got a big crack down the
또
middle.
금이가 있네요. 나팔부터 테이프 넣는 곳까지 뚜렷하게 금이가 있다.
What about the cassette tape?
Yeah, it sure is.
굉장히
땡.
분홍색. 얘도 중앙에 금이가 있네요. 라벨에 손으로 적은 메시지가 있다. 프레야에게.
Do you think it still works?
A
그러게.
gramophone? Yeah, we could give it a go.
작동할까? 틀어보자.
It's piano music.
짧게 재생되다 멈춘다. 전곡은 아닌 느낌이네요. 이것도 재생이 될까? 그러니까 이게 뭔 소리야? 허밍 소리.
Weird.
It's someone humming a tune.
그니까 허밍 소리. 그래, 밖을 걷는 누군가가 녹음한 것이다. 흥얼거리는 멜로디가 들린다.
Is that an
이거는 R.
egg with bird feet?
아래에 세 발이 붙어있는.
It's also covered in gemstones. What a
그러게.
completely ordinary object.
자세히 봅시다. 오,
I think it's a container.
Those gems look like they come off.
오,
It's some kind of clue about where to put the gemstones.
여기가 이거니까 여기가 동그라미. 냅다 이렇게 풀어도 되는 거겠지? 이 중간에 껴있는 것도 동그라미. 아닌가? 오, 복잡해. 어이, 복잡 싫어. 뭔가 이상한데? 여기에 보라색, 여기에 노란색? 그냥 다 무시하고 얘네 그림만 맞춰야 되는 것 같아. 레버민트님 어서오세요. 반가워요. 나카하 어서오세요. 무시하고 그림별로 맞춰야 되는 것 같은 느낌? 긴 쪽이 이거, 짧은 쪽이 네모스톤, 이쪽 이렇게 돼 있는 게 이렇게 삥 돌아가는 게 짧고 긴 쪽이 별인데, 그리고 좀 긴 쪽이 노란 거. 이거 맞출 수 있는 거야? 이렇게 꺾이는 쪽에 긴 쪽이 파란색인데? 긴 선. 이게 맞아 이렇게 푸는 게? 긴 선이 둘 다 이거네. 이렇게? 이거 맞지
That's the
않아?
one.
이게 버전?
Hey, not bad.
맞지 이거?
Did it
풀었어.
unlock?
안에 뭐가 있어?
Nothing.
Nothing.
에 아무것도
I'm
없다고?
not leaving. Empty egg is a clue, right?
이러면 내가 이걸 왜 맞췄어? 이러면 내가 이걸 왜 맞췄어?
A bunch of old covered in dust now, but they look. It's so dark back there.
Somehow the sunlight doesn't seem to be making it very far into the
이쪽이
room.
어둡네요. 굿!
Supposedly, Freya was working on the painting when she was killed. Looks like she was still holding her paintbrush and palette when she fell.
넘어질 때도 계속 물감
Didn't
붓을
even get a chance to
들고
clean her
있었다.
brush.
붓을 닦을 시간도 없었다. 근데 빨간 물감이거든요? 근데 이 그림 자체에 빨간색이 들어가는 게
There it is. The unfinished
So-
looks that way.
빨간색이 들어가는 게 이거밖에 없어. 얘네도 좀 빨갛긴 한데 저런 식으로 빨갛게 들어가는 거 이거밖에 없지 않아? 일단 사람한테 말을 좀 걸어볼게요.
Flora Fellow?
플로라 펠로.
Hey, sorry to barge in. I'm sure you're still in some distress.
We need
왜
to
말을
ask you
한마디도
a
안 해?
few questions, I'm afraid.
Did you witness the murder, Flora?
Nothing. What do we do?
Not sure. She's entitled to her silence, I suppose.
For now. Is there anything you'd like to tell us, Flora? I don't really know anything about you at all.
I think that's the way she likes it. We'll just have to ask other people about her.
Yeah, okay.
저 사람이 죽였냐고요? 글쎄요.
Freya was painting your portrait yesterday. Is that right?
한마디도 안
Was this
하네.
something you had planned with her ahead of time?
Was there something special about yesterday?
Did you talk to Freya at all while she was painting you?
She's not going to answer us, is she?
Nope. But at least we can say we tried. Flora, you were definitely in the room at the time of the murder. Surely you must have seen something? Can you tell me anything about what happened to Freya?
진짜 한마디도 안 해주는 거야?
Yeah, she's acting pretty suspicious if you ask
오히려
me.
너무 수상해서 이 사람이 아닐 수도 있을 것 같아.
Maybe she really doesn't know anything.
How is that possible?
일단 다른 데를 좀 뒤져봐야 될 것 같아요. 하나씩 내려가 볼게요. 작업장? 오, 보고하였냐?
Yes, it's also a lamp, for some reason.
그래, 모르면 모른다고 말이라도 해줘. 사람.
Sir? Can you hear me? I'm Private Detective Grimoire. I have some questions for you.
Grimoire.
그래.
Good mysterious name. I'd rather like it. Felix Fellow at
Felix
your beck
Fellow.
and call.
And, this is my colleague, Sally.
Yeah, that's a perfectly good name as well.
이름 칭찬만
Thanks.
하고 있네.
If you would, Mr. Fellow, we really need to ask you about the murder.
Well, I must say
뭐야?
I'm rather jealous of you two.
Oh, yeah? Why's that?
Out here solving mysteries, exploring new places, uncovering secret rooms, hidden treasures. That's what life is all about.
갑자기 왜 급발진이야?
Generally speaking.
여기 비밀의 방이 있나 보지?
So, Felix, what exactly do you, do?
Is it not obvious? I'm an explorer. Explorer / treasure hunter. Yes, well, best in the world.
세계에 아무도 없으니까
We're
지가
talking
최고겠지.
like curse statues, spike pits.
It's a little more sophisticated than that. but I've certainly seen my share of danger, if that's what you're asking.
And, if I may ask, when did you retire?
You listen here. I may be between ventures right now,
그냥
but it's
백수네.
simply not in my nature to stay in one place for too long. I go wherever the winds of destiny take me.
Don't you live here with your wife and daughter?
Yes, well, the fellow family has certain
가족의
loyalties,
의무에
and
충실한다.
with Flora the way she is,
Nothing wrong with raising a family, Mr. Fellow.
don't misunderstand me. Fiona and Flora are my
근데 플로라가
entire
죽었잖아.
world. They are the greatest treasure of all.
Uh-huh.
플로라가 죽은 거 아니에요? 아니구나. 플로라가 부인이구나. 얘 부인이 플로라구나. 헷갈렸네.
Why on earth would you want to know about that?
The murder of Freya Fellow. The reason we're here?
Ah, right. Nasty business. Very unfortunate. I regret that I can't be of any help, but I wish you all the best in your investigation.
Hear that, Grimoire? We're done here. Let's go.
It's
도움을
a
되게 안
simple
주네.
question, Felix. I'm sure you're up to it.
Well, there's not much to
그러니까.
tell. Mostly, I was in my room by myself, working on Flora's, working on a project.
뭘 말하고
Your
싶었던
room
거지
is
방금?
quite close to Flora's tower. You didn't hear anything unusual?
What qualifies as unusual?
What have you got?
수상하네. 뭘 숨기는 거야?
It was dusk. A feeling lingered in the air. Malevolent,
또 개소리한다.
perhaps. Uncertain as life itself.
Abridged version, please.
네, 요점만 말해주세요.
Right. Fine. I heard someone heading down the stairs, just outside my room. The footsteps were calm. Oh,
계단을 내려가는
so
소리?
I thought nothing of it. Shortly afterward, I heard a second set of footsteps
한 명이 더
going
있었다.
the same way. This time I could tell just from the sound that something was wrong. So I looked out into the hallway. I got a glimpse of Poppy disappearing down the
Poppy?
staircase to the floor below. Didn't know what to make of it, to be honest. I thought perhaps she'd had a disagreement with Fitz, as I know those two are close. So
피츠랑
I looked into his
퍼피랑
room,
친하다고
just
하네요.
in case, but it was empty.
근데
as
피츠방이
was the
비어
garden
있었다.
beyond his window. Back in the hallway, I bumped into a very concerned-looking Penelope. She was
Penelope?
heading up Fellow Tower to find Professor Pointer, so I escorted her. We went into Flora's room. Poor Freya was laying on the floor. Fiona, Poppy, Fitz, and Pointer were there already. Flora too, of course.
사람이 되게 많네.
Soon enough, everyone else made their excuses and left.
Including you?
Not I. I stayed. Flora needed me.
예. 이게 전부인가?
It's a barometer.
I've never seen a barometer that wasn't. The entire room.
Oh, it's not just made of wood. I think it's the actual hull of a ship.
배 선체 같다.
It's a
Is
drinking.
it full of ale?
Right now, it's just full.
That's
I hope so. A hammock,
I would politely describe it as.
shelf junk.
거기에 사람이 너무 많았는데?
The entire room.
No, it's not just made. It's the actual hull.
A little hand.
How can you tell?
Well, the paint's also. I mean, no offense, but you can just tell.
오. 물감도 근처에 있고요.
It's Earth.
If Earth was made of paper and gave up.
이건
Nice.
뭐야?
How do you know this?
Why else was there's a treasure map hanging directly above it?
보물 상자? 오.
What's the deal with that painting?
Not sure.
그림?
We should check that treasure map too.
오! 이 위치가 용이 가깝고 이렇게 풀라는 것 같은데? 용이랑 요 암초랑 네이클로버 위치. 방향을 보려면 용이랑 암초랑 네이클럽 위치 여기여야지 맞지 않나? 아니면 요거? 여기거나 여기일 것 같은데? 용이랑 암초랑 네이클럽 여긴가? H6? H6에서 웨스트 방향을 봤을 때 H6에서 웨스트 방향
I did it.
됐다!
Bad.
유후! 네이클로브 아니야 저거? 야자나무?
What was in the box?
삭제 안에 뭐가
More
있어?
wooden models.
나무
These are a
조각상
little different to the one on the desk.
근데 책상 위에 있는 조각상이랑은 좀 다르다고 하네요. 오! 초록색 머리를 한 아이의 형상. 아니 이거는 뭐야? 이건 자기 같고 빨갛고 하얀색? 야자나무를 네이클 빨간 물감통과 붓이 근처에 보이고 붓에는 빨간 물감이 말라붙어 있다. 뭐야? 일단은 아랫방 가볼게요. 프레야의 방.
A pillow with a paw print
저
pattern.
천재 아닙니다. 조용히 해! 발자국을 보낼 땐
It's
베개?
a cushion.
Yeah, but that doesn't alliterate.
Freya's bear.
Looks pretty
고민형.
depressed.
He's had a rough couple of days.
고민형 감정도
It's
생각해주는
a
거야?
fish, I think.
원래
I think
그림을
it looks more like a
되게
whale.
자주 그리네.
Fine, it's a whale.
Could also be a shark.
이건
A
무슨
painting
그림?
is really something.
Why would you want it looming over your bed like that?
Maybe Freya enjoyed the atmosphere it creates.
The atmosphere of chaos and oppression.
혼돈과 억압의
Hang
분위기.
on. There's a smaller version down by
Oh.
the floor.
작은
It's a
버전이 바닥.
photograph.
사진. 추상화를 찍은 작은 사진. 위에 테이프 조각이 붙어있고 가장자리에는 검은 잉크로 줄이 그어져 있네요.
Freya's plants. They must
식물.
not need someone. Do you think this was
I don't know. It is kind of a weird shape.
구도가 좀
no
이상하다.
windows either?
창문이 없다.
It's a little glass.
I think it's a vivarium.
사육장?
See the leaves and twigs in there? Might have been for keeping insects.
그러게요. 빨간물감 많이 썼네요. 곤충을 키웠을 수도 있다. 이건
It's a little
뭐야?
wooden box for paintbrushes.
물감붓을 놓는
To
작은
the
나무가
casual observer, maybe.
아인데. 어우.
They're not. Looks like they're part of some kind of
자물쇠
lock
장치의 일부
mechanism.
같다. 이게 이거 같은데? 됐다. 또 천재. 정말. 뭘 또 이런 거 가지고 천재래. 진짜. 뭐지? 여긴 핑크색 자루, 삼각형 핑크색 자루. 여기가 이거 길이가 여기까지 와야 된다는 거야? 여기까지 와야 된다는 거야? 어려운데? 이건가?
Nothing.
Did you find a
Oh,
hint?
이건
Looks like a
아니라고?
ripped up jigsaw puzzle.
얘는 여기가 맞는 것 같은데? 주황색 제일 짧은 게 왼쪽일 거라고? 여기? 여기? 이렇게?
There we go.
오! 갑이 멋있다. 나
Perfect.
이 표지를 못 알아봤어. 이거.
What was in the box?
Just a
상자 안에
photograph. Well,
그냥 사진?
most of a photograph.
오. 두 어린 소녀의 사진. 한 명은 빨간 머리, 다른 한 명은 초록 머리를 가졌다. 큰 부분이 없는 불완전한 사진 찢겨진 것 같다. 이 옆에 사람은 누구야? 무슨 소리야? 가비가 안
Do you think this
알려줬으면
was
몰라.
always supposed to be a bedroom?
I don't know. It is kind of a weird shape.
No windows either.
그러니까 너무 방이 되게 어둡다.
They're clean, but they look... Painting supplies. Painting supplies.
Is Freya's bed a little bit
It's
messy?
a perfectly healthy amount of messy.
Is Freya's bed a little bit
It's a
messy?
perfectly healthy amount.
Freya's plant. They must not need. Do you think?
I don't know.
No windows either. Not the
It's cool. Looks like old mine.
일단 여기서 더 찾을 수 있는 거 없을 것 같아요. 아랫방 서재 사람 있고요.
It's an illustrated
It's
book.
been left open. Looks like somebody was halfway through reading it.
Or it was left open for
볼
us to
수 있도록
find.
의도적으로
Ever so slightly
펴뒀다고.
unnerving.
새 도감. 얼룩새는 놀랍도록 똑똑한 새로 조류 위스티드 중에서도 수명이 굉장히 길다. 다른 새들은 종종 얼룩새에게 공격적인 성향을 보인다. 따라서 얼룩새는 대부분의 생애를 홀로 보낸다. 이 새는 독특한 먹이 섭취 특성을 가지고 있는데 보통 탄툼 아미카의 열매만을 먹는다. 이거 되게 그 칼처럼 생겼다.
A chalkboard.
Is this a
칠판.
library or a classroom?
이게 뭐야?
Math.
Don't look at them for too long. You'll give yourself a headache.
Any idea what
Not
this?
a clue.
Math.
Don't look at them. You'll give yourself a headache.
Any idea what
Not
this?
a clue.
I'm not sure I learned anything from that. A chalkboard.
Is this a library or...
Math.
Don't look at them. You'll give yourself a headache.
Math.
Don't look at them. You'll give yourself a headache.
Math.
Don't look at them. You'll give yourself a headache.
Any idea what?
Not a clue.
Any idea what?
Not a clue.
모르겠다. 가게도 갔다고?
I'm not sure I learned anything from that. Sure. Why not build a?
The search for new knowledge. The archiving of old. It's downright poetic.
Is that?
Of sorts.
스노우볼? 오. 아?
Hey, look at It's a model of
그러니까.
Tangle Tower.
Tangle
There's a lake
Tower
and
뭐야?
those weird mountains. What are you thinking?
That would make an amazing
엄청난
souvenir.
기념품이 되겠다.
Hey, it's a model. What do you
That
think?
would make an amazing.
Hey, it's a model. What do you
That
think?
would make an amazing.
여긴 딱히 그런 게 더 없는 것 같고.
Books about.
These books, I think they'd
good
crumble.
excuse.
Thanks.
Books
Well,
about.
there's not a-
Huh.
이 친구 말 걸어볼게요.
Curious. I would expect bacteria of that nature to thrive in
박테리아가
these
번성할 거라고
conditions.
생각했다고?
Excuse me.
Taking all the environmental factors into account,
뭐?
there must be something I am still missing.
에?
May I talk to you, Miss?
She knows we're here. She just doesn't care.
너무 어려운 말을
I
하는데?
am a detective, and I need to talk.
Correction. You do not need to talk to me,
Oh no? How come?
because I am not a suspect. I am completely innocent of any and all crimes.
Thanks for letting me know.
Speaking of which, you have now been at 탱글타워 for over 23 minutes.
23분밖에 안
Surely you
됐어?
have already reached a sturdy hypothesis.
A
Huh?
hypothesis about the murder?
Yeah, come on, Grimoire, hurry up.
My apologies. Unfortunately, protocol dictates I must at least meet all the suspects. And that includes you. So, could you tell me your name?
Fifi Fellow,
Fifi
microbiologist,
Fellow?
inventor, innovator. You will need to be more
물어봅시다.
specific. Oneself cannot be summarized in a single response.
친구 속이
without
상당히
doing
복잡한
one a great
친구네요.
disservice.
So true.
Well, first of all, you're a fellow. So does that make you the daughter of...
Correct. My father and mother are named Flora
Ah.
and Felix, but you need not question
Flora,
either of them.
Felix.
It will only waste valuable time. Neither of them are capable of murder.
Thanks for
둘
the
다
tip.
살인은 할 수 없는 사람이다.
Fifi, you said you were a micro something or other?
Microbiologist. But it is an
Microbiologist.
insignificant label. My studies cannot be categorized in any one recognized field.
어,
What
복잡해.
made you want to become a scientist in the first place?
I harbor an intrinsic fascination with the microscopic. I constructed my first one at age 10.
어, 그래.
Constructed a microscope?
Correct.
And what's that thing on your head? Did you make
현미경
that
사면
too?
되는데 그걸 왜
My
만들었지?
eyesight began to deteriorate when I turned 12. Not satisfied with the eyeglasses prescribed to me, I designed this custom lens instead. It automatically adjusts based on the surrounding light conditions.
Does it glow red when you...
No, but that would be most amusing.
렌즈도 자기가 만들어서 끼고 다니는 거야?
What can you tell me
괴짜긴
about the
한데
murder?
멋있다.
What can you tell me about... Wait, that's what I'm supposed to ask you.
Yes. However, you were too slow.
You fancy yourself a detective too, Fifi?
I just need to know what happened.
Me too. So talk.
Fine. I knew ahead of time that Freya was going to be busy with her painting all day, so
그림
I had planned to
때문에
spend the afternoon with Poppy. I was in the
바쁘니까.
library all morning preparing the equipment for an experiment, only to find out that Poppy had made other plans and she was in fact
포피가
planning
다른
to
게?
ignore me completely.
Oh.
So what did you do instead?
I locked myself in my room and cried.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
울고 있었다.
I don't know, it just sounds kind of sad.
It is not unusual.
Oh. Good.
오케이.
I was in my room. The lights were off and the door was locked. Someone began
그
banging
이중
on the
약속.
door. I ignored it until the someone began shouting at me. I opened the door.
소리를 쳤다고?
Poppy came into my room. Her makeup was leaking. She told me Freya was dead. I did not believe it. I thought she was playing a trick on me, so I punched her in the face.
얼굴에
She
에?
insisted that we go up to Flora's tower. We left the room, and Poppy's father was waiting outside.
파피의 아빠가
He
기다리고
followed us
있어서
upstairs. When I saw
같이
Freya
따라서
lying on the
올라갔는데
floor,
진짜 죽어
I was
있었다.
completely and utterly devastated. Then I took a sample of the red paint on the unfinished painting. Poppy and I took the sample back downstairs
Sample?
to the library. We performed a test and found out that it was, in fact, blood.
You
피라는 걸
performed that
알아냈다고?
scientific test immediately, even though you were feeling so upset?
Of course. Why would one affect the other?
에? 충격받은 거랑 상관 있지
Fifi's
않을까요?
bedroom should be unlocked now.
피피의 침실이
Can't wait.
열렸다. 지금 가자. 피피의 방.
It's
렌즈.
a magnifying glass. A big
How
one.
come you don't have one of those?
Why? Because I'm a Should I start smoking
You
a pipe?
can pull off a pipe. I don't know what that drink is, but I bet it's
그러니까.
99% sugar.
무슨 음료를 계속
I'd read you
마시네.
the but there's
That's even worse.
캔에 아무것도 써져 있지 않은 음료?
it looks like a microscope.
현미경?
A big
Can I touch it?
엄청 크다고? 오,
I'm not.
무조건 여긴데.
I guess
The
that's
four lenses all have so they must each have a specific position.
네, 돋보기 밑에 그렇게 돼 있긴 한데 아예 싹 보고 할까? 얘는 무조건 여기 마이너스여야 되고 얘가 여긴가? 얘가 여기고 이렇게?
that's the one.
어때요?
Hey, not bad.
예. 전체 그림 보니까 훨씬 편하네. 감사합니다.
Sounds like it unlocked.
Yeah. It's built on top of a
장치.
little metal box.
작은 금속 상자 위에 설계된 거였다.
There's a book in here.
책이 들어있다. 비밀 일기장. 기묘한 금속 장치로 잠겨져 있다. 얘는 바로는 또 못 열어보나 보네.
Fifi's got something pinned up here.
What is all this?
이게 뭐야? 이거 아까 봤던 그
Is
공식 아니야?
Fifi trying to solve the mystery with math equations?
Maybe. Did you ever try that? Maybe it works.
Who's that?
Not sure. Who is that?
No idea. Who's that?
Not sure.
That's you, Sally.
I do I.
I think that's supposed to be.
펠릭스,
That's gotta be Flora.
플로라.
Is that supposed to be me?
얘 얼굴이
Why
어떻게
look so
벌써
angry?
그려져 있을 수 있어?
That's just the face you make. Does make you wonder though.
Is that
That's just the does make you wonder though.
is that
That's just the does make you wonder though.
그러니까 이걸 언제 그린 거야?
Who is
no idea. Is
Maybe. Did you ever try that?
did you notice who isn't on here?
Freya?
Mm-hmm.
프레야랑
Fifi
피피가 없네.
herself. Amused. Don't think you can get out
어미냐.
these questions just because
I'm innocent. I
save it for the judge. That's a whole lot.
책이 정말
That's a
많다.
whole lot. Stuff.
You gonna rummage?
No.
I give it
쓰레기통.
5 minutes before you're in there.
Crystal
I don't
sheet.
know. Plus, they're kind of dusty. We're supposed to be looking for clues.
And over here, you'll see the owner's used sheets of paper. A simple trick,
종이.
but it really transforms. What's that?
Looks like something
Is it a
Phoebe.
clue?
I hope not. It's just a bunch of notes about her
미생물학 실험에
microbiology
대한 메모.
experiments.
Scientific probably. I'll
과학
openly admit
공식.
I have no idea. It's a
How
man.
come
Why? Should I
you
start?
couldn't pull up? Homemade. This one's about
I've not heard of that band.
뭐 이거 외에 더 찾을 수 있는
Box
건
of
없는
stuff.
것 같아요.
Nice
it's a
room.
but yeah.
일단 아까 못 가봤던 석조정원도 한번 가볼게요. 석조광장. 사람이 있네. 왜 사람 보기
There's a
전에
metal plaque.
Is there a
금속
message engraved on
명판
it?
I think there was, but someone scratched it off.
긁어냈다.
Is that a?
If it is,
시계?
it's a clock.
오,
I'm guessing it doesn't tell the time.
So what
뭐야?
does it do?
올바른 위치가 어디 있는디? 구인가봐? 얘는? 그러니까 숫자 같은데 이거 무슨 숫자임? 이게 3, 이게 6, 이게 12네. 얘는 9고, 얘가 9고, 얘가 12야. 어우, 눈 아파. 얘는 무조건 여기여야 되잖아요. 아니야, 얘가 여기로 가야 돼. 맞니? 아, 여기로. 왜? 얘가 9고 얘가 6이라고? 눈 아파. 얘가 틀렸어. 얘가 9인데. 얘가 3, 6. 된 거 아니야? 됐죠? 3, 6, 12, 9. 됐지?
Nope.
아니야?
So moving any of the hands turns the adjacent hands in the opposite direction. It's like cogs on a machine.
얘가 9야? 얘가 9인가 봐. 얘가 9고 얘가 6이야? 맞네. 이게 바뀌었었어. 그러면 이렇게?
I
맞지?
got it.
I'm impressed.
어예. 그냥님 어서 오세요. 반가워요. 나가 어서
What's in the
오세요.
box?
A little tool thing?
에?
Looks like a telescope.
망원경
But I'm
같은 게
not actually
들어있다.
sure what it is.
뭔지는 모르겠다. 작은 렌즈. 동으로 된 작은 도구. 곡선에 유리 렌즈가 있다. 밑에 나사가 달려있다. 그래. 뭔가 어디에 설치해서 쓰는 그런 것처럼 생겼네요. 여긴 뭐야?
Giant glowing gemstone full of plants.
거대 원석.
AKA a greenhouse.
아, 온실.
A pointless.
I don't know.
Wanna play hide and seek?
I could
작은
be
석탑.
persuaded. It's Tangleta워. Or at least it's the mansion. at the base
탱글타워의
of
맨 아래에 있는
Tangleta워.
대저택.
It's a big stone
Biggest one
dome.
I've ever seen.
석조연단.
First one too.
물.
It's a big stone
Biggest one. First one too.
사람 물어볼게요.
Whoa.
와.
Nice cape.
You're not fellows or pointers.
어?
I'm sure I shall.
I'm Sally,
Fellow도
and this is my
포인터도 아니네.
sidekick Grimoire.
A private detective, Grimoire.
Really? You're a detective. This is a joke. It's not a good one.
Who are you anyway?
Private Detective
뭐?
Hawkshaw.
이 사람도 사술 탐정이야?
Nice. Hawkshaw's a cooler name than Grimoire. Maybe I'll become her sidekick.
You're not on the Freya Fellow case, too, are you?
That is classified information between myself and my client. Clearly, this is something which eludes you. But a real detective refrains from handing out informations to persons unknown.
Oh, right.
Now, if you would, I have work to do.
뭐야?
It's not in my interest to discuss personal details.
신상
Even if
정보는
you're one of
알리고
the
싶지
suspects in a
않다.
murder?
Very well. Let us make a small exception. Ask.
Oh, what are you doing here?
그래,
I'm
뭐
on
하고
a case at the
계셨나요?
behest of my client.
How long have you been at Tangleta워?
133 hours.
133시간?
Uh,
오래
5.5
있었네.
days.
Who are you working for?
I am not at liberty to answer that.
누구를
Now,
위해
I
일하는지
shall
말할 수
permit
없다.
you one more question.
뭘 한
What
번만 더 줘.
crime are you...
how'd you get that scar? It's cool.
You really think so?
뭐야? 얘 지금 좋아하는 것 같은데?
As it happens, I completed an examination of Flora's room on the
플로라의
morning before the
방조사를
murder.
마쳤다고?
I've been
사건
investigating
전날 아침에?
every single room at Tangle Tower. Hers was one of the last on my list.
모든 방을 조사
Did you find anything
중이었다.
unusual?
Nothing but a thin layer of
Huh?
dust and an atmosphere of somber
우울한 뭔데?
Was Flora in there at the time?
뭐 이렇게
She
시적이야?
spent the duration of my search staring up at the
열린
sky.
창문 밖 하늘을 계속 보고 있네.
Didn't say a word. Although I'm told this is the expected behavior.
What did you do
평소에
after
그냥
that?
말을 잘 안 하나
I
봐.
spent the early evening searching the library. It took longer than it should have. Fiona leaves that room in a permanent state of
피오나가?
disarray.
Fiona was in
혼란한
the
상태로
library too.
만들었다?
I expected her to make an appearance, but she did not.
And you stayed in the library the rest of the day?
Not quite.
진술.
Towards the early evening, my
저녁이 될
examination of the
무렵.
library was unexpectedly
서재
disrupted.
조사가
Sounds of running,
중단됐다.
wailing, shouting from several floors
달리는
above.
소리, 통곡 소리
I
포함.
vacated the library, but before I could begin my ascent, Professor Pointer appeared.
포인터 교수.
He emerged from the Pointer staircase, crossed the hall, and begun up the
펠로우가
fellow
쪽
staircase.
계단을
Our
올라갔다.
eyes met. He was breathless. Something
숨이
had
가빴다.
caused him great alarm.
크게
He told me
불안해했다.
to stay out of the way. I consented. I decided to return to my office in the stone square. As I was passing through the front door, Penelope called out from
페넬로피가?
behind me. She was clutching the banister of the Pointer staircase with an apprehensive
왜 또
manner.
불안해 이
She wished to
사람은?
know where Professor Pointer had gone. I told her what had transpired. Then, she too crossed the hall and disappeared up the fellow staircase. More so than at any moment prior, I felt like quite an intruder in the house. I took my leave, out towards the stone square. The grounds were silent. There were no signs of human life. Even the greenhouse was without its typical
온실에 항상
inhabitant.
머무르는
I
사람이
noted that
있다고?
he, too, must be entangled in whatever was transpiring in Fellow Tower.
탱글이
Unremarkable hour passed before
그런
Gardner finally
뜻이냐고.
made his appearance.
얽혀 있다.
He spoke to me of what had occurred.
무슨 일이
His report
일어나는지
was as
얘기해줬다.
clumsy and cumbersome as the man giving it.
두서없고
Did he seem
번잡했다.
upset?
He was rattled. That
당황한
much was
것
clear.
같았다.
But sorrowful, mournful, I cannot say.
슬프거나 비애에 젖어 있진 않았다.
AKA a greenhouse.
일단 그럼 온실? 온실도 가볼까요? 온실. 오 뭐야 개 무서워. 잠깐만 사람 아닌 줄 알았잖아.
Hanging baskets.
To you,
바구니.
mate.
You're only 2 inches tall.
2 inches makes all the difference. Is
남자
that
존나
fruit?
작고 많네.
A shape
Too
like
shiny to be
think it's
fruit.
safe to eat.
I'm gonna say no.
빛을 내고 있는
Tools
열매.
used by gardening. Bit of a decadent flooring.
this one.
Okay, that is
Looks like a gemstone.
잼스톤 같다고? 원석 같다. 화분의 토양은 색이 비정상적으로 푸르다.
It's
total.
I am not.
A little charred. Actually, I have no
간단한
idea what it's about.
도표. 응? 갑자기
Greek letters.
이런 글자를 나에게 보여주는
Greek letters?
이유가 뭐야?
What do you make?
Not a whole lot.
어우씨 깜짝 놀랐어 이거.
Don't move.
Yeah, I see him. He's a little too big to hide. in the
남자야?
bushes.
여잔 줄? 왜 숨어 있는 거야?
Is anyone going to say anything? Or shall we just stand around staring at each other?
Right. Sorry.
Sorry.
That's better. I'm Sally. And the guy hiding behind me is Detective Grimoire. Who are you?
Fitzfellow, the gardener.
피츠 펠로우.
And why are you so tall?
이 사람 펠로우 가문 사람이네 그러면.
I don't know.
Have you met this guy, Fitz? Shifty eyes, doesn't say a lot. Totally suspicious, if you ask me.
That's me.
Yeah, it was a joke. I was joking.
이런 거 눌러볼 수 있구나.
I see. I was in my greenhouse.
어제는 온실에
watering
있었다.
and weeding.
Sounds
물
exciting.
주고 잡초를
Was anyone
뽑고.
else around?
Not at first. Penelope came in a little later. She
없었다.
likes looking
페넬로피가
at the
왔고.
flowers, I think.
못 보는 걸
Did
좋아하는 것
you
같다.
speak to each other?
그래 말은
A
했니
little,
너네끼리?
not too much. We both left the greenhouse in the early afternoon. I went up to my room. Then I came back outside to weed the main gardens. Didn't see anyone else. After that, I went up to the garden outside my room.
And
방 밖에도
Let me
정원 또
guess.
있나 보지?
Watering and weeding.
Right.
did anything happen to you yesterday, Fitz?
아무 일도
You
없었느냐는
work
말에
here
대답은 안 하네.
as the gardener.
I don't get paid to do it.
돈을 받고
It's
일하는 건
just
아니다.
my area of
그냥
interest.
관심 분야?
What's the deal with the plants? They're all kinda weird.
그러니까 좀 이상한데.
Right. Did you see the lake?
That giant green and purple lake surrounding the entire house? Yeah, I clocked it.
The color is just a byproduct.
부산물?
Of what? Poison?
It's not poisonous. Not to you.
What's this got to do with the plants?
The water controls all life, just like anywhere else on the planet. Clouds form, rain falls. The water grows the plants, animals eat the plants.
그렇지
Anything you've
아무래도.
perceived as an irregularity is simply a
에?
result
아,
of this
왜?
hydrological
예.
cycle.
또 어려운 말 하네.
Could you say that again, but like condense it as if you were talking to a slightly stupid person?
Our lake water causes the unpredictable alteration of DNA. Sometimes.
Alteration?
야.
Like mutation.
That'd be the official term. For us, it's normal. Just nature.
And you're the local expert on all this stuff?
현지 전문가.
No. I'm just the gardener.
뭐야?
I was up in the rooftop garden. It was quiet. And then it
조용했다.
wasn't. I can't
그러다
describe
그러지
it.
않아졌다?
Could have been a scream, but it
비명이었을
didn't
수도.
sound human.
인간의 것이 아니었다.
We thought it was coming from Flora's tower, so we went up there.
플로라의 탑
위.
쪽에서 났다고 해서
Poppy was
올라갔다고.
with me. Did I not mention that?
파피랑 같이 있었다고.
Flora's room was locked.
파피가
That's
원래
she
이중 약속
usually
잡았다고
locks it from the
했잖아.
inside. I knocked on the door and shouted. Nobody responded. We became concerned.
You kicked the door down?
I did.
문을
and
차서
I went in.
열리는 거야?
Freya was right there, laying on her back.
바닥에 등을 대고 쓰러져 있었다.
Flora was there too, but I barely noticed her at first.
플로라도 거기
Poppy
있었다.
left the room for a while. When she came back, she had her father with her, and Fifi too. Penelope arrived shortly after that, with Felix in tow. I thought that was odd. You don't normally see the two of them together. Felix took charge.
둘이 같이 있는 모습을
There was
보기가
nothing else I
어렵다.
could do to help. I wanted to go back to my room, but I realized nobody had told Detective Hawkshaw anything. I found her pacing back and forth around the stone square. When I approached her, she snapped at me. I think she was annoyed about being made to wait outside so long.
바깥에서 너무 오래
But when I
기다렸어.
told her about Freya, she fell silent. Fifi
삐삐.
doesn't like me.
What did you do?
왜 안 좋아해?
I'm not sure. If you find out, maybe you can let me know.
뭐?
Felix is a contradiction. His
무슨
loyalties are
덩어리다.
placed firmly within the realm of materialism, money, property. But his ego relies on an entirely fraudulent
자아는?
self-image.
뭔
Don't you
말이야?
think?
I was just about to say the same thing.
I like
Flora?
Flora.
아,
I hope
좋아한다고?
she's all right.
Do you think she had anything to do with the murder?
There's no way. She
그래?
wouldn't willingly cause any additional suffering.
고통을 더하는 사람이 아니다.
She questioned
So?
me,
About what?
my work, the plants, bit of everything.
Did she search the greenhouse?
No, she didn't.
여긴 살펴보지
sure?
않았다.
Maybe she did it when you weren't in there.
No, she hasn't touched it.
How can you tell?
Trust me. I can tell.
그래.
She
프레야.
was always kind to me. She'd come into the greenhouse when I was
상냥했다.
working. Sometimes by herself, sometimes with Poppy. I think they were just bored at first.
처음엔 둘 다 심심했던
Eventually,
것
they
같다.
started asking questions.
질문.
About what?
Poppy wanted to learn about flowers.
꽃에 대해 알고 싶어
Freya,
했다.
she used to ask me about the insects.
Insects.
곤충?
One of my jobs is to protect plants from things that might eat them. Freya
식물을
brought me this
보호하는.
little glass box, leaves and twigs inside.
어.
She'd say, put all the troublemakers in there. Every day I'd put a handful of beetles and other things in the box.
에?
Then she'd come along and take it away. I didn't really understand her, but she was always kind.
통에다 딱정벌레 같은 걸 넣어줬다고.
Fitz's room is unlocked. It's up in a
피츠의 방이
fellow tower.
This
열렸다.
could be interesting.
지금 가자. 아, 여기야 또? 피츠의 방은? 뭐 아무것도 없어?
Huh.
They're just decorative.
Oh, so decorative.
That poor plant.
Looks pretty healthy.
Healthy, but
식물
sad. I think it would
건강하지만
rather be outside.
슬퍼한다고.
An empty glass and an empty plate.
Looking at it is making me want to
Why?
I don't know.
그러니까 뭐 아무것도 없어요.
There's someone.
Something
창문밖에
outside the wind's
뭔가가
probably just a
있다.
rock.
You sure?
바위? 그러니까 뭐 이렇게 아무것도 없어?
Hello.
Not hidden.
Doesn't need to be. It's locked.
오,
It's a combination lock.
결합자물쇠?
Sort of.
이것도 아닌데? 뭐야? 이 조합은 아닌 것 같은데. 뭐 아무것도 안 먹고 사나 아까 그 사람은? 이게 무슨 색인지 내가 어떻게 알아? 색깔을 어떻게 알지?
Nothing.
힌트 좀.
Maybe if you move the paper around, you'll find it.
이건 아까 만든 모양이잖아. 색깔을 알 수 있는 힌트는 어디에 있을까요?
I did it.
어, 그냥
What do I
된
win?
거야?
Not bad. Anything in there?
Yeah, it's wrapped in a cloth. Hold on. Huh. That's kind of ominous.
뭐야? PP 하트 FF? PP FF? 잠만. 이거 이 가계도를 다시 보고 싶어요.
What
I
is
think it's a family.
P로 시작하고 P로 끝나는 사람.
Percival Pointer.
Percival
Married
Do you
Pointer?
think he still lives here?
Pandora Pointer.
Pandora
All this
Pointer.
Do you think she still lives here? Poppy,
Poppy
Pointer.
Pointer.
She's
Do
half.
you think she still lives here?
이름이 다 이런 식으로 생긴 거야?
Fitzfellow.
We met him. He's one of the suspects.
피츠펠로랑 포피 포인터지
Pointer.
않을까? 그
She's
P
happened.
Do you think she
하트
still lives here?
FF는 그러니까 이니셜을 저렇게
It's
세고
locked.
I
웃긴다.
thought we were
잠겨
halfway up
있네.
a tower.
We are.
What's that thing by the handle?
손잡이. 와. 그냥 이렇게 올리는 거 아니야?
Nothing.
The tiles have all got that same.
Those moon symbols.
Maybe they're connected, but also not connected.
Nope.
Maybe the information we need is
So where is it?
somewhere
정보가
else.
없다.
Ah,
You know,
what? The whole thing?
yeah. Something, the
환상을
duality
이루는
of the sun
것이다.
and moon, you know?
If you say so.
태양과 달의 이중성.
Ah,
You know,
What?
yeah, the
if
duality.
you say so.
이건
Let's come back once
힌트를
we-
얻어야 될 것 같아요. 힌트를 얻기 전까진 못 풀 문제 같다. 이번엔 아래부터 천천히 올라가 볼게요. 음악실?
Are they?
Whatever they are, it's
종이들?
like a little parade of floating spirits.
Are they?
Whatever they are, it's like a little parade of.
Who plays the
It's
what?
pretty. So I'm
Violin.
guessing nobody.
Oh, whatever it is, it's.
Well, it is the music. Gotta practice.
What's with all the
조각상.
broken glass?
깨진 유리 조각? 금이 간 유리 조각이 널려 있다. 또 금가 있네.
Sheet
악보.
music.
That's a lot of notes.
Probably while they're on the floor.
What else would it be?
바깥이 보이고.
Oh, whatever.
Well, it is. Gotta
What's with
practice.
all the broken glass? Sheet
That's
music.
a lot.
Probably while they're on the floor. 1.
Yep.
25.
책.
4.
Yeah.
Am I the only one seeing the problem?
It's a glow.
4 globing.
딱히 뭐는 없네요. 뭐야? 씨.
Are you a ghost?
뭐?
Sally! That's rude!
Unless she is a ghost.
It may come as a disappointment, but I am alive.
Ah,
That makes you a suspect, I'm afraid.
I know.
what's your name?
My name is Poppy.
이 사람이
I'm a pointer
퍼피구나.
and a pianist.
피아니스트.
We'll need to ask you a few questions about Freya.
I know.
Hey, you're pretty good.
All in the wrist. And 13 years of dedicated practice.
13년간의 헌신적인 연습의 결과.
I'm just me. There's nothing to know.
예.
How are you related to the other pointers?
My father is Percival Pointer. The
교수?
professor spends most of his time hidden away in his tower. Barely speaks to anyone these days. Especially not the fellows.
fellowa
You
사람이
get
아무
on with
말을
the
안 한다.
fellows.
Two of them. Fifi and Freya are
피피랑
my
프레야.
closest friends.
예방
They all
접종
turned
신청.
19 last year.
Do people
작년에 다
ever
19.
leave Tangle Tower? I don't mean to be rude. It's just, if you're 19,
You don't have to answer that, Poppy.
It's a fair question. I'd like to move away.
떠나고
Definitely.
싶다고?
Fifi, Freya, and I would often talk about it, argue about it. Freya wanted to leave, but Fifi, things are more
프레야는 떠나고
complicated for her.
싶지만 피피는
What
더
about now?
복잡한 일이 많아서
After what happened, I really don't want to stay here
Huh?
much longer.
뭐지?
3.5 hours of piano
어제?
practice. Soon as I wake
피아노
up.
연습?
Same as always.
3.5.
그러니까
Does that
손가락
not
앞에
hurt
있다.
your hands?
Sure.
and you do this in the music room?
No, I prefer to practice in my room. When I make mistakes, I like to make them in private.
What did you do after that?
I was supposed to meet Fifi in the library, but
피피를
I
만나기로
totally
했는데
forgot.
완전히
When I
까먹었다.
finally got down there, she'd
근데
already
피피는
gone.
이미
I
서재에
checked her
없었다.
bedroom, but it was
방은
locked.
잠겨 있었고.
Was Fifi not in there?
No idea.
복잡한 일.
She keeps her door locked either way. So I went back upstairs and out into the moonlight garden.
The what?
The little garden on the roof outside my room.
옥상에
Was
있는
it just you
작은
up
정원.
there?
No, Fitz came outside
피츠가
after a
왔다.
while. His room's on the other side. He's been teaching me about flowers.
So,
꽃에 대해
did you talk to
알려줬다.
him?
Not really.
You ignored each other.
I didn't say that.
딱히 말을 안 했다고?
Fitz and I were up in the moonlight garden most of the
대부분을
afternoon.
달빛
And
정원에
I heard
있었다.
this sound.
소리?
Lasted about 3 seconds. I've been trying to decide how to describe it, but I'm struggling. It was like something
에?
drilling into a piece of metal, but different. Worse. I was pretty sure it was coming from Flora's tower, so we went up there to check. Her door was locked. Nobody was answering. I knew Freya and Flora were both supposed to be in there, so I made Fitz kick down the door. I went inside. Freya was lying on the floor.
Flora was in the room too?
Yeah. I think she realized what had happened at the same moment I did. I didn't know what to do. So I ran downstairs to get Fifi. Her
그래서
door was
피피한테
still
갔다.
locked, but I knocked and shouted at her. Eventually she let me in.
이건 증언이
The lights
똑같네요.
were off, but I could see she'd already been crying. I told her what had happened. She didn't believe me. She got angry. First time I've ever seen her
화를 냈다.
angry.
처음으로.
I dragged her out into the hall. My father was there too, for some reason. The three of us went back up to Flora's tower. Then Felix arrived. He had Penny with him. Fifi had this idea. She wanted to do some kind
과학
of
실험하고
scientific
싶어
test.
했다.
She took me down to the library. We were in there about 15 minutes. After she was done, she went back upstairs and I went back to my
그
room.
피라는 거 찾아낸
That's
그거.
it.
That's it.
사람에 대해서 좀씩 물어볼게요.
Needless noise from tongues expel, unless within the mouth they dwell.
불필요한
A
소리
spoken
쫓아내는
word, unfit for
입
dealing
밖으로 낸 말
with the shifting
부적절하네.
form of
감정의
feeling.
형태를 전달하게.
Stand unblinking in the face
뭔가
of
도움이
taciturn and soundless space.
뭔 말이야?
Foregone drifter, holding fast. Days as shadow seeker past. Is it bravery or surrender? Accepting that your world will render nothing darker than the gloom. Some four walls make round a room.
아니 왜 갑자기 시를 읽는 거야? 무슨 말인지 사실 잘 못 알아듣겠잖아. 이러니까.
Between the lips a silver spoon, a story written all too soon. The chosen dwelling of her heart, unjustly chosen to depart. Lost her liberation lays in the center of a maze.
뭔 말이야?
With surging tide, the waves are thrown, an entity of all its own. But on its surface you may see, reflected in the waters be, the orchestrator, pale and still, pulling strings, enacting will.
사실 무슨 말인지 잘 모르겠어가지고 나도 말을 못하겠네. 이거 해석하느라. 근데 해석도 잘 안 돼.
Hard of head, but free of mind, unimprisoned, unconfined. With starry eyes, she sees beyond, behind our walls, beneath our pond.
연못
A soul
밑으로?
untied, it's hers, it's free. Was then, is now,
뭐?
will ever be.
자유롭다.
Softly does the flower grow, all in time, and time is slow. Rest a seed within the earth, but do not rush its gentle birth. Hour by hour, day by day, tune your heart to nature's way.
에? 이래서 이과 예술을 배워야 된다고요?
That's me.
That's
I'm on a
me.
list of murder suspects.
자기 말할 땐
Always
그렇게
thought
말
that'd
안
be
하네.
kinda cool, but it's just tedious.
Falls a little short, doesn't it?
야, 너 말할 때도 시처럼 읽어. 왜 자기 말할 땐 저잖아요. 이러냐고.
Is that a gardening trowel?
Yeah.
이런 거 다 물어볼 수
I
있었네.
think it belongs to Fitz.
Shit.
Really? Never seen him use it.
This is a photo of Fifi and Freya, right?
Yeah,
How come you're not in it? You're friends with them too, aren't
그러게.
you?
I'm not really one for photographs.
Fifi looks like she really admires Freya.
Fifi's loyalty to Freya is unshakable.
충성도가 확고하다.
Don't look at me. I didn't break it.
Does anybody else use the music room?
Yes. I don't know who, but I can tell when
네?
somebody else has touched the piano.
에? 얘네 또 이상한 말을 하네.
That belongs to Flora, I think.
플로라 거 같다.
Does this belong to you, Poppy?
Now that's not really my style.
그건 딱 봐도 제 스타일이 아니지 않나요?
But who else would own a tape like this?
Literally anybody.
What do you make of the statue?
I know that's the only harp in the whole of Tingletower.
유일한 하프다.
I've never actually seen a real one.
Maybe it's from before your time.
Oh, definitely.
택구할 것
See how
같진 않다
old
이거.
this statue is?
개웃김.
What about the symbols? One of them looks like piano keys.
Yeah, weird. When I first saw it, I thought it looked like Flora was holding a knife with blood on the tip.
You don't think that anymore?
No, it was a stupid thing to say. The room was dark. I was in shock. I'm just an idiot.
But it
갑자기?
was blood on the tip.
그래,
If
진짜
you hadn't said
피었잖아.
anything, maybe Fifi wouldn't have checked.
Exactly. It's stupid.
왜
But we would have
멍청하게라고
missed out
생각하는
on an
거지?
important clue.
Is it a clue? Really? Tell me how it's a clue. Tell me how it helps. Nothing about the knife makes any sense. It's just freaking
칼에
everyone
대한 건
out.
허상이다.
Wish I'd never said anything. Why is the glass cracked down one side?
Natural wear and tear, maybe?
자연스럽게 이러네.
No way. Freya took good care of her stuff. It was my mother's originally.
원래 엄마
So,
거였다고?
why is it up in Flora's room?
She just gets the most use out of
가장
it.
잘 쓴다.
Freya would borrow it too sometimes. What was inside?
Nothing.
Don't you think that's weird? That the letter isn't addressed to anyone or signed by anyone?
Someone's being deliberately secretive.
Or they're trying to manipulate you. There's something I noticed about Freya's knife wound.
자상?
From what we could tell, the blade went in at an exact right
정확히
angle,
수직으로
perpendicular
들어갔다.
to Freya's body. And there's only one small pool of blood. Nothing on Freya's hands or anywhere else. The whole thing is just a little too peaceful.
평화롭다고?
This is
이게 이
mine.
사람 거네요.
Really?
No, well, yes, it was. I gave it to Freya about a
1년
year
전쯤
ago.
프레야에게
What was
줬다.
on it?
Nothing. It was blank. Freya said she wanted to
Ah.
record something.
Any idea how it ended up underwater?
Maybe someone wanted to destroy it.
없애려다
Got really lazy.
귀찮아졌나 보다.
Freya would always load up the palette with all the exact colors she was gonna need.
쓸색을
I think
정확하게
it helped her
팔레트해줬다.
zone out and focus on the actual painting
초코미트님
itself.
어서 오세요.
Like
반가워요.
getting all your sheet music
나가.
lined up before playing a long piece.
Right.
악보를 순서대로.
So the
해야지.
blob of black paint in the middle, that was for painting Flora?
이
Flora's
검은 물건?
dress, yeah.
플로라의
She looks
드레스.
even more black than I do.
검은색을 되게 자주 입는다.
Whose paints are those?
They belong to Felix, I think.
Is that supposed to be Flora?
Possibly.
Oh, how nice. I think
그림?
everybody sees something different.
Did Freya ever tell you what she saw in it?
Not exactly.
그런 말은 해준
She
적이
said something
없다.
about it being from a recurring
네,
nightmare.
꾸는 악몽에 이게 나온다.
Sorry, but if it was from a nightmare,
그러게.
why would you paint it
왜
and
굳이
leave
이걸
it in
침대
front
앞에
of your
둬?
bed?
Maybe she wanted to take control of it. Giving something a physical form can make it easier to deal with. Well, sometimes.
예, 알겠습니다.
So there are two families living in Tingletower?
3 pointers and 5 fellows.
중간에 껴있는 걔네는?
4 fellows.
What's the connection between them?
There isn't one. Not really.
그걸 없어? 그
It
중간에
was all
그
built by the
그래
Remington family.
레밍턴가가 중간에
Flora's a
껴있잖아.
Remington, originally. So was Primrose, my mother. She married into the Pointers, and Flora married into the Fellows.
So the fellows and the pointers own the house now?
Flora owns the house.
플로라의
You don't know
소유다.
who you ask. That means her husband Felix owns it too.
펠릭스가
What about your
소유한다.
father?
His claim over the house kind of fell apart
어머니가
after my
떠난
mother
뒤로
left.
없어졌다.
Where's your mother now?
No idea. Did you find that in Fifi's room?
No. Should we have?
No, it's just looks like
피피
something
방에서
she'd
찾았어야
used,
하지
don't you think?
않느냐?
Is that Fifi's diary? I'm sure I've seen it in her room before.
That's where we found it.
Have you ever read it? Do you know what's written in there?
Nope. I'm sure she wouldn't appreciate me invading her privacy.
사생활을 침범하면
I
싫어할
thought you
것이다.
and Fifi Fifi were close friends.
Yeah, we are. It's just Fifi's gotten kinda
인내심이
impatient
없어진
with
것
me
같다.
recently.
Do you know why?
I'm not sure.
I'm sure she'd tell you if you asked.
Oh, she would. She'd give it to me straight.
직설적으로.
Probably why I've been avoiding it.
다 물어봤죠? 지금까지 있는 건? 뭐가 되게
I wonder
많다.
what's in there.
권태기인가? 둘이 사구는 사이야? 파피의 방 상당히 보라색으로
thank
꾸며놨네.
goodness, there. Wouldn't want it to be dark in here. That.
I thought vampires
This is
slept
a vampire who needs firm support. For
허리
the
아픈
moment.
뱀파이어 이러네.
Just a bunch. Nothing weird
to
about that.
you.
Anything?
Dresses mostly.
옷장에 검정색 드레스가 엄청 많은가 봐.
No, it has 6 legs. Don't say it.
Sextopus.
Oh, thanks.
Sextopus.
Wouldn't want it to be dark in here. There's an,
피아노가 있네.
these sheet music.
It's only a few
악보.
notes.
Yeah, it's been framed though. Must be important for some reason.
미미미 레샵 미미도.
Empty.
It's a metronome.
메트로놈. 오!
Is it a bomb?
It's supposed. Not sure what those symbols are though.
버튼을 써서 메트로놈 다이얼 4개를 모두 돌려 맨 위로 가게 해. 퍼즐이 재밌다 이 게임. 밤에 들으면 좀 무서울 것 같다고? 됐다.
That's done it.
Neat. What happened?
A little hatch unlocked in the
뒤에
back.
달린 작은
Anything
문이
in there?
열렸다.
It's a photograph. Part.
사진의 일부. 이 사진 파피 자신 아니에요?
There's something about that something suspicious.
그래.
Let's ask Poppy about it.
파피
A
거
big
같아.
glass door leads out into a
There's
garden.
a little mechanism by the hand.
여기도 장치가 있네. 사진 좀 찍읍시다. 그니까. 이거를 이쪽에서
I guess we'll come back later.
A big glass door leads out into
There's a little mechanism by.
이렇게 있었나?
something
That
happened.
must be it.
됐다.
And the
I
door's
still feel like we made something. Didn't
문은
we
아직 잠겨 있다.
but the door's still locked.
반대쪽에서 열어줘야 되는 것 같아요. 옛날에는 핑크색 옷 입고 다녔나 본데 파피가?
It's locked.
I thought
we are.
What's that thing by the handle?
이거 아까 찍어둔 사진대로 맞출게요.
It made a noise.
I guess that was right.
자, 이제
Finally.
Whatever's
열렸다.
on the other side.
옥상 정원. 뭐야?
It's another little statue.
작은
Doing a really
동상.
bad job of hiding in
He's
the
playing a lute this time.
He's
뮤트를 켜고
also
있다.
wearing headphones.
그리고 헤드폰을 쓰고
Well,
있는.
they're not part of the statue, and they're not headphones.
응?
They're
귀마개?
earmuffs.
뭐지?
Giant stone frog.
Ah, he's got his tongue out like he's catching snowflakes.
Except those aren't snowflakes.
깃털?
They're feathers.
깃털들이 이렇게 많아?
It's one big
잠자리.
It's a rose bush, growing on a little patch of blue
푸른빛을
soil.
띠는 흙에서
Now,
자라고
apart from
있다.
a couple of loose petals on one side, the whole
The
thing...
roses are bright red, too.
Now, aren't roses normally that color?
Exactly.
왜?
More eggs.
I don't get it.
알
Why eggs?
조각상?
Well, either they have some... I just felt there was just really lazy.
What do you mean?
An egg has got to be the easiest shape to make.
이모는
little
깨끗하네.
Looks really, really deep.
깊어
For some
보인다.
reason. See those metal bars around the edges too?
Oh, yeah.
이성막대?
What are you supposed to...
Nothing anymore. Looks like somebody broke them and then never bothered to fix it.
고치지 않고 놔뒀다.
Be careful.
Yeah, we're on a roof.
더 볼만한 거는 없는 것 같죠?
More
I
eggs.
don't
Well,
get it.
an egg has got to be the...
더 볼만한 건 없는 것 같아요. 이분에게 물어봐야 할 게 있습니다.
I don't know what that
이걸
is.
모르는 척이야.
Weird, considering we found it hidden in your room.
Well, my room is full of junk. There's probably a bunch of stuff hidden in there. I don't mean like... Please stop talking to me.
Does this belong to you, Poppy?
Now that's not really my style.
똑같이 말하네.
I need to confirm something with you, Poppy.
당신 태꾸거리지?
What can you tell us about this cassette tape? Is it yours?
It belongs to Freya. She liked to have music playing while she was painting, you know.
And do you
음악을
know what
틀어놓는 걸
kind of music
좋아했다.
is on this tape?
No idea. Acid jazz?
It's piano music. Sounds an awful lot like
그래.
your music, to be honest.
당신 음악처럼 들린다고요.
Sure it doesn't belong to you?
Why are we even talking about this?
왜긴
Cassette tapes have been redundant for a good few years now.
너넨
The
쓰고
tape was found
있잖아.
at the crime scene. It was in the gramophone.
It's not mine. I never
저한테
own anything
절대
like
이런
that.
게 있을
Why
리
not?
없다고요?
Not my color.
You used to like these colors.
Ridiculous.
We need a clue to compare with the cassette tape. Something that proves Poppy used to like these
그래,
colors.
파피가 예전에 이런 색을 좋아했다는 증거.
Let's take a closer look at this.
분홍색 카세트 테이프. 응? 분홍색 카세트 테이프는 사건 현장에서 발견된 것과 일치한다. 어? 반대 아니냐? 응? 이건가?
The pink cassette tape found at the crime scene matches the pink cassette
색에
plate
되게 민감하네요.
used by Fifi in this old photo. Almost. Maybe just change.
이건가?
The pink cassette tape found at the crime scene matches the pink
사람 이름이
cassette
헷갈려. 사람 이름이.
used by Poppy in this old photo.
That is not me.
그건 왜 네가 아닌데요?
I'll prove it. You look a little different, but Fifi and Freya are pretty recognizable. It's clearly a photo of
그래.
you with your two best friends. Why'd you tear it up? And then hide it?
I think the answer is pretty straightforward.
간단하다고? 하피는 더 이상 그렇게 보이고 싶지 않아.
Poppy doesn't want to look like that anymore.
That's it. Makes this whole thing seem kind of irrelevant.
Maybe. It depends on the reason.
The reason she doesn't want to look like that anymore?
The passage of time is a
시간의 힘이
powerful
크다.
thing.
Hold on. This means that paint cassette tape does belong to you, Poppy.
It used to. I recorded some piano music onto it and gave it to Freya as a gift.
몇 년 전에.
Years ago.
Freya could have easily been listening to this tape at the exact moment she was killed. There's gotta be a connection between the tape, the gramophone, and the murder.
There's one other thing I want to know. How did it get that crack down the middle?
그래,
I
금은 왜
have
간
no
거야?
idea.
왜 이렇게 금간 물건이 많아? 일단 이 사람한테도 물어볼 게 있잖아요. 삽에 대해서 좀 물어보고 싶어요. 아, 이렇게 숨어있어 이 사람은 진짜 아까부터.
This is yours, Fitz?
Yeah,
Do you use it?
I keep all my tools in the greenhouse.
That wasn't what she asked.
저게 대답이 다야? 과거에 나는 내가 아니다. 뭐 그런 건가 봐. 진짜 너무 숨어있어.
This is a good example of how things work. I mix that soil here in the greenhouse. It's made with
온실에서
water from the lake.
혼합해서
And
만든다고.
it makes the fruit grow
이런 물을
shiny
굳이?
and gem-stony.
그래.
Sometimes you never
가끔은
really know what's going to
어떻게
happen.
될지 알 수 없다.
And what do you do with this shiny and edible fruit?
You look at it.
뭐? 그래요?
Wait, those are mine. The earmuffs.
그래?
They went missing about a week ago.
일주일 전쯤 없어졌다.
I use them for gardening sometimes.
왜?
Why? You don't own a chainsaw, do you?
No. I wear them while I'm gardening and it stops people from trying to talk to
사람들이
me.
말 걸지 않는다.
That's genius.
뭐야? 뭐 일단 알겠습니다. 아, 얘한테 악보 하나만 물어보고 위에 안 본 것도 다 봅시다.
Yeah, it's mine.
악보 자기 거. 선율
Can you play
들려주세요.
a tune for us?
Sure. It's literally 8 notes. I have it memorized.
Do you know where those earmuffs came from?
I put them there.
Why?
I found them lying around.
바닥에 있는 걸
I think they
봤다고?
belonged
그래서
to
그냥
Fitz. I put them on the
Oh.
statue so he'd see them. I thought they looked like headphones. Like he's in the recording studio with his guitar. No?
신난데.
If they do belong to Fitz, he hasn't taken them back yet. When did you find them?
This morning.
오늘 아침.
Where?
I don't know, in a
복도?
hallway. Can't remember exactly.
저것만 듣고 뭔지 알아요, 자경님? 저도 잘 모르겠어서 한번 가보겠습니다. 이거랑 음은 다르네. 그럼 별개일 것 같은데 왜 해놓은 거지 저거? 모르겠습니다. 학셔와 얘기해야 돼? 알겠습니다. 일단 하라는 거 먼저 하고.
Conveniently left anonymous.
교묘하게도
It's
익명으로
useless until you can
두었더라.
prove to whom it concerns. Can you do that?
No.
뭐?
No.
얘랑 얘기해야 된다고?
Who's that?
Not sure. It doesn't really look like anyone we've met so far.
Strange.
그 방에 있던 악보 음이랑 같아요. 그거 쳐달라고 한 거예요.
You got it open. I'm impressed. I managed it myself yesterday. I thought Flora might be hiding something in there.
It was empty yesterday too.
It was.
어제도
Perhaps
비어
it's always been
있었다.
empty. Quite the stoic statue,
뭐?
isn't she?
스와파
Can only dream of being as cold and indifferent as Flora Fellow.
You think she's hiding something?
Perhaps. She has some strange habits.
이상한
I
습관이
heard she
있다.
barely sleeps. An hour here or there.
한
sporadically.
시간씩만
Spends the
드문드문
rest of her time staring up at the sky.
하늘을 쳐다보며 지낸다.
Did you get anything useful out of him?
Not sure. What about you?
Nothing worth committing to paper.
I think he knows more than he lets on.
Probably. But talking with him is so tedious.
모르겠어요. 뭐 어쩌고
Considerably intelligent.
상당히
The powers of
해박합니다.
observation are
관찰력이
enviable.
부러울 정도다.
But she has no ambition.
야망이
No
없다.
focus.
집중하는
In her
것이 없다.
defense, she's still a teenager.
그래 19이라며.
Barely. 314
신났네.
cases solved.
300?
And 14. Freya Fellow is of great interest to me.
굉장히
I
흥미로운
perceived
사람.
her to be the most intelligent individual here at tangl타워.
가장
Within a
총명한
day,
사람.
she had identified for whom I was working.
누구를 위해
and for
일하고
what
무엇을
I was
찾고
searching.
있는지
I didn't know how
파악했다.
she did it. I was impressed. I regret that I did not question her more thoroughly when I had the opportunity.
You couldn't have known she was about to be killed, though.
I have only myself to blame for failing to perceive
조짐을
the
일찍
signs.
깨닫지 못한 자신의 원망.
I do not wish to do your job for you, detective. I'll say this. He's well suited to physical
육체
labor.
노동의 전.
That's a nice way to put it.
Fitz spends most of his time alone in the greenhouse. But I heard he's been breeding experimental flowers in secret.
영어 공부 중이라고?
Scandal.
I just wonder if he's getting
그래.
restless.
쉬긴 쉬냐? 하피에 대해서도
Poppy has
물어봅시다.
remarkable musical
음악적
talent.
재능을
She
지녔다.
could be famous, wealthy even, if she wanted.
노래가
Well, she'd
좋다 이
probably have to
뜻이겠죠?
leave 탱글타워 first.
그래.
Quite.
이 얽히고 설킨 탑을 떠나야 하지 않을까?
You truly consider this a case file?
What's wrong with it?
그래 이게 왜?
No organization, no system.
That's my style.
그렇다고
I like
합니다.
seeing everything laid out at once. Yeah, it helps me think.
How quaint.
Quaint.
Where'd you dig that up?
It wasn't buried. It was underwater.
Someone trying to conceal evidence?
증거가 될 수 있어 이게?
A somewhat cumbersome device, and an altogether inefficient way to listen to music.
What kind of music do you like, Hawkshaw?
I like anything.
자기에 대해 물어보는 사람이 별로 없나 봐.
Tangle
Tower.
No idea why they insist on calling it that. It's not even a tower.
왜?
It's little more than a pair of turrets stuck
탑
on
두
either
개가
side of
저택에
the
이어져
mansion.
마주보고 있네.
Searched the whole place?
I believe so. Why?
He wants to know if you found any secret rooms.
I'm afraid the residents of Tangle Tower are far
비밀의
too
방을
ordinary
만들기엔
for
너무
anything
평범한
like that.
사람들이다.
I was disappointed too.
그치만 있을 수도 있잖아.
Have you deciphered the meaning of those 4 symbols on the harp?
We're working on it.
That's a no then.
자기도 모르면서.
Makes quite an impression, doesn't it? Although I can't imagine why she painted Flora wielding a knife.
You didn't see a knife anywhere in Flora's room, did you?
I did not.
칼.
I conclude whatever stabbed Freya must have been brought into the
밖에서
room from
방으로 들여온
outside.
것이다.
Unless, of course.
그림 자체다는 대체
Surely
무슨
you don't
그거야?
believe in that kind of thing.
A detective's job is to examine every avenue of thinking.
예. 화장실 좀 갔다 올게요. 부금 진짜 좋다. 다녀왔습니다. 뭘 또 물어볼까?
A diary.
비밀
Have you
일기장.
read it?
Not yet. It's locked.
And you haven't attempted to force it open?
That would be cheating.
강제로 열어보긴 좀 그렇지 않나?
Paints?
Yep.
Paints.
뭐야?
I believe that was in Flora's room yesterday.
플로라의
But it was
방에서 어제
not
봤는데
cracked when
그땐
I saw
금이가
it
있지
last.
않았다?
The paint is still wet.
Yeah, well, we know Freya was in the middle of painting when she was killed.
Do you know that? How? Because you were told? I'd tell him not to quit his day job. But he hasn't got one, has he?
본업이 없는 사람이죠,
These
이래버리네.
figurines remind me of a case I once saw
저주받은
involving a
인형
possessed
이러네.
doll. Turned out to be a bit of a smokescreen, as these things often do.
Your life sounds fun. Grimoire, why don't we ever have fun adventures like that?
Are we not having a fun adventure right at this very moment?
I admit,
그림을
it's
찍은
powerful.
사진.
Freya was a
인상적이다.
talented young woman.
Someone even liked it enough to take a photo of it.
Now, we don't know why they took the
그래,
photograph.
사진을
do we?
왜 찍었는지
Perhaps
모르지.
they just wanted it for reference.
Reference?
A photograph of Freya could be important. A book from the library, one of
새
hundreds,
도감?
no doubt.
수백
What
권
makes
중
this
하나다.
one special?
It's about birds.
Yes, I see that.
This
작은
belongs
렌즈.
to you, Hawkshaw?
Correct.
오, 얘 거야?
And, what is it?
It's my handheld microscope
휴대용 현미경?
for up-close investigation work.
What do you
자세히
magnify with
들어보는 조사용.
Trace particles, dust, oils, clothing fibers.
Have you used it here at Tangle Tower?
I have. I used it to
이틀
examine the
전에?
greenhouse only 2 days ago.
What were you looking for?
That is between myself and my client. The people here are surprisingly materialistic, considering how sheltered they are.
물질주의자?
Materialistic?
Growing this fruit simply because it produces a gemstone-like material. For what possible purpose, other than financial gain?
You're speculating.
금전전
What would
이득이
you
안 날
do,
수도 있잖아.
Grimoire, if you could grow valuable stone straight from the earth? This is a potential murder
잠재적
weapon,
살인무기
is
이러네.
it not?
I don't know. I don't think the murderer would leave the murder weapon just lying around.
I think you'd be surprised as to what people leave lying around. Some breed of amphibious humanoid, potentially bipedal, although none of the statues show the creature's feet.
I guess we'll never know.
Is that a clue?
Dunno. It was important enough to be framed, though.
I framed my law degree, doesn't make it a clue.
법학하기를 액차로 맞췄지만
Same? Yeah?
One of 3 statues depicting the same creature. This one is wearing headphones. Perhaps they belong to someone who likes music.
They're not headphones. They're earmuffs. For blocking out sound.
earmuffs.
Perhaps they belong to someone who doesn't like music.
아는 게 아무것도 없어.
Do you also have a pile of leaves as a clue?
Oh, not yet. Did you see some
뭐야 얘도 이상해. 물어볼 게 없어요. 일단 탑을 좀 더 다녀야 할 것 같은 그런 기분입니다. 여기를 한번 가보도록 할게요. 3장. 새가
They're
진짜
bird cute.
많아.
The birds are coming and going freely.
그러게 그냥
Is that a
들락날락하네.
metaphor?
Oh, it totally is. Check
Nappy?
out that
Looks evil.
wow.
악마?
Judgmental. I
거울.
don't like mirrors. They steal your soul.
거울이 영혼을
How
훔쳐간다고?
do you get your hair so symmetrical without using a mirror?
I do it by weight. I can
무게?
feel if one side is heavier than the other.
My little writing desk. It's kind of...
There's nothing written in the book, although someone's torn a page out of the
하지만
middle.
중앙에 페이지가 찢겨나갔다. 누가 찢을 저렇게 쓰냐?
And especially fancy cage.
특히나 화려한
And
새장.
it's home to 3 especially fancy birds.
특히나 화려한 새들의 새장. 여기 뭐야?
Those little
I think they're there for draining
빗물이
rainwater.
빠져나가는 곳? 자, 뭐 볼 건 다 본 것 같아서 말 걸겠습니다. 손이 왜 이래?
What is it?
Huh?
Sort of a delicate jade, but with a little seafoam green, is that right?
Sorry?
Your hair, dear! Which shade do you use? It's lovely! In that shape, you're really pushing the envelope.
머리가 마음에 들었나 봐.
Oh,
셀리의
thanks.
머리가.
I do what I can to offset
밋밋한
Grimoire's beige
그리모
on
이러네.
brown ensemble.
detectives don't need to be brightly colored. We prefer to blend into the background.
Oh, you're the detective? Delightful.
상당히 신나 있는
Penny Pointer.
사람이네.
Pleasure.
페니
Is that
포인터.
short for Penelope?
Officially, yes, but I never can be bothered with all 4 syllables of it. Penelope sounds a little ostentatious coming out of the mouth, don't you think?
페넬로피.
Sure. Yeah.
뭐 예.
20-something, Aquarius,
어,
love,
예.
travel, and
말이
nearly all
말이 많아.
friends others.
그래.
Travel? Where to?
Anywhere at all, as long as it has
새를
species
연구하나
worth
보네.
studying. Ornithology, they call it. I
조류학자.
call it the only thing I've ever been good at.
And have you studied the birds here at Tangle Tower?
But of course! Where else do you think I developed my love of the field? No matter where I go, I always
항상
find myself
돌아오게
coming home
된다.
to Tangle Tower.
Because of the birds.
Oh, no, because of him! Silly to admit, but I suppose I can't bear for us to be apart.
누구랑?
Who are you talking about?
Oh, don't you know? My fiancé, dear Fitz. He's
Fitz.
not really the traveling type, you see.
Fitz fellow.
Fitz.
The very
fellow.
one.
You're engaged to a member of the Fellow family? That's interesting.
어?
I'm not especially interested in whatever
지겨운
feuding
불화?
goes on between our 2 families. Fitz and I find it much easier to stay out of it altogether.
피츠가 이 사람이잖아요. 펜인 이 사람이고. 그럼 여기 장식된 모종사
Did Fitz show you
네,
that?
Not exactly.
PEP랑 FF가 이 사람들인가?
Ah, right.
딱히 말을 해주진 않네요. 약혼을 했다고 했지. 둘이 정말 사랑하는 사이다 뭐 이런 얘기를 하진 않았잖아. 확실한 거지?
Isn't he strapping?
He is big.
And so brooding.
Kinda sulky, yeah.
I can never tell what's going on in that beautiful
알
head of
수가
his.
없는 머릿속.
It just sounds like you don't know him very well.
그니까
I don't remember asking for your input.
일단 어제 뭐
I woke
하셨나요?
early and headed down into the greenhouse to see Fitz. He's always there. Crack of dawn, every morning like clockwork.
How come?
It's where he's happiest. That he has a great deal of work to do every day, watering, pruning, mulching, whatever that is.
Do you help him with the work in the greenhouse?
그러게 도와주진 않아?
No. I wouldn't dream of it.
부러뜨린다.
Something.
So, you stayed with Fitz the
부러뜨린다?
whole day?
No. In the early afternoon, he went back inside. Rather suddenly, as it
오후 일찍 안으로
Did he
돌아갔다.
say
꽤
why?
급하게.
He didn't. Probably just a touch of heat stroke, the poor dear. He's more delicate than you'd think.
What did you do after that?
Let's see. I returned to the aviary to feed my birds.
And
뭐
how
일을
many birds are
줬다?
you responsible for?
Officially 4.
뭐?
But in truth, it's more like 400.
Can they
뭐야?
not feed themselves?
Of course.
뭐?
And they often do. But I think they just like the company. As do I.
뭐 진술 들어봅시다.
Sometime in the evening, I left the aviary and headed back towards my room. But in the hall, I spotted Uncle Pointer heading down the stairs. He was muttering something. Seemed a bit upset, the poor dear.
좀
I
짜증난 것
followed him
같아 보였다.
down, but the grand hall was empty by the time I got there.
그랜드홀이
Empty
비어
aside
있다.
from Detective Hawkshaw, who was
Hawkshaw?
loitering over by the library. I don't know what it was, but she looked a little lost. I inquired about the professor, and she told me he'd gone up the Fellow Tower.
Fellow
I
타워로.
ran up the stairs, hoping to catch up with him, but Felix appeared and blocked my
어,
path. For
펠릭스가
some
길을
reason, he
막았다.
was coming out of Fitz's bedroom. It looked rather lost, too. I Told him I was looking for Uncle. He suggested we
삼촌을
look up
찾고
in
있다고 했더니
Flora's tower.
플로라의 답을
We
찾아보자고
could see from the
하더군요.
hallway. The door was off its hinges. I knew then something was terribly wrong. A moment later, we were gazing down
프레야의
on the body of poor
시체를
Freya.
내려다보고 있었다.
Uncle Pointer was there,
포인터가
Fitz too.
거기 있었다.
standing
피츠
over in the corner with Fifi.
그리고
and Poppy.
피피 앤
What about
파피도
Flora?
거기 있었고
Of
플로라
course, silent as ever.
조용하게
Uncle suggested we should leave.
자리를 지켰다.
Give the others some space, you know. So he and I both returned to our rooms in Pointer Tower.
그러니까요. 지붕머리 아저씨 한 번씩 다 봤네요.
A fellow bird enthusiast.
아,
She's
그래?
quite the expert, truth be told.
플로라는 다
Studied
좋아하네.
professionally at one point. I think her father taught her.
Are you friends with Flora?
A little bit.
A little bit friends.
She's one for the peace and quiet. I dare say I'm a little too loud for her.
I can see that.
I do admire her, though, really. Always felt like she could have done better than settle for
펠릭스와의
Felix.
결혼보단 더 좋은 선택. 그래,
I
걔랑 결혼하는 건
said
좀
it.
그렇잖아. 이 사람 좀
I
별로라고.
must say, I really don't care for the den of self-delusion that he's retreated into. People are
동굴.
better off when they just let themselves be themselves. Between you and me, I think Felix is secretly rather miserable.
속으로 아주 절망스러워하고 있다.
She mostly ignores me, if I'm honest.
왜?
How come?
Well, we're not quite on the same intellectual level.
지적 수준이 다르다.
I mean, well, you don't need to.
Oh no, it's quite all right. I'm comfortable with it.
거기에 익숙해도 되는 거야?
She's a most
최악으로
unsavory
에?
little.
되게 싫어하네.
She was incredibly rude about my appearance.
Which
왜?
part? The giant bird arms or...
If I were her, I'd go easy on the judgment of others. I mean, look at her. She looks like the ghost of a scarecrow.
자기도 딱히 관대하진
I
않은데.
just wish Uncle Pointer would tell her to behave
포인터 삼촌이
herself.
똑바로 하라고
That's a
말했으면
pointer?
좋겠다.
Why him?
Oh, it was Uncle that called her in. She's his
여기서 나오네.
responsibility.
포인터 삼촌이
Did you
불렀다고.
not know that?
뭐야?
She'd sit in the aviary, first thing in the morning, and paint the birds. Sometimes she'd ask me their names.
새들의
Freya
이름을
was
불렀다.
interested in studying bird species too?
No, just wanted to know their names. Isabelle, Clementine, Myrtle, Lysandre, Genevieve.
Got it, thanks.
For my 21st birthday, she gave me a framed painting. All the birds from a single spring,
와,
with their names written underneath.
되게
I can't
섬세하고
begin
착한
to tell you how
사람이네.
much I've treasured it.
Sounds like you two were close.
I feel like I always struggled to articulate my admiration for her. But she had a way of understanding
말하지 않아도
unspoken
안다.
things. Oh, did you talk to Poppy already?
Yeah, a little bit.
And did you make any notes of what she told you?
Yeah, I did.
Lovely. Burn them.
뭐?
It'll all be lies.
뭐?
Why would Poppy lie to us?
Because that's what she does.
거짓말을 한다고?
She's a snake.
뭐야, 왜 이렇게 싫어해?
Looks like one too.
Don't you think you're being a little unfair, Penny?
She started it.
뭘? 뭔데 이렇게 사이가 안 좋아?
Oh, she's beautiful.
난리다.
Who is she? Wait. Is that me?
아유, 말을 말자.
There used to be
깃털.
all kinds of birds here at Tangle Tower. The most fascinating breeds, all totally unique.
Used to be? There
그니까.
are birds all over the place.
Most of them are rather ordinary, I'm afraid.
What
평범하다.
happened to the non-ordinary ones?
그래, 평범하지 않은 애들은
That
어떻게 됐는데?
is a very good question.
뭐야?
Ooh, delightful. More of a gemstone than a fruit, isn't it?
Inedible, too, I think.
Yes. At one point, I thought Fitz might be growing them to sell them.
파는 게
Honestly,
아니야?
I think he just likes the way they look.
그냥 보는 걸 좋아한다고?
I can't decide what's worse. How she looks here, or how she looks now.
Do you know who this is? In the photo?
Oh, Absolutely no idea.
뭐야? 왜 모른 척해? 이미 다 알아내는 건디. 에휴.
Gaudy old thing, isn't it? Flora seems very fond of it. I've never
플로라가
understood why.
굉장히 아끼는
But then I could
물건.
say the same thing about her husband.
Heyo.
저기요. 말을 저렇게 하네. 그러게 비싸게 팔 수 있는데 팔지 않네요.
Haven't seen this one in a while. He lives in the music room, doesn't he?
Currently.
Looks a little simple for Poppy, doesn't it?
파피의
Thought she was a
악보치곤
grade 12 or something.
단순하지 않느냐.
I didn't know there were that many grades.
I'm sure they invented some new ones just for her. Lovely. I must say the girls are awfully well behaved
끝내주게
today. I
얌전하다.
think they know we're in the presence of company.
They belong to you. Why do you keep them in a cage?
They need a special diet, particular treatment.
특별한
I
식단과
let them out to fly
특별한
occasionally, of
관리가
course.
필요하다.
But they're all one of a kind. I couldn't let anything happen to them.
Do they have names?
Of course. Let me introduce you to Tabitha, Tamara, and Tatiana.
이름이 다 비슷비슷하다.
I've already forgotten all three of those names.
Which one is which?
Oh, that's simple. Tatiana is the oldest,
네?
Tabitha is the most patient, and Tamara has the best sense of rhythm.
그래.
Glad we cleared that up.
What about the one on your head?
On my head?
자기 머리 위에
It's just my
뭐가
hat.
있었는지. 에?
It doesn't have a name. Who would name their hat? Goodness me. Poppy really doesn't take care of her belongings, does she?
It wasn't in Poppy's room. It was in the little pond in the garden.
Exactly! Hardly the place for it.
되게 싫어하네 진짜.
Sure, I've read about this creature somewhere. Don't remember anything about him playing the harp, though. Hello. Who penned this juicy little number?
We don't know. It's not signed.
An anonymous letter? Classic clue.
신나하네 자기가 더.
I doubt Freya intended it, but the overall effect is a little unsettling. Don't you think?
네?
It's Flora that's the problem. She's an inescapably haunting presence, bless her.
벗어날 수 없는 유령 같은 존재다.
Freya doesn't take very good care of her paints, does she? But then she was always rather bohemian. Had her
이
own
사람은
priorities.
프레야에 대해 잘 모르나 봐요.
Poppy's gramophone. She's had it for a long time. As a young child, she'd call it her mama phone, on account of it belonging to her mother.
That's cute.
Oh yes, adorable. You know, it's probably quite impressive. To a visitor, fresh eyes and all that.
Not to you.
Try living in it for 20 years.
20년 동안 살아보라고?
The sheen wears off. If it wasn't for my fits, I'd have little reason to stay.
What about inheritance? You're the next oldest pointer after your uncle, aren't you?
Well, thank you very much for phrasing it like that. But no, any money left in the Pointer family will pass down
직속.
directly to Poppy.
Is that fair?
I couldn't care less, to be perfectly honest. Finally! I get to see a detective's case file.
That's a very specific thing to be excited about.
Well, only last week I asked that miserable Hawkshaw woman if I could see her case notes.
I'm guessing she said no.
그녀의
Much more polite
사건
if she had just
수첩?
said no.
아
Instead,
그냥
she was quite rude to me. Accused me of being
그냥 자기 거 보여달라고 한 거지? 허크쇼 거 보여달라고 했더니
shallow
어쩌고 한 거지?
sensationalist. Oh,
국가
that's rather
팔레트.
sad. A bit vain to carve wooden figurines of oneself, isn't it? If I'm not mistaken, that little red and white one is supposed to be a bird of some
어떤
kind.
새처럼 보이기를 의도했던 것 같다.
I know a lot of people rather like this painting, but it's a little much for me. I
무리다.
find it overbearing.
고압적이다.
And for some reason, it makes me feel bad for
프레야가
Freya. I think she was more
안타까워진다.
troubled than we knew. Freya was very talented, even at that age.
Do you know how old this photo is?
Not sure. Must be a couple of years
몇
at
년은
least.
됐을 것이다.
Sometime before Fiona settled on her current
피오나가
style.
스타일을 바꾸기 전. 피오나? 피오나?
Somebody taking an interest in extinct animals. Extinct?
멸종?
Oh, yes. The book is very old. Most of the birds in it are long gone.
여기 있는
Well, what
새들
about this bird,
대부분
though? The
없어졌다.
ink dip.
This one was thought to be extinct for a long time. Then one was found here at 탱글타워.
So it's not extinct.
You misunderstand. It was the last one.
응?
The
죽었다는
very
거야?
last.
Oh.
얘한테 물어봐서 얻고 있는 게 있는 거야?
Secret diary.
That's our guess too.
Excellent.
얘한테 물어봐서 얻고 있는 게 뭐가 있는지 모르겠어 잘.
Know what that is?
다 물어봤는데 약간 세도감 이거 말고는 얻은 게 없는 것 같아.
Terrible.
뭐?
You recognize it?
The color scheme.
뭐야?
3 different pinks. Obscene.
We can get into Penny's room.
Now, like, right.
페니 방 지금 가보자. 그러니까 페니는 별로 돈이 안 돼.
It's a
Are
birdhouse.
those real?
새집. 오.
Nope.
They're
나무
using up all
조각.
the perches. What if a real bird wanted to use it?
색깔 그거 같은데 색깔놀이 같다. 이건가?
Got it.
뭐야?
I'm impressed.
이렇게 빨리?
The door
Easy.
open? What's it?
뭐가 있나요? Now I get her. 이제 내가 그녀를 갖겠어. 이제 내가 그를 갖겠어. 주위에 빨간 꽃잎. 이제 내가 그를 갖겠다. 뭐 어떻게 한 거냐고요?
We already solved it.
아, 안 보여주네. 아, 이거 그 새들끼리 교배하면 나오는 색깔 표시한 거예요. 아까 그 초록색이랑 흰색이랑 이렇게 하면은 연두색 애가 나오고 뭐 그런 식.
A little teasing.
One of the cups has
What's
tea.
in the other one?
Birdseed.
That bed. It's like...
Does it feel warm?
No, you're right.
It's not coming from the bed.
벽에서
It's coming from
열이
the wall.
나온다고?
That bed.
Does it
No.
It's not coming from the bed.
아니야, 아니야,
That's
아니야.
There's something weird about
어?
it. It just feels out of place.
있어야 할 자리 있는 것 같지가 않다. 특이한 모양을 한 밝은 색의 꽃. 매우 건강하며 잘 돌본 것으로 보이는데 화분의 토양은 신선하고 촉촉해 보인다. 게다가 색이 비정상적으로 푸르다.
Looks like rude. Traveling
Empty.
case.
All of them.
This is the...
Two.
What does
I
that...
don't know.
Ever get
The mannequins don't have
That's not...
얘 진짜 친구가 세 밖에 없나 봐. 이거 뭔 말인지 하나만 물어보고 윗집 갑시다. 야, 이거 뭐야?
That's rather strange now, isn't it?
We found it in your room.
Just lying around, was it?
아니,
You'd hidden it, but we found it.
We do that.
Who's the her in the message? And what's the deal with the
그래,
petals?
뭔 말이야?
It's really none of your business.
알바 없지네요, 이러네. 얘기를 안 해줘 얘는.
Yes, it's my my flower.
그래?
You don't like it?
I'm no good at caring for plants. I forget to water them. Birds are much easier. They're a lot more vocal when they get thirsty.
Do you at least like the look of the flower?
The look?
The look?
The colors? The shape of it?
별로
Between
좋아하지
you and me,
않나 봐.
I think it's a little vulgar.
근데 사람은 좋아한단 말이야? 아니 저급한 거 같은데 그런 걸 키우는 이 피츠는 좋아한다고? 모르겠다. 일단 여기 삼촌 집이나 가봅시다. 삼촌 방. 천문탑.
You know, I've
A
태양계
mechanical
기계.
solar system? What would you do with it?
그러게.
I would look at it.
자세히 볼까요?
Wait a minute, in the middle. Sun on the
지구가
outside.
중앙에 태양이 밖에 있다.
How old is this thing? Nothing.
So there are two ways to move the shadows.
그림자로 움직이는 방법이
Rotate
두 개
the
있다.
planets and rotate the sun and moon.
엉덩이를 실룩이. 태양과 달을 회전하거나 행성을 회전. 이야. 와, 이걸 여기가 안에가 쏙 들어가게 하려면 오, 쉣. 와우. 위치가 쉣, 세상에서 제일 어려워. 뭐야? 아니 얘네가 위치가 너무 겹치는데. 이건가? 혹시 나 주자경 천재?
Yeah.
I'm impressed. Did you hear that? Something.
There's a little hatch underneath. What's in there?
쪽문?
A bunch of paper. Looks like somebody's research.
연구물? 뭐야 이거? 황금 딱정벌레. 하하하하. 아 약간 이거 불닭인 줄 알았단다. 사실은 천재? 아 재밌다. 황금 딱정벌레. 수년에 이른다. 쉬거리는 큰 소음을 내어 그냥 천재? 나 천재? 포식자를 쫓아내고 잡아먹힌 경우 완전히 소화하지 못하게 한다. 이 미스티드에 얽힌 미신이 있는데 발견한 사람에게 불행을 초래하는 다소 비논리적인 평판을 가지고 있다.
It's too cloudy to see any stars right now.
구름이 너무 많아서 별을 보기
It's
힘들
also
것 같다.
daytime.
그리고 대낮에. 그래 맞는 말이지.
A spyglass to the stars. Volumes 1 to 12.
They're in very good condition.
It's tidier than the notebook is untouched. It's completely
공책은
blank.
쓰는 적이 없고 완전히
So,
깨끗하다.
even the most well-used notebooks start off blank. It's also daytime.
Trinkets.
They're clearly gizmos. Pretty.
Let's at least introduce ourselves.
Always a good roll.
그래.
Shh, listen. Do you hear them?
이게 머리가 머리지? 머리인가 책인가 잠깐 헷갈렸네.
So quiet and yet so loud.
What are they whispering about?
그러게요.
Are they spreading rumors about us?
I
궁덩이.
shouldn't think they concern themselves with such insignificance. We are but specks of dust, you and I.
Could this speck of dust start by telling me his name?
먼지
You find
입자께서.
yourself standing in the astronomy tower of one Professor Percival
Possible?
Pointer.
Seems like this town
Possible?
belongs to the Pointers, and the other one belongs to the
이 탐은
Fellows.
포인터가
Well
소예요.
observed, my dear.
반대쪽은 fellow
Tangle
가서요.
Tower is something of a duality, as it happens.
이중성.
Meaningless boundaries, really. They exist only in our minds.
우리
Helpful.
머릿속에만 존재한다.
Me? Not much to say.
뭐 아까까지 뭐
Strictly
천문학자가 어쩌고
speaking,
이랬잖아.
I'm the current head of the Pointer family. And of course, father to my precious Poppy.
피의 아빠.
And a professional astronomer?
Oh no, that's just a little hobby.
Yeah.
I mean, yes, I've studied the stars for
뭐야?
over 35 years, published 17
뭐야?
books.
겸손 떠는 척하네.
Just a little hobby.
Sounds like you're quite well known. You must bring in a good amount of money.
Oh dear me, no. My field of research has
수입을
never
얻은
yielded
적이
any
없다.
kind of stable financial
연구
return.
분야에서는
Nor would I expect it to. I am nothing but a humble interpreter for the cosmos,
얘네는
working to translate
다
its message
돈을
so
안
that I
벌어?
may share it with the world.
Cool. Tell the Cosmos I say hi.
돈을 안 벌어? 돈 버는 사람이 없어. 다 백수야. 다 뭐 재능은 있고 막 기프트는 있고 그런데 돈을 안 벌어.
The day began as any other, with blissful, unremarkable routine. I took my usual morning walk around the gardens. Fresh air does
아침
wonders for
산책을
the
정원
mind.
근처에서
Did you
하고.
see anyone else?
Penelope and Fitz were in the greenhouse
Penelope and
together.
Fitz.
I didn't bother them, of course. I sat for a while besides the pond in the garden. It's a favorite spot of mine. Eventually, I returned to my tower and buried myself in my studies for the afternoon.
Did you use your telescope yesterday?
Once the stars began to appear, naturally.
For how long?
I can't say. I've been known to lose hours at my telescope.
Did you see anything?
No actual discoveries, if that's what you mean.
So you were all alone up in the astronomy
쭉 혼자
tower.
있었다.
Must have been a while before you found out what had happened to Freya.
Quite. Normally, I would be the last to find out about such a thing. But a
마지막일
curious tug of
것이다.
fate led me towards the fellow tower later that evening.
갑자기 탑으로 이끌었다고?
I was at my telescope for the majority of the evening.
But at one point, I returned to my desk to look something up in a reference book. I
참고문어.
couldn't find the book I wanted, so I figured Fiona must have borrowed it. I
피오나.
left my tower and headed down towards the Grand Hall. I spotted Detective Hawkshaw coming out of the library. She looked impatient and slightly frustrated.
조급하고 약간 좌절한 것
Same as
같아
ever
보였다.
Quite. I passed her by and went upstairs to Fiona's room. The door was locked, but I could hear shouting coming from inside. I recognized Fiona's voice as well
피오나랑
as the voice of
퍼피랑
my own
고성을
daughter.
지르고 싸우고
I
있었다고?
had no desire to invade their privacy by eavesdropping, so I waited for them to finish and come out into the hall. Before I could ask about the book, Poppy grabbed my hand and took me upstairs along with Fiona. It was apparent that both of them had already
울고
been
있다,
crying
둘 다.
about something. We went up to Flora's tower. Freya was laying on her back, right in the middle of the room. Flora and Fitz were already there. They both looked stoic as ever. Felix and Penny arrived shortly after we did, and then Fiona went downstairs with Poppy for some reason. I quickly decided that I should leave also. I took Penelope with me, and we both went back to our rooms in Pointer Tower.
Why did you leave so quickly? Wasn't there anything you could have done to help?
Don't take this the wrong way, but the whole ordeal is fellow family business. I'm quite sure they don't need me
그래요?
getting in the way at a time like that.
정말? 그렇게 별개 가문이 아니라 약간 지금 이제 약혼했고 겹사돈 될 수도 있는 그런 위치에 있으면서도? 그런 말이 나온다고?
A listless soul drifting through the ether.
무기력한 영혼.
What's
다
wrong with
이런
her?
식으로
Not
표현하네.
sure. She's always been troubled. Comes from a dysfunctional family. I'd say you could ask her about it, but I think you might find that to be a
막힌
bit
길에
of a
들어선
dead end.
기분일 것이다.
He should learn to make the most of his lot in life. And he does have a lot in life.
You're
뭐야?
talking about money?
Among other things, but yes, he currently has agency over a
얼마간의
small
재산에 대해
fortune.
소유권.
That is, if he hasn't already squandered it or lost it.
You two don't get on?
Oh no, we're the best of
절친이라고?
friends.
뭐 예.
Ah, yes, the heiress of 탱글타워.
탱글타워의
Goodness knows
상속인.
what'll happen when she takes charge. I dare say she'll confiscate my telescope and replace it with a microscope.
She doesn't seem to be the type to impress her will on others.
Still, keep an eye on her.
주시하라고?
Dangerously intelligent, that one.
You sound jealous.
그래
Wait,
그냥
are you two science
질투하는 것 같다.
rivals?
Oh no, we operate on very different wavelengths. Literally. Hard to read, that one, but she seems to know what she's doing.
자신의 일에 대해서는 잘 아는 것
You know,
같다.
I simply assumed all detectives were sharp, rigorous, and thorough. Then, of course, I met you.
별로 철두철미하지 못하던 얘기를 이렇게 돌려서 하네.
Nobody could deny her talent. She was remarkable, artistically gifted, but also highly intelligent.
Those two things aren't mutually exclusive, you know.
Was she ever interested in astronomy?
I don't think she was. The fault may well lie with me for failing to inspire her. But I think
영감을?
she was captivated by more tangible things
실제적인
here on
것에
Earth.
관심을
My
가졌던 것
daughter
같다.
loved her. Fiona, too. That said, in
Fiona.
the last year or so, more and more I've begun to
1년
notice her
동안?
by herself,
혼자 있는
wandering the
모습이
gardens at the most peculiar hours. She must have explored every inch of the grounds 100 times over. Quite a restless spirit, I think. I'm
않은데.
surprised she chose to live at 탱글타워 as long as she did. What do you want me to say? He's the gardener.
뭐야?
He's a member of the family.
그니까.
Yeah, but not the Pointer family.
What happened to his parents, do you know?
His father, Flint, is Felix's brother. Strange man. Don't think anybody knows what happened to him, but he certainly doesn't live here anymore.
그냥 뭐
What about
여기
his
살진
mother?
않는다.
Emily? I've not met her. She never actually married into the
어?
fellow
결혼을 한
family.
게 아니야?
Her relationship with Flint was, it was short-lived. I don't especially want to talk about myself. Introspection often leads to vanity.
Wait, does it?
Why don't we discuss the moons of Jupiter instead?
I'm not sure if we have time. Aren't there like 10 of them?
83.
Yeah, we don't have time.
별개 가문이라고 아예 선을 긋는 것 같아요. 근데 지금 둘이 뭐야?
Ah, Penelope, our resident ornithologist.
Penny's your niece, is that right?
At this moment in time, until she
지금은
marries the
그렇죠.
gardener.
She'll still be your niece.
정원서 결혼하기
But she'll
전까지.
depart from the world of the pointers and join
어차피
the
옆으로 갈 거 아니야.
fellows. Like rats deserting a sinking ship.
가라앉는 배를 떠나는 쥐? 포인터 가문의 뭐 상태가 좀 어렵나? 상황이 좀 어려워?
My Poppy, my pride and joy. Exceptionally talented pianist from a young age. She... Hold on. Why is she on your list of suspects?
Because she's a suspect.
Oh, no. I can personally vouch for her innocence. She'd never... Well, the truth is, she loved Freya very
프레야를 아주
dearly.
깊이 사랑한다.
If you don't mind me asking, what happened to Poppy's mother?
Primrose? She was Flora's sister, a Remington by birth. The playing
플로라의
field has
여동생.
never really been even since she left.
Where did she go?
달라졌다.
Away. She went away.
That's all the statements.
Let's go over them all.
하.
That's all the statements collected. Let's run through them all to see if anything doesn't
Okay.
add up.
To see if anyone's been lying.
죽었을지도.
Fitz and I were up in the Moonlight Garden most of the afternoon. Then I
달빛
heard
정원의
this
오후.
sound. Lasted about 3 seconds.
We thought it was coming from Flora's tower, so we went up there.
Her door was locked. Nobody was answering. So I made Fitz kick down the door.
Poppy and I went in. Freya was right there, laying on her back.
바닥에
I
등을
left my
대고.
tower and headed down towards the Grand Hall.
But in the hall, I spotted Uncle Pointer heading
내려가는 걸
down the
봤고.
stairs. I vacated the library, but before I could
나왔고.
begin my ascent, Professor Pointer
위로
appeared.
I
올라가려는
didn't
포인터
know
교수를
what to
봤고.
do. So I ran
그
downstairs to
사이에
get Fifi.
삐삐에게
someone
달려가고.
heading down the stairs. Just outside my room.
근데 두 명 걸 들었다 그랬잖아.
Banging on the door. I ignored it.
얘 내려가기
Until the
전에 한
sound
명이 더
became
내려갔잖아.
flooded with me.
Eventually, she let me in.
I spotted Detective Hawkshaw coming out of the library.
He emerged from the Pointer staircase, crossed the hall, and begun up the fellow staircase. As I was passing through the front door, Penelope called out from behind me. I inquired about the professor, and she told me he'd gone up the fellow tower.
I told her what had happened. She didn't believe me. She got angry.
I thought she was playing a trick on me, so I punched her in the face.
I
아.
recognized Fiona's voice as well as the voice of my own daughter.
We left the room, and Poppy's father was waiting outside. He followed us upstairs.
I ran up the stairs, hoping to catch up with him, but Felix appeared and blocked my path.
Back in the hallway, I bumped into a very concerned-looking Penelope. She was heading up Fellow Tower to find Professor Pointer. So I escorted her.
Poppy left the room for a while. When she came back, she had her father with her, and Fifi too.
Felix and Penny arrived shortly after we did.
A moment later, we were gazing down on the body of poor Freya.
Then I took a sample of the red paint on the unfinished painting.
She took me down to the library. We were in there about 15 minutes.
I quickly decided that I should leave also. I took Penelope with me, and we both went back to our rooms in Pointer Tower.
I wanted to go back to my room, but I realized nobody had told Detective Hawkshaw anything.
An unremarkable hour passed before the gardener finally made his appearance.
I think she was annoyed about being made to wait outside so long. But when I told her about Freya, she fell silent.
That's disappointing.
What is?
All the statements line up with each other.
They don't just line up. Some of them even seem to specifically confirm each other.
너무 잘 맞아떨어지긴 한다.
A book. My book.
And what's in it?
Pages.
뭐야?
Who is that in the photo?
I'm quite sure that I have
왜
no idea.
모르겠다 그러는 거야?
This photograph is my favorite photograph.
So, why'd you rip it in half?
That was not me. Besides, it was not a half that was ripped off. It was only a third. Who is this her to whom the message refers?
Well, I don't know exactly.
Then how can I meaningfully evaluate this object? Next! This belongs to Professor Pointer, does it not?
No, I don't think so.
Who else would own such a pointless little telescope?
It's a telescope.
Oh yes, it has a telescopic lens. It can only be used for looking at
멀리
things
있는 걸
that
볼
are
때만
far
사용할
away.
수 있다고? 아까 이거 현민이 형
There's
쓴다
something about
그랬는데?
that diary. Something suspicious.
Let's ask her about it.
There's something about Hawk. Something
그러니까.
suspicious.
Let's ask her about it.
아니 뭐야?
This little microscope thing? You said you used it to search the greenhouse.
그니까.
And this would make perfect sense if you knew what my client had asked me to find. Of course, I still have no intention of disclosing that information.
You're such a tease, Hawkshaw. Don't worry, we already worked out what you're searching for.
You're not as hopeless as you look.
Thanks.
So, that's what you were looking for in the greenhouse? This beetle?
Surely even you can understand the logic of it. The greenhouse is home to a great many insects. The gardener could have easily kept the beetle hidden in there.
Well, Fitz said you questioned him, but didn't actually search the greenhouse.
He is not exactly the type to appreciate subtlety. He simply didn't notice that I was using my microscope.
What do you reckon, Grimoire?
I know for a fact she didn't use the microscope in the greenhouse.
이건 현민이 형이
Not a
아니야.
microscope at all.
All of a sudden, Detective Grimoire is some kind of expert on microscopes.
The handheld microscope,
이거지?
according to Fifi, uses a telescopic lens, so Hawkshaw lied about it. I'm inclined to believe Fifi when it comes to stuff like this.
Hawkshaw, why did you lie about owning a telescope?
When you were a child, what did you aspire to become?
A detective? Naturally.
Emperor of the Galaxy?
I wanted to be an astronomer.
Really?
I harbored a desire to understand the secrets of the wider
갑자기?
universe. A fool's errand, to be sure, but a seductive one. At 15, I decided instead to apply my intelligence to the world around me. And so, I became a detective. But the yearning for elusive knowledge is a powerful force. I tried to keep it with me.
Sorry, but we're way off track. What's the deal with
그니까.
the little telescope?
A memento of my childhood. Little more than a toy.
아까는
did you bring it
그거
with
하는데
you?
쓴다며.
When I discovered that it was Professor Pointer who had hired me, I dared to consider it something of a planetary alignment. I had hoped he might sign my telescope. An extremely childish indulgence, I admit.
I never would have guessed.
Hold on. you're admitting you didn't use it in the greenhouse then?
Correct. As it happens, I have no need to search the greenhouse to such a degree. Professor Pointer doesn't consider the gardener a suspect in our theft investigation.
So, who is your suspect?
Things have become complicated. My lead suspect is your murder victim.
응? 일이 복잡해지네요.
Is this your diary, Fifi? We found it in your bedroom.
Of course it is mine. Ridiculous question.
Why is it locked up like that?
You seriously require an explanation. Very well. A fairly common concept, the so-called secret diary, is favored in particular by girls between the ages of 10
So, there are secrets written here?
그러니까.
This particular diary is unused.
It doesn't look unused.
하... 피피의 일기장일까요? 아니면 다른 누군가의 일기장일까요?
It's somebody else's diary.
How could you arrive at that conclusion? It is kept in my bedroom. It is mine.
We need a clue to compare with the diary. Something to prove who the original owner was.
근데 진짜 모르겠는데? 잘못 찍은 것 같은데?
That's not it. That kinda makes sense, but no. That's not it.
Let's take a closer look at this.
아, 여기 있다. 뭐야? 찍어서 맞춤.
This blue book is the same thing as the secret diary, which proves it belonged to Freya.
You were hiding Freya's diary in your room, and you kept it locked, too.
Why would I do either of these things?
이렇지 않을까?
Freya didn't want anyone to see personal secrets within Freya's diary. Almost.
근접해.
Maybe just change one thing. Freya didn't want anyone to see personal secrets kept in her bedroom. Nope.
아니야. 이건가 봐. 그렇지 않을까? 피피가 알리고 싶지 않았던 게 프레야의 일기 속에
Fifi
있었던 거겠지?
didn't want anyone to see personal secrets within Freya's diary.
Is this true, Fifi?
I know Freya was your friend, but if you're trying to hide something,
You did not know Freya, so this might be difficult to understand. She did her own thing. In her own way.
본인만의 방식으로
By concealing
본인만의
Freya's written
일기겠다?
accounts, it is simply my intention to preserve her innocence.
그의 결백?
might be easier if you just let us read the diary,
그래.
Fifi.
Very well. I will open it. However, as you read it, please remember, Freya was the most kind and the most wise person I have ever known.
All right, Fifi.
오케이.
What's in there?
읽어보자고! 그게 다시 보인다. 이번엔 실제로. 나인가? 내가 그렇게 만든 건가? 그 그림을 찢어버려야 할 것 같다. 영혼 전달자는 성공이다. 장한 녀석. 이제 내게는 2개가 있다. 둘이 더 필요해. 중앙으로 가는 길을 찾았다. 하프랑 비교하면 굉장히 단순했다. 그들을 모두 봤다. 5 모두. 눈을 모두 까맣게 그었다. 하지만 모든 것에도 불구하고 나는 아직 지켜야 할 약속이 있다. 나는 최선을 다할 것이다. 그에게는 동반자가 있어도 좋을 것이다. 응? 이게 뭔 말이야?
A book.
뭔 말이야?
And what's in it?
Pages.
하프랑 비교하면 굉장히 단순하다. 5개 모두를 보고 눈을 까맣게 그었다. 아까 그 되게 수수께끼처럼 진짜 말하네요.
It's another
He's playing a lute.
He's also
Well, they're not part and they're not headphones. They're earmuffs.
얘는 리트? 내가 보기엔 이 하프 얘기하는 것 같은데. 피리, 뮤트. 동상을 다 못 찾았나?
I'm still not sure.
Should we take another look?
Let's come back later.
이거 얘기 같은데. 동상이 어딨더라? 네, 일단은
Penelope is my fiancée.
Don't take
피앙세라고
this the
하네.
wrong way, but Penny doesn't really strike me as your
그러니까.
type.
She's not who she pretends to be.
에?
People think she's, well, they make assumptions.
And how's the relationship doing recently?
Good. It's good.
굿이 다야?
Poppy and I are friends.
Oh, I can buy that.
친구라.
Clothes, blue hair, an average of 3 words per sentence. Oh, you're like 2 peas in a pod.
She's very kind, and she has an interest in plants. Unusual flowers, mostly.
특이한 꽃에?
I've been teaching her.
Right.
Is something wrong?
이거
A flower.
Yeah, it's a flower.
이거
We found it in Penny's room.
호피 거 아니야?
Okay.
Mean anything to you?
Why would it?
Come on.
I don't really go into Penny's room or anywhere in Pointer
페니의
Tower.
방에 가지 않는다.
I just don't have a reason to.
호피 거 아니야?
Never seen that
어?
one before.
그건 한 번도
Was
본
it in
적
the
없어요.
greenhouse?
No, we found it in Penny's room.
Right. Those petals.
이
What
꽃잎?
about them?
It's nothing. They're just unusual.
이 꽃잎. 여기
It's a rose bush. Apart from a couple of loose petals on one side, the whole thing looks very well cared for.
The roses are bright red, too.
Aren't
Exactly.
이 꽃잎 아니 이거. 거짓말하는 것 같아요. 일단은 이 정원사한테 I'll get her 그거 보여줘야 될 것 같아. 너 이거 뭔지 알아?
They,
What?
they're red.
되게 수상해.
Any idea who this is?
No.
다
no idea.
모른다고 하는 것 봐.
We found these up in the rooftop garden. Do you know how long they've been there?
No, could have been a long time. We don't ever really clear up the rooftop
옥상
garden.
정원을 잘
Why
청소하지
not?
않는다.
Nature is unruly. In truth, it prefers to be
뭐야?
left alone. Penelope's 3 favorite birds. She's very protective over them.
Are they, like, her pets? Do they have names?
Oh, they have names. Penelope loves to name things.
Do you remember what she named them?
I do not.
몰라? 이름을 붙인 건 아는데.
I've seen beetles with brightly colored shells, metallic shells even.
금무석
They're
같지?
relatively common, especially around here.
여기에서 흔하다고?
There's a difference between that and actual gold.
진짜
It
금관의
can't be
차이가 있다.
actual gold. Gold is just inside the earth or whatever. You can't make it. That's called alchemy. It was a whole thing.
왜 말을 더 안 해?
What's with the broken glass? Poppy's piano music. I remember when she started learning. She's improved a lot since then.
Yeah, that's generally how it works.
Right. Of course. Penelope knows about birds. You should ask her instead.
Actually, I wanted to ask you about something. There's a plant mentioned on this page, see? Do you have any? In the greenhouse?
No, I don't grow that
그건 더
anymore.
이상 키우지
I've
않는다.
tried in the past. It's incredibly difficult, even for me. I could never get it to live
몇
more
주
than
안에
a couple of
시들어버렸다.
weeks. It's Fifi and Freya.
Don't you think Poppy should be in the photo too?
Maybe, maybe not. She doesn't really like crowds.
2 people isn't a crowd.
오히려
Right, but
퍼피에
if
대해
she
되게
was
더
in the photo,
많이 알고
then
있지
it'd be
않나요?
3.
Checkmate.
Freya's best work, in my opinion. Although the photo doesn't carry the same energy as the real thing.
What do you think it's a painting of?
What do you mean?
Like, what's the subject matter? What's that big red thing?
Oh, I don't think it's that kind of painting. Looks like someone doesn't want you to read that book.
That's the main thing making me want to read it.
You ever seen this before, Fitz?
No, but I don't normally go into Fifi's room.
That's
피피
not where I
거라고
found it.
생각하네.
Oh, I just thought it looks like it belongs to her. It's of no interest to me, but I overheard Poppy and Freya talking about it
퍼피랑
once.
프레야가
What
여기에
would they
대해서
say?
얘기를 했었다.
They were arguing about something, but I can't remember the details. That looks like it might belong to Poppy.
퍼피 거 같다고 다 바로 얘기하죠?
That looks like it might belong to Poppy.
이것도 바로 퍼피 거라고 얘기하는 게 참 너무 누가 봐도 이걸 알 텐데 모르는 척하는 게 너무 티나.
It's an egg with feet.
It was locked, but we opened it. But it was empty.
Fun story.
원래 비지 않았나 보지.
There's something off about this.
What is it?
Why don't you take another look at Flora's room?
플로라의 방을 다시
You
한번
think we missed a
살펴보라고?
clue up there?
Not exactly.
플로라의 방.
There it is. The unfinished.
So,
Looks that way. Supposedly, Freya was
didn't even get a chance to clean her brush.
모든 색을 미리 섞어 놓는다.
There it is. The
So-
looks that way.
노란색은 없는데?
Freya's painting supplies.
미리 색을 다 섞어 놓는다고 얘기했잖아요. 근데 노란색은? 근데 뭐가 빠졌다고 색깔이? 무슨 색이 빠진 거야?
Freya's painting supplies. A little.
It's the only plant in the entire...
Half the.
I don't know if you can call the sudden absence of wall.
There it is. The
So-
looks that way.
화분 하나를 더 그렸네. 근데 여긴 하나고. 뭐가 빠진 거지? 뭐가 빠진 걸까? 야! 더 말해봐.
What do you think that is in Flora's hand?
I don't know. It does look like a knife, but Flora wasn't holding anything at all when I saw her after the murder. But there's something bothering me. Something else.
What?
When we went into Flora's room, she wasn't standing in this position.
Well, she probably would have moved around a little bit by then.
She wasn't standing at all. She was kneeling on the floor.
바닥에 무릎을 꿇은 채였다고?
Paints are different to flowers.
I'd say so, yeah.
At any time, flowers can bloom with perfect, faultless colors. Red, blue, white. With paint, once you've tainted a color by mixing it with others, not even the most skilled painter can return it to its pure form. That's quite sweet, really. Felix made that? Huh. How odd. Who gave you that information?
Well...
We don't actually know who it was. We were contacted anonymously.
I see. And what happens if the person who contacted you turns out to be the murderer?
I never thought about that.
Honestly, that would be kind of fun. Like a twist, you know?
Nice painting. Gives you a pretty good idea of the layout.
The lake looks like it forms a perfect circle around the island.
It might seem strange to you, but nature is quite capable of producing perfectly geometric forms.
And those mountain cliff things around the outside?
We don't know much about them. They're unscalable. Not even Freya could have gone up there.
What's that?
This painting, it's speculative. There are no photographs from this angle as far as I know.
So Freya just made it up.
Let's call it an informed estimation.
물감에 대해서 되게 예민하게 말하네.
That belongs to Poppy.
So why is it up in Flora's tower?
I'm not sure.
I imagine you don't visit the astronomy tower too often, do you?
No, but I still see Pointer, sometimes. He's always curious about what I'm growing in the greenhouse. Asks me about the birds, too, and insects. He's pretty clued up on his evolutionary biology.
진화생물의
I
학식이
didn't think
깊다?
there was much overlap between astronomy and
딱히 관련
biology.
없는데 쟤네 둘은?
A little chart. Actually, I have no idea what it is. Kind of reminds me of a periodic table. Kind of reminds me of a periodic table.
What do you make of it?
Not a whole lot.
천문탑을 살펴봐야 된다고?
It's also daytime.
It's
It's also daytime.
trinkets.
They're clearly gizmos.
Just tiny notebook.
So, even the most well-used notebooks
A picture frame.
with no picture
It's a chart. Which planet are you? A
They're
Spartan?
in very good condition. We already solved it. What is it?
It's clearly large.
You're not wrong. Pretty.
So, we found some
이거
research.
물어보자.
What's up with this golden beetle? Is this something you're studying?
I can't help you, I'm afraid.
뭐야?
I think it must be something left behind by a
구라-
previous
구라질.
inhabitant of 탱글타워.
구라를
I'm not
쳐?
the first scientist to ever walk these halls, you know.
Well, it wasn't in the halls. It was in your astronomy tower.
What's this?
It looks like it might be a telescope. Thought you might know something about it.
Well, it certainly is a telescope. It has a part there to screw onto a tripod, you see.
칠.
It's rather small, though. I'm not sure you could see many stars with it.
No, probably not.
뭐야? 왜 이렇게 다 명확하게 말해주는 게 없니?
Well, now, that is most definitely none of my business. Quite possibly none of yours either.
참 어렵네. 너 이거 뭔지 안다 그랬나?
Who is this her
나
dude?
이거 모른다 그랬어? 아, 얘한테도 물어보지 않았나? 그 종이는? 종이는 이미 물어봤잖아.
That's rather strange now, isn't it?
We found it in your room.
Just lying around, was it?
Nope. You'd hidden it, but we found it.
We do that.
Who's the her in the message? And what's the deal with the petals?
It's really none of your business. Not a fan of insects myself. Whose research is this?
We were hoping you might know.
No, can't say I. Freya, perhaps.
Freya?
She was always very fond of grubby little
추접한
things
작은
like
것들.
this.
Noted.
일단은 요 인간 짜증나서 안 가본 이 인간에게 가봐야겠습니다. 야 일어나. 자 이게 뭔지 말해. 2년이나 됐는데 이것밖에 못해? 너무 못해. 마스터? 구라치지 마. 이게 마스터면 난 그랜드 마스터야.
Do you paint them yourself too?
I do indeed. Yes. Freya kindly taught me the basics. Nowadays, I can make just about anything I can imagine. Of course, this particular model is a self-portrait based on hard fact.
Hard fact, huh? So, you own a sword, Felix?
Of course, I own a great many. But my weapons are stored well away from tanks.
칼 한 자루도 없는 것 같은데.
Safety first and all that. Ah, you found it. What do you think?
Oh.
I had to rush the final touches a little bit. It turned out all right, though.
What's it supposed to be?
It's Flora, of course, surrounded by all her favorite
좋아하는
people.
사람들.
Does Florin normally keep something in here?
She must do, but I admit I've never managed to work out what.
Why not just ask her?
I feel like if somebody keeps something locked away in a ceramic egg, it's because they don't want to be asked about it.
Rules to live by.
Goodness me! That looks like it might belong to Fitz. I've never seen that before. Looks valuable. I'm as confused as you are. Rather ugly, isn't it, as far as statues go? Years of wind and rain have not been kind to it.
불친절했다.
Do you know what it is? The creature, I mean.
It's connected to the Remington family
레밍턴과의
history in
역사와
some
관련된
way.
건가?
But I can't recall.
뭐야? 얜 아는 게 없는 거 아닐까? 프레이야의 방을 살펴봐야 된다고?
It's a little
I
glass.
think it's
Come
a
again.
See the leaves. Might have been for keeping insects. We already solved it. Freya's
Looks
he's had a rough couple of days.
Do you think
I don't
no
know.
windows either? Drawing.
What's that?
One of them's holding a red rose.
어! 뭐야? 둘이 사랑하는데?
There's something about those something suspicious.
Let's ask her about it.
둘이 러브하는데?
So yeah, we found this.
Oh, that's nothing.
You wrote "Now I'll get her" on a piece of paper and
둘이
hid it in
뭐야?
your
둘이
room. That's
뭐야?
nothing.
Actually, it's not the message I wanted to ask about. It's those red flower petals.
The petals.
They're from red roses, and there's only one place in Tango Tower with red roses.
We need a clue, something that shows the roses and who they belong to. It's a drawing of Fitz and Poppy in the rooftop
둘이
garden.
뭐야?
See what Fitz is holding?
내가 보기엔 둘이 더 그건 것
Can't
같아.
imagine what you're getting at, but it doesn't matter. I couldn't have taken anything from the rooftop garden.
아무것도 옥상 정원에선
Accessible
가져올
from
수.
Fitz's room or Poppy's room. How could I have taken something from a garden to which I have no access?
Is it really only accessible from those 2 bedrooms?
For most people, it would be. But don't forget, Penny's the resident ornithologist.
허.
My dears, what are you accusing me of?
페니는 어떻게 그리고 왜 옥상 정원에 가려고 했을까? 페니의 꽃은 선물이었다. 선물을 받은 건 응?
Penny's flower was stolen from one of Penny's birds and distract them. Nope.
아니야? 페니는 정원에 갈 수 없어. 퍼피와 피츠이며
One of Penny's birds was used to spy on
Aw.
Poppy and Fitz and distract them. Almost. Maybe just... One
이건가?
of Penny's birds was used to spy on Poppy and Fitz and steal evidence from them. We know those two have been spending time together in the rooftop garden. I'm guessing you got paranoid. Wanted to know what they were up to.
I'm just not the jealous type. I would never suspect Fitz of anything like that. Besides, Tabitha hardly ever leaves her cage. She's certainly
타바타라고
never
그냥
flown out to
얘기하네?
the rooftop garden.
어떤 새라고 탁 집어서
We
얘기한
need a
적
clue to
없는데요?
compare with Penny's birds. Something to prove one of them has been in the rooftop garden. Let's take a closer look at these. This yellow feather was left behind by Penny's yellow bird when it visited the rooftop garden.
I can't stand it! Knowing the two of them are hidden away up there in their private little
둘만의 작은
I
정원이러네.
was spying on them myself, so I asked dear Tabitha to do it for me. I knew she'd be able to bring me back some evidence.
Sorry, Penny, but are you not overreacting a little?
You don't understand. Fitz is slipping away from me.
그래서 파피 싫어하는
so
거네.
quiet with me these days. But being with Poppy seems to bring him out of his shell. I don't know what he sees in her miserable little... I apologize. This really isn't your burden to bear.
피피와 얘기해야 해. 피피한테 안 물어본 게 되게
Name,
많네요.
Poppy Pointer. Age, 19. Profession, oh. Apparently Poppy has defaced my notes. Under profession, I had of course originally written pianist,
피아니스트라고
but she
적었는데?
has crossed that out and written
에?
the ghost of Christmas yet.
크리스마스 이름?
Name, Penelope Pointer. Age, 27. Profession, ornithologist. Likes, birds. Dislikes, insects. Notes,
곤충 싫어하는구나.
Penelope is very beautiful. I have never
페네피
had very much in common with her.
좋아하는데 공통사가 없어가지고
Name,
어쩌고 그런가
Percival
본데?
Pointer. Age, 57. Profession, none.
I'm pretty sure he's an astronomer.
Oh yes, of course. How uncharacteristically forgetful
일부러 안 적은
of
거네.
me.
둘이 사이 안 좋네.
Name, Fitzfellow. Age, 24. Profession, cryptobotanist.
네?
Likes soil, dislikes electric lights.
Hang on. Cryptobotanist? I thought he was just a gardener.
That may well be his preferred
그렇게
label.
불리는 걸
Mine, however, is
좋아하지만.
more accurate.
그래?
Do you and Fitz not see eye to eye, Fifi?
We do not.
Well, I wouldn't have thought so. He's well over 6 foot and you've got to be just barely 5.
So, what's your problem with him?
Exactly 1 week ago,
뭐?
I witnessed him sneaking up Pointer Tower. He was making every effort to avoid detection.
So?
He was also carrying a knife.
에? 칼을 들고 있었다고?
There's something about the report of Fitz going up Pointer Tower. Something suspicious.
Let's ask him about it.
지금 물어봅시다. 아 자꾸 숨어있지 말라고 그냥 앞에 나와있으면 안 될까?
So, Fitz, I have a report that you were seen sneaking up Pointer Tower. Holding a knife.
That's not right. I don't go into Pointer Tower. I don't own a knife. And I don't sneak. Was it Fifi who told you this?
How did you know that?
그러게.
A guess. She doesn't like me very much. But yeah, she was mistaken. Maybe she wasn't wearing her eye lens thing.
What do you think, Grimoire?
피피는 피츠를 정말로 봤어. 하지만 그는 칼이 아닌 다른 걸 들고 있었지일 것 같아요. 그 모종삽 들고 있었던 것
Fifi
같은데.
did see Fitz, but he was holding something else.
So, if it wasn't a knife, what was it?
What about this?
Ah, that.
Is it yours?
It was a gift. It's sentimental.
소중한
I have no
거다.
reason to take
선물
it up Pointer
받았다.
Tower. I don't use it at all.
이거이지 않을까?
An ornate trowel was used to bury a potted flower in the garden. Nope.
아니야? 포인터 탑에 피츠가 가야 할 이유.
An ornate trowel is used by Fitz to look after a potted flower in Fitz's room. Almost. Maybe just...
하나? 정원?
An ornate trowel is used by Fitz to look after a potted flower in the garden. Almost. Maybe just...
페니의 방?
Trowel is used by Fitz to look after a potted flower in Penny's room.
That flower.
Yes.
I've never seen it before.
뭐?
We need a clue to compare to that flower. Something that proves its connection to Fitz.
이건가?
That's not right.
헐.
Let's take a closer look at these.
이거 맞아? 이거는 피츠의
The pot
온실.
and soil in Penny's room matches the pot and soil found in Fitz's greenhouse. Let me
그래,
guess.
여기서만
Penny's flower
나오는
was
거잖아.
originally a gift from you, Fitz. There's no way it's a coincidence.
No way what's a coincidence.
The flower. It looks exactly like Penny.
It took me a long time to breed. I wanted the colors to be exactly right.
색들이 정확하기를 원했다.
Turns out Penny isn't particularly interested in looking after plants. So I go into her room every now and again when she's not there. Water the flower, change the soil. Just trying to keep it alive.
그게 다야? 펠릭스. 펠릭스가 누구더라? 펠릭스. 얘랑은 얘기하기 싫은데 약간 멍청 해서 사람들에 대해 좀 물어봐야겠어요.
Dearest Flora, a remarkable woman. Oh, yes. Been married over 20 years now.
20년이 넘었다.
You two still get on?
Of course. What a question.
She hasn't gone quiet on you.
It's true she has an independent streak. She's had it her whole life. She's the youngest of 3. Always something of a lone wolf, you know? Just the way she is.
Lone wolf is putting it lightly. She doesn't seem to want to talk to anyone.
그래.
She just likes
말을 잘 안
time
해.
to herself, away from the company of other
에?
humans.
Other humans?
그니까.
Well, yes.
Human?
Other people, you know.
인간 외에는 대화하냐 그러면?
You're the one currently basking.
안 궁금해.
Let's move.
My daughter, our little virgin.
We did.
So I've heard. I asked her. She told me.
What makes you think she
I
made...
happen to know the real reason
Fiona.
she prefers Fifi.
Oh, yeah?
It's what Freya called.
프레이야가 피피라고 불렀다고.
Percival Pointer. Yes, good old. So, what do you reckon? Is he the murderer?
I don't know, maybe. We still need...
That is not information we're willing to share at this time.
I'm just saying, keep an eye
주시하라고?
on him. Holds on to a lot of bitterness, does old Pointer.
억울해한다.
Just because he's always struggled to support his family. Slightly pathetic, really.
And how long have you known him?
Over 35 years.
35년?
Childhood friends? Rivals?
Don't know if I'd do him the honor of considering him my rival.
아이템 관련해서도 좀 물어봐야 되나 봐요.
Now this is still in very good condition. Apart from the crack, of course.
크랙 갔으면은
What about
좋은
those
상태일
shards
수가
on the inside
없잖아.
of the horn?
Looks like somebody broke a glass and was trying to conceal the evidence. Cunning. That's one of Freya's paintings, is it not? It's impressive, but a little miserable for my tastes.
예.
My daughter Fiona and her best friend, they grow up so fast.
Do you know why it's ripped like that?
Ah, yes. I didn't even notice. No idea.
알아차리지도 못했다.
Where did you find that?
It was in the library.
Really? How odd. It would have been a beautiful painting. It's rather a shame Freya was unable to finish it.
Nothing about it seems strange to you.
Well, all these modern paintings are slightly strange, aren't they?
현대적이라고?
The emotion of the piece taking over from, say, anatomical accuracy.
What about the knife in Flora's hand?
A knife? That's what you see?
You don't?
Well, as I was saying, Freya's artistic approach distorts certain shapes. Hard to say exactly what we're looking at. Looks like Freya's paints.
Do you know why the pots are cracked down one side?
No, that's very odd.
평소에는
They're
상태가
normally
아주
in
좋다.
excellent condition.
You seem pretty sure about that.
Flora's quite fond of that old thing.
이것도 금이
It's in
같잖아.
poor shape, though.
Do you know what happened to it?
Can't say I do. That looks like it might belong to Poppy.
퍼피 거라고 바로 말해주네 진짜.
It's unlike her to leave paint on the brush.
붓에 물감을 묻힌
I
채
think
두지
we'll give her a
않는다고.
pass, given the circumstances.
Ah, yes. So we shall. I've never been one for music. Why not ask Poppy instead? That looks like it might belong to Fitz. Why don't you ask Fiona about that one?
피오나에게?
Looks like her area of expertise. Why would someone lock up a book like that?
아하,
It's
그러게요.
a secret diary.
Aha! Teenagers are funny. aren't they?
Teenagers.
Oh dear.
Do you know who this is?
Not a
아 이걸
clue.
다 모른다고 해.
The statue was up in the rooftop garden.
Yes, it's been there a while. You can see the brass is slightly tarnished by the elements, but it's not too bad. Might be salvageable. Is that a clue? Really?
It might be.
Bizarre things, aren't they? Penelope seems rather attached to them.
Do you not feel sorry for them in that little cage?
Come now, I'm sure they could leave if they really wanted to. What's this all about? Some kind of rare jewel?
I'm pretty sure the research is about a real insect.
If it's made of gold, then it's made of gold. Freya was quite the talent. She had a way of capturing the spirits of her subjects.
영혼을
Not in an
정확히
evil
포착한다라.
way, in a good way.
대화는 다 했는데?
That looks like it might belong to Poppy. Charming, isn't it? Yes. Built by the Remington family originally. Dear Flora's father and his
플로라의 아버지와
associates.
But now it's owned by
그의
you?
동료?
By the fellow family?
The fellows and the pointers have both come to claim a
이 건물의
certain
소유권을
degree of
주장했다.
ownership.
And who named it Tingletower?
Flora chose the name.
플로라.
What does it mean?
I think it was her intention that it mean nothing at all. Something of a fresh start.
딱히 그래 보이진
From
않는데.
what?
This really isn't for me to say, but she had some kind of disagreement with her siblings.
의견 차이.
After they moved away, Flora changed the name of the house. I think perhaps she hoped it would make them feel unwelcome, yes, less likely to come back.
거리감을
That's kind of
느껴서
extreme.
오지 말았으면 좋겠다.
Yes, it is rather, isn't it? What's this?
It's my case file. It's how I know what I'm supposed to be doing.
You mean to say you're bound by the limits of what's written in this little document? Sounds dreadful.
I find it comforting.
피피. 피피랑 얘기 안 한 게 되게 많구나.
There is a drawing of me, a drawing of Detective Hawkshaw, and a drawing of Poppy and Fitz. Now this is interesting. Where did you find it?
In the astronomy tower.
And yet, it does not concern the field of astronomy.
Nope.
In fact, you could even say that entomology is the exact opposite of astronomy.
Yeah, you could.
I would not say that, however.
Oh, you wouldn't?
No, it would be quite naive. To study science in any field is to study the connections between all matter in the universe, living or inanimate.
사람에 대해서도 많이 안 물어봤네 얘한텐.
Name, Felix Fellow. Age, 53. Profession, none. Likes, collecting objects of negligible
금전적
monetary
가치를
value and
지닌
assigning
물건
them personal
수집.
value. Dislikes, the inescapable reality.
인간 존재에 벗어날 수 없는 현실.
Notes, Felix is my father and legal guardian.
And, is he a good dad?
I have no point of comparison, but I would say no.
No? Why not?
You asked me a binary question. Do not get upset that I provided one of the
그래
two
yes or
possible
no니까
answers.
뭐.
What makes him a bad father, Fifi?
그 중에
He
좀
has
더
trouble
노에
expressing his
가깝네라고
emotions
얘기한
and
거겠지?
something of a willful detachment from reality.
Huh. Just like you, then.
Grimoire.
Grimoire.
He is quite correct. Name,
Flora.
Fellow. Age, 44. Profession, unknown. Likes, unknown.
너네 엄마 아니야?
Dislikes, unknown.
엄마잖아.
Isn't she your mother? How do you not know anything?
I believe other people may have discovered methods of reaching her, but I have little capacity for interpreting nonverbal communication.
And how long has Flora been non-verbal?
She has always been quiet,
항상
willing to
조용했다.
speak when necessary, but not more.
So what happened to make her stop talking entirely?
She suffered a great loss,
큰 상실.
something she has been unable to move beyond. The statue itself does not interest me.
동상 자체에는 관심 없지만 기호에 대해서는 알고 싶다.
Have you deciphered their meaning yet?
We're working on it.
We are.
Curious. This belongs to Poppy. In fact, she owns a
다수의
number
카세트
of
테이프.
cassette tapes.
What happened to it, though?
It has been left underwater for an extended period of time.
Right, but why?
I do not know why.
뭐야?
Is she laughing?
That belongs to my mother. I think she must be fond of eggs. There are a number of egg-shaped carvings to be found in the garden and in the grand hall.
그랜드홀이랑 정원.
Yeah, what's the deal with all the eggs?
Some people just like eggs.
예.
Freya is normally highly skilled at capturing someone's likeness, but in this painting, she has accidentally made Flora look quite young.
어리게 그렸다.
I think she was just being kind.
Why is that kind? Anyway, I'm far more interested in what Flora is holding.
그러니까
I performed
너무
a
이상하게
test on the
웃죠.
red paint myself. I
이러고
discovered
웃어.
that it was in fact not paint, but blood.
What made you want to test it in the first place?
It was Poppy. She told me she thought the painting looked like a bloody knife. I told her not to be ridiculous. My mother owns no such knife.
어머니한텐 그런
But then
칼이
I
없어요.
noticed that the color was slightly too dark, and the substance itself
그
was
색만 좀
overly
더 어둡고
viscous.
물질 자체에
You noticed that just
지나치게
from looking at it
점성이
once?
있었다.
Of course.
Fifi, did you test the red paint in this pot?
Yes, I did. I discovered it too was blood,
피라고?
not paint.
A whole pot full of blood?
Not a whole pot. It is only partially full.
Yeah, but still. Doesn't that freak you out?
No. In fact, it may be considered rather reassuring. The red paint on the brush is not paint. It is blood. Same for the palette.
So Freya added the blood to the painting herself?
Or blood got on the brush and palette some other way?
I do not know the answer. It is a model of Freya, made by my father.
A model of Flora, you mean?
And a man with a beard. And a little red and white creature.
Why would my father make a model of Freya? A wooden carving of my father, made by my father. Although, now that I look at it, I do not understand how he was
빨간
able to
물감
paint
없이
the red
어떻게
parts
빨간
without any
부분을
red paint.
칠했는지 모르겠다.
I believe Freya was attempting to communicate something through
이
this
그림을
painting.
통해 무언가를
Any idea
소통하려고
what it was?
시도했다.
I am not the person to ask. All I see is a blood-red mountain with angry storm clouds brewing above it. As such, I cannot ascertain any meaning from it whatsoever. The gramophone belongs to Poppy, but I believe she gave it to my mother, and my mother often loaned it to Freya. Or maybe it is the other way around.
When did it get cracked?
I cannot pinpoint it exactly. All I know is that it must have happened sometime in the last 2 days.
Do you know who was reading this book?
It belongs to my mother.
엄마
And
책이라고?
she left it in the library?
No, my mother has not been in the library for some time.
화분의
The
열매?
fruit here has a unique chemical makeup.
화하곶?
It makes them completely pointless.
완전히
Unless you
쓸모없게
wish to
됐다.
cut it down and sell it as a precious stone.
It's not edible.
Depends
On what?
on the structural integrity of your teeth.
이가 얼마나 온전한지에 따라. 장식된 모종삽.
That blade,
그날?
It's a troll for gardening.
it is. Why did Poppy leave shards of glass all over this
파피와
statue?
이동상의 유리
What
조각을 왜
makes you think it was
남겼을까요?
Poppy?
The statue lives in the music room. Who else would it be?
달리 누가 그랬겠어요?
An item from Poppy's
파피의
childhood. The
유년기 물건.
earliest piano lessons hold some special significance for her.
Why's that?
No idea.
응?
She has never graced me with the details, and I am not forthcoming enough to ask.
You
자세히
two
말하지
are friends,
않는다.
right?
We are, yes.
But
그러니까 뭔가 아는 것 같은데
It is
일부러
clear
말을
to
안
me now
해주는 것
that
같아.
Poppy has become tired of
왜
my
그렇게
company.
생각하는 거지?
is it anything to do with Freya?
Oh, no. The changes in Poppy's mood have nothing to do with Freya.
파피의
concerns
기분이
simply
변한
lie
거는
elsewhere.
피츠 때문이겠지.
What's wrong?
Earmuffs do not paint statues. What a mess. Penelope should tidy up after herself.
These weren't dropped by Penny. They were dropped by birds, I think.
My argument stands. I am scared of
새
birds.
싫어하네.
Why?
It is an irrational fear. I have no suitable
조류공포증
explanation.
있을 수 있지.
Oh.
It is a flower. It reminds me of something.
기억이
But I
날 것
cannot say
같은데
what.
뭔지 모르겠다.
What is your opinion of Tangle Tower?
Oh, it's impressive. Elaborate gardens, unique architecture.
Must be worth a fortune.
Why do you ask, Fifi?
I am the heir of the Fellow family and the Remington
레밍턴과
family.
펠로우
This
가문의
makes me the sole
후계자.
beneficiary of Tangle Tower.
그래서 유일한
That's quite an
상속인이다.
inheritance.
They can't make you do anything, Fifi. If you don't want the house, just tell them. Or just sell it. Who cares?
You sound like her.
Her?
I require facts. What do you know?
Well, we know Freya was stabbed with a knife, and then she fell.
Correction. She was stabbed with something. There was
Something?
no knife found at the crime scene,
Apart from the one in the painting.
which as a mere abstract representation does not count. Nobody has ever been stabbed by the concept of a knife.
칼이라는 개념에 찔린 사람이 아무도 없다.
There's something about the image of Flora.
플로라
painted,
이미지.
Something suspicious.
Let's ask her about it.
So, this painting, specifically that knife in Flora's hand.
Yeah, it's creepy. But we didn't find a knife anywhere in the
Aw.
room. So what's going on?
이거 칼이
It's
아니야.
not a knife. We need a clue to compare with the painting. Something to explain what that knife shape actually is.
That's not it.
그래. 이건가 보다.
We'll get to that in a
그건
minute.
나중에? 이거야?
That's not it. That's not it.
살려주라. 꽃 같은데?
That's not it.
여기다. Shit.
Let's take a closer look at this. The painted knife is actually just a feather from an ink-dip bird.
It's definitely the right shape, but the book's not in color. The thing Flora's holding in the painting is red and white, specifically. Is there anything to suggest that the ink-dip bird is red and white too?
있다. 그게 여기구나.
This little thing? I don't understand why Felix would make a model of this bird as part of a gift for Flora. And come to think of it, why would Flora be holding a feather in the painting anyway?
플로라의 애완동물인 것 같아.
The ink-dip bird was Flora's pet, so she kept a single feather to remember it by.
이거지 않을까?
She kept the bird as a pet. And it died?
Maybe it flew away.
Flora spends all her time staring out the
창문
window.
밖을 쳐다보며 시간을
By the way,
보내지.
she kept the feather. I think it was pretty important to her.
All right. So she was holding the feather while Freya was painting her. But where is it now? You'd think she'd keep it somewhere close by.
Yeah, I think she does.
그러게.
Normally.
원래
This is where
아래다
Flora usually
보관하나
keeps her
봐.
feather.
But we opened it. It's empty.
Mm-hmm. completely empty. Flora?
플로라,
She's pointing at something in the
방
corner
안
of
구석에
the room.
무언가를 가리키고
It's
있다고?
just a pile of books. They're not. Wait, there's something tucked
책감이?
inside this one.
껴있다. 플로라와 작은 새를 그린 그림. 뒤에 손으로 적은 메시지가 있다. 당신을 위한 거예요. 사랑합니다, 프레야.
Were you close with Freya? How are you two related? Did you kill Freya?
Grimoire!
What? I don't even think she's listening.
Oh, she's listening.
We met Felix, your husband. He's one of our suspects, and he seems pretty suspicious if you ask me. So, if you want to stick up for him, now's your chance.
Nice try.
사랑합니다. 나 그 사랑합니다라는 말이
You know the guy
걸려.
in the
너무
other
걸려.
tower? Weird astronomy professor guy?
Can you see him from your window? Can he see you?
Felix.
Every astronomy
I
tower?
want to try.
설마 이걸로 미친 이럴 줄 알았어. 플로라를 보고 있는
You
것
can see
같았어.
right into
Not
Flora.
by accident.
I can see Flora, but she's not looking this way. She's behind her is the backside of the easel holding Freya's unfinished painting. I can't really see anything behind it. Not from this angle.
It's that little
Don't you
plant.
think it would fall?
Maybe it's glued down.
I can just about see the...
Is that a
I think it is.
Is
창문?
there another room?
그니까 방이
above
있어?
Flora's room?
We should check that next time we're over there. I can see the door itself is on the floor. I
can't get the telescope.
Weird.
It's too dark back there.
Isn't this supposed to be an astronomy
그니까
telescope?
천문망원경이
I'm pretty sure you need to
아닌데?
see the sky.
Can't move it.
움직일
I
수
think this is
없고
just how
이렇게
it's set up.
고정이 돼 있다고? 그럼 이 사람은 이걸 계속 보는 거야?
Pointer's astronomy habits.
플로라를 계속 훔쳐보는 거야?
Suspicious.
Let's ask him about it.
So, Professor, what interests you about astronomy?
It's not a matter of being interested. Once you expand your mind to the wider universe, it cannot be
오.
unexpanded.
플로라 훔쳐보지 마라. 우.
And how long have you been an astronomer?
I really don't like to give exact values unless I'm sure I can quantify them.
Convenient.
Why do you ask me these things?
I have a theory about you, Professor.
Oh? Go on.
당신은 사실 천문학에
You're
전혀
not
관심이
really interested in
없습니다.
astronomy at all.
What could you possibly mean by that?
I think you're interested in a slightly different field of research.
That's not it.
원래 이거지?
I don't have time for tiny, insignificant insects. My studies focus only on the inconceivably large and the unimaginably far away.
Right. That's why you like using your telescope so much.
Yes, naturally. My little portal into another world.
Yeah, about that. Pointer's telescope was sneaking up on the crime scene and not up at the sky. Almost. Maybe just change.
Pointer's telescope was sneaking up on the crime scene because it was daytime. Nope.
아, 곤충이라고?
Pointer's telescope was sneaking up on insects and not up at the sky. That's not right. Pointer's
이건가?
telescope was actually looking at the crime scene and not up at the sky.
First, you accuse me of being a lowly entomologist. Now you're accusing me of, what, spying?
네.
Are you spying?
Why would I need to spy on Flora?
망경 완전히
Why?
고정인데?
Because you lost your golden beetle specimen, and it's made you paranoid. You think somebody stole it from you.
Might not have been Flora you were spying on. Might have been Freya.
It's a very precious specimen. Incredibly rare. Valuable in ways you could never understand.
Huh.
Freya was always sneaking around. Both towers and in the gardens too.
숨어
She
들어왔다고?
was definitely up to something.
So, this next question is important. You were looking to Flora's room around the time of the murder. Did you witness
그래,
the
그때
crime,
봤냐?
Professor?
그게 제일 중요한 거지. 그때도
No,
봤을 것
I
같아.
didn't.
구라치지
I
마!
looked into the room. Flora was already lying on the floor.
Flora? You mean Freya?
No, Flora. She was lying by the window.
뭐?
I couldn't see Freya at all. It was fairly dark. The telescope isn't at a very good angle. That's why I decided to head over there myself. I needed to know what was going on.
플로라가
This
누워
changes your
있었다고?
statement, doesn't it?
No, everything I told you in my statement was true.
그러니까 이
Apart from the
구라쟁이야.
reason you left your tower in the first place.
Right.
Freya was definitely up to something.
무언가를 쫓고 있었어.
Something to do with the statue in the garden, I think.
정원에 있는 그 동상과
Maybe we should go
연관.
back and check. And we could have missed something.
정원에? 아, 너무 음침하지 않아요? 그냥 물어보면 되지. 그걸 굳이 피해망상증 환자인 것처럼.
This wasn't here
그러니까
before.
이거 없었는데?
What is it?
It's a little wooden toy.
There's a note stuck to the back.
뒤에
What does it
쪽지?
say? Grimoire?
제 새로운 친구입니다. 음악을 좋아하죠. 단순한 선율은 그의 영혼을 감동시킬 겁니다. 둘에게 행운을 빕니다. 프레야?
What do you think? Is it really from her?
How
뭐야?
can it be?
Why don't we check the handwriting with Freya's diary?
Good idea. Hold on.
Well,
It's a perfect
완벽히
match.
똑같다고?
well, it's confirmed. We have a ghost helping us.
유령이 우리를
Let's
돕고
keep
있다.
this to ourselves for now.
What about the little wooden toy thingy?
작은 나무
Maybe
장난감?
we can put it to some kind of use.
뭐야? 끝나지 않은 사건. 이제 챕터 2인 거야? 이제서야? 얘한테 가서 그 선율을 연주해달라고 해야 되는 것 같은데. 친구야, 이거 연주해보거라.
Can you play the tune for us?
Sure. It's literally 8 notes. I have it memorized.
피아노가 이 모양.
Whatever it is.
Well, it is, then gotta
What's
practice.
with all the broken glass?
또 소리가 날 만한 게 있나? 바이올린?
Who plays the violin?
It's pretty. So I'm guessing nobody.
아까 무슨 그림 같은 게 무슨 그림이었지?
I'm still not
Should we take another look?
종. 종? 입술은 어떻게... 아, 목소리.
Let's come back later.
일단 추금기가 있는 데를 가야 될 것 같아요.
playing a tune.
찾아냈고, 다음으로 새소리를 찾아야겠죠? 새소리는 여기 가면 들을 수 있겠지.
They're bird cages. But the birds are coming and
Is that
going.
a metaphor?
Oh, it totally is.
An especially fancy cage.
And it's home to 3 especially fancy birds.
새소리는 여기서 들어야 되는 게 아니야? 종은? 일단 여기를 안 가봤으니까 새로 뚫린 곳을 가봐야 될 듯? 다락방.
Nothing catching my attention.
Sorry, is this spooky attic boring you?
Kind of. What's in that little box?
그래.
I bet it's bones. A skull, at
You know,
least.
maybe I won't open it.
왜 안 열어보는 거지?
What is that?
Not sure.
Looks like
감개?
it might attach to something.
오. 빨간 밧줄이 감겨 있다.
Just dusty junk.
이거 뭐야?
It's standing up
You
straight.
know, there's a name for
대동사?
that.
I know.
It's not quite as dusty as everything else up here.
먼지가 별로 없다.
Also, it's not a statue. It's
동상이
stuff.
아니고 안에 뭐가 가득 채워져 있다.
Someone
Do you
painted
think it
it.
was
No
done?
idea. Either way, it's pretty suspicious.
창문을 칠해놨고
It's a jar.
Huh.
항아리.
Sally,
No.
let me push.
Where's that
No,
light
it's
coming
just
from?
daylight.
빛이
There's a
들어온다.
decent gap between those.
오.
Is that what I think it is? Is that what I think it is?
Where's that light coming
No, it's
from?
just there's a decent gap between those. Is that what I think it is? Is that what I think it is?
아래가 이렇게 보인다고? 여긴 누가 쓰는 방이야? 정문? 새소리가 여기서 들리는 거구나. 그리고 종.
What?
Wind chimes. Silent. Wooden wind chime.
어? 소리가 안 나는 풍경이다. 여기다. 이거 종. 아싸.
That's all formal.
So, what?
Should we go back to the...
정원으로 가서 이걸 한번 풀어봅시다.
Let's try this again.
You know, I think we might be able to...
이거랑 이거 이거겠네요.
That's gotta be right.
Nothing. Maybe
응?
it's
반응이
perfect.
없다고?
Do you hear that?
오 뭐야? 여기 문 열렸어.
Yeah, but there's a couple of things I want to do first.
아. 셀리? 셀리가 누구야? 아니 셀리가 누구냐고? 에? 셀리? 자 화장실 좀 갔다 올게요. 셀리는 여기 가면 어쩌고 할 수 있지 않나?
That's all the statements collected.
범죄 현장에 대해서 대화를 다 나누지 못했다 이거야?
Supposedly, looks like
Didn't even get a chance to clean her brush.
that's the
It's
owner.
also...
Sure is. The home.
Yeah, there might be a reason for that. The
Oh!
attic's directly above.
Yeah. There it is. The
So-
looks that way.
여기 눈이 왜 그려져 있는 거야?
The outline of Freya Fellow. Looks like there's a single patch of blood, right in the middle. No real signs of a struggle.
That's weird.
What?
Her feet were right up by the canvas.
캔버스 바로 밑에.
So?
So she was probably standing really close to the canvas when she
넘어졌을
fell.
때 캔버스에 아주
Let's check the
가까웠다.
case file again.
가슴에 단 하나의 자상. 칼끝의 빨간색은 물감이 아니고 피이다.
There's a single.
That's weird.
What?
Her feet were right
So?
up. So she was probably standing.
Let's check the case file again.
그러니까 많이 나왔죠. 어떠한 무기도 발견되지 않음. 가슴에 단 하나의 자상을 입은 상태. Felix.
These drawings are quite precious.
아름다운
I'm
그림이지.
surprised Flora
플로라가
let you see them.
보여줬다는 것이 놀랍소.
What happened to the bird? Did it die?
I don't know.
새가 어떻게 되는지
Seems
모른다고?
likely, though, doesn't it? What is it?
We don't know. We were really hoping you would.
My friends, shed your hope and let it fall free like sandbags from a hot air balloon.
That's the most depressing idiom I've ever heard.
Fitz? I don't
왜 안
trust
믿어?
him. He's slippery.
네?
Never commits to anything. Brain like an onion.
An onion?
Did you two have an argument?
No, but my daughter doesn't like
자기
him
딸이
at all.
그를
And I
좋아하죠.
trust Fiona's judgment entirely.
네?
She's a very vigilant young woman. Uncommonly skilled as an artist, but Freya was so much more than her talent. She helped me get started with my own painting, you know. It taught me what she knew
평판이
about wood
진짜
carving,
좋은데.
too. Tremendous patience. She was ever so good with dear Flora.
Freya and Flora were close?
Oh yes, especially after
그 후로
especially
그리고 최근에
recently.
How are you related to Freya?
Somewhat distantly,
안
as it
가깝다고?
happens. My father, Lord Fellow, was her grandfather. Technically, that makes her a fellow. Let's just say there was some discussion
프레야가
over whether she
펠로성을
ought to
가져야
carry
할지
the name
말지에
at
대한
all.
토론이
There's
있었다.
a family tree in the grand hall. You should take a look at it.
What about her inheritance?
Freya's parents died when she was around 3 years old. She came to live here shortly afterwards.
Nobody left her a thing?
I'm afraid not.
어머.
She had no formal
그래?
claim over anything at Tangletower.
그래서 저렇게 그지 같은 방을 준 거야?
Penelope seems to have really settled into a groove. She struggled a bit when she was younger, always a little estranged.
How come?
Well, she was mostly raised by her uncle, and he really only makes time for his own daughter. Now, of course, she's bringing the two families together through her marriage. It's a
결혼을
nice
통해 두
gesture.
집안을 화합.
Heartfelt. but futile.
소용없지.
Poppy's a good friend.
이름 진짜
to my
헷갈리죠?
daughter. Always has been.
파피는 내
I
딸의
think
좋은
they get
친구.
on well because they're so
달라서 잘 어울리는 것일 것이다.
Different, like how?
Poppy is, she's quite introspective, good with feelings.
저 성격이 아닌 것 같아.
Not so much. Still, Poppy always seems to be sulking about something.
The heavy, heavy price of emotional intelligence.
There's something about Felix's
펠릭스의
painting
미숙능.
supply. Something
그치.
suspicious.
Let's ask him about it.
So, about this
그래,
paint
이
we found in the
물감.
room.
Nothing suspicious about it. I used it to paint, obviously.
당연히 색칠할 때 사용했고 전혀 수상하지 않다. 너무 수상해 보이는데요.
Come on then, out with it. What exactly are you accusing me of?
이건 당신의
your-
물감통이 아닙니다.
Did you take it from somewhere else?
What on earth? It's definitely mine. I even have proof.
그렇죠, 너무
Look,
수상하죠.
the lid matches the ones on all my other paint pots. End of discussion.
실수인가 보다.
That's not the end of the discussion.
We need a clue to compare with Felix's red paint. Something to prove who it actually belongs to. Let's take a closer look at this.
여기 있네. 이것만 문양이 다르네요.
Freya's red paint pot was stolen and replaced with Felix's red paint pot, but the lids were swapped to hide it.
That red paint is from Freya's supplies,
그래.
not yours. Swapping the lids doesn't hide what you did.
Why are you bothering me about paint anyway? And none of this is connected to your murder.
원래 프레야가 쓴 그거는 피가 아니었네.
This red paint pot was somehow filled with blood before Freya used it to paint Flora.
Oh, that's definitely something. Right, fine. Here's the story. I was busy working
그냥 바로
on
네 얘기 좀 해라.
a project when I suddenly realized I had run out of red paint. There was a certain amount of time pressure. So I politely asked Freya if I could borrow hers. Just for a little while, you know.
프레야가
perfectly
살인당한
reasonable
사람이죠.
request.
살해당한 사람.
But she said no.
I tried to explain why I needed it, but she didn't seem to care. So, well, I took Freya's red paint pot and swapped it with my own empty one.
다 써서
You
빈
went into a
물감통을
room?
그냥 뒀다고?
Not my proudest moment, but it's just paint. I didn't touch anything else.
And the paint pot you left behind was definitely empty?
Quite. I have absolutely no idea how it got blood in it, if that's what you're asking.
Why were you in such a hurry to get a hold of red paint anyway?
I was trying to finish this in time for Flora's birthday. I needed red to paint the final details.
Could you not have just used a different color?
Out of the question. It had to be red and white.
반드시?
If you managed to finish it, why haven't you given it to Flora yet?
Well, I decided against it in the end. After what happened,
그 일?
seemed a bit insensitive.
Let's go over what we know about the crime scene. We know a little more about the crime scene now. So, what do you think? Was Freya stabbed by her own painting?
painted ink-dip feather was designed to match a real knife to resemble a bloody knife. Nope.
아니야? 피는 어디서 묻은 걸까?
The painted ink-dip feather was designed to match a real knife to hide the evidence. That's not right.
끝이 8간. 응?
Blood from the paint
이건가?
pot was used to paint over the painted ink-dip feather to resemble a bloody knife. Almost. Maybe
하나만
just change one
바꿔보라고?
thing.
물감통의 피가 무언가를 덧칠하는 데 사용됐다. 바로 펠릭스의 형상.
Blood from the paint pot was used to paint over a model of Felix to resemble a bloody knife. That's not right either.
프레이야는 그림에 피를 일부러 묻혔다고? 증거를 숨기기 위해서?
Blood from the paint pot was used to paint over the painted ink-dip feather to hide the evidence. That's not right either.
이건가?
Blood from the paint pot was used to paint the red tip of
물감통의 피는
the
그림에
painted ink-dip
그림에
feather
사용된
to
끝이
resemble a bloody
빨간
knife.
빨갛게 칠해진 얼룩색
I think you're right.
깃털이.
Can't decide if I'm disappointed or relieved.
I have a question. Why?
Why?
Either it's a very strange coincidence, or somebody set it up.
Somebody deliberately put blood in the paint pot and hid that feather after the
사건을
crime.
그 깃털을
Why?
그니까
To distract us?
왜?
Possibly.
그 깃털이
Well,
바로 보였으면은 칼이라고
possibly.
생각도 안 했을 거 아니야.
Flora's the only person who could have hidden the feather, unless someone took it from her.
Let's go over what we do know. The door was locked the whole time.
문은 계속
It
잠겨
stayed
있었고.
locked until Fitz kicked it down. Normally, it can only be opened from the inside. Pointer
안에서-
said he couldn't see Freya from his telescope, but he did see
가려져
Flora
있었으니까.
lying by the window.
근데 누워
So whatever
있었어.
got Freya got Flora
프레이야가
too.
당한 것에
Except
플로라도
Flora
당했다.
survived. She didn't get a stab
플로라는
wound like Freya
살아남았다.
did.
Hold on. If there was no knife, then what
그래,
did stab
프레이야를
Freya?
찌른 건 뭐임?
It could be anything. It might not even be important.
How is it not important?
Right now, I'm less interested in the what and more interested in the how.
네가 궁금한 거에 그게 되는 거야?
The angle of Freya's wound suggests she was stabbed at a perfect right angle. That is, from directly in front of her. But she was standing right up by the canvas.
Somehow, Freya ended up lying on her back, still perfectly
바닥에 등을
in
대고
line with the
쓰러졌다.
painting.
자신의 그림과
Maybe something went through
완벽히
it.
일직선으로.
Through the painting? Wouldn't that leave a hole?
이미
Okay,
누운
well, how about
상태에서 맞아야
How
되는
do we
거
know
아니야?
Freya was stabbed before she fell over? Maybe her being stabbed
이미
and
눕고
her
찔린 거
falling
아니야?
over are completely unrelated. Are we done?
For now, it's about time we found out what's beneath the garden.
이미 눕고 찔린 것 같아요.
Where do you think it...
Down.
가자. 오, 지하실. 탱글타워. 지하. 계속 가기. 여기서 연금술해?
Looks like they're being boiled.
끓고 있는 것 같지만
The liquid is
얼음창처럼
ice
차갑다고?
It's so dark. I can barely tell what I'm looking at.
Is
금고?
it locked?
Seems likely, doesn't it?
잠겨 있다. 자세히 보자. 오,
Weird looking safe.
I'm pretty sure the latches can slide into the middle.
걸쇠를 중앙으로 움직일 수 있을 거야. 아, 복잡해.
I got it.
더 할 것 같았어.
I'm impressed.
겨우 했네.
Anything inside?
Yeah, more
연구물.
research.
어우! 우리 고유의 동식물은 아직 알려지지 않은 수많은 화학물질의 부산물이다. 이 화학물질은 물속에 끊임없이 존재하며 구름을 형성하고 호수를 채운다. 이것은 식물과 동물의 다양한 돌연변이를 일으킨다. 거미류, 곤충, 연체동물, 양서류 및 갑각류와 같은 작은 생물이 가장 큰 영향을 받는다. 그러나 화학물질은 먹이 사슬을 따라 올라가서 새와 파충류에게도 돌연변이를 일으킬 수 있다. 우리가 아는 한 포유류는 완전한 영양권 외이다. 아, 역시 천재라. 아, 이거 오빠냐? 이거 이렇게 너무 빨아주면 안 된다고.
It's so I can barely tell what I'm looking at.
Forensic entomology.
곤충
Volume
학회
3.
That's an incredibly specific area of study. A cracked glass tank
금이간
with 9
유리통에
little rooms.
작은 방이 9개.
Each one has 1 or 2 insects inside.
방마다 곤충이 하나 또는
I
둘씩.
can't tell if they're still alive.
I like that you called them rooms.
What's in there?
여기는 곤충.
9 beetles. All different,
딱정벌레 9
all
마리.
dead.
모두 다르고
Poor
모두
little
죽었다.
guys.
There's a bunch of notes written all
주위에 여러
around
가지
them. It's
메모.
mostly numbers.
대부분은
No
숫자인데
idea what they
무슨
mean.
뜻인지 알 수 없다.
9 beetles.
Poor little
It's mostly numbers.
Whose research is
이건
this?
누구의 연구물이지?
This is some seriously
그니까.
in-depth research.
It's impressive, but it's incomplete.
빠진 부분이
There's a section
있다.
missing.
이거네. 황금 딱정벌레.
So, this is Pointer's secret lab.
Definitely seems like he's the one using it.
I guess not a lot of people
확실하다.
know about the secret
비밀
entrance.
출입구에 대해 모를
Right.
거다.
But if Pointer's the
여기에
only one who
내려오는
comes down
유일한
here,
사람이라면
why would he need to lock his research in a safe? Who's he
그러게.
hiding it from?
금고에다 연구물을
He's just
보관하고.
paranoid, especially about his golden beetle.
황금
What do you think
딱정벌레에게
he's trying to do exactly?
이루려고 하는 것? 포인터는 황금 딱정벌레를 번식시키려고
Pointer
했고
has been trying
그게
to breed
지하
the
실험실일
golden
것이다.
beetle in the
맞췄다!
underground laboratory.
Why? Because it's rare?
핵이 아닐까?
Because it's gold?
그래,
Is
금이니까.
that it?
I think so. I don't think he cares about entomology any
천문학보다
more than he
곤충에게
cares about
훨씬 관심
astronomy.
있는 것
He
같진
just wants
않았다.
to get one over on
그냥
Felix. If he
펠릭스를
can breed his own
이루고
gold, suddenly Poppy's inheritance is
금을
looking
생산할 수 있게 된
pretty
퍼피한테 물려줄
infinite.
유산도 갑자기 늘어나겠지.
Might explain why he was so worried about losing
그래서
the beetle.
잃어버리는
Maybe
것을 그렇게
somebody
걱정하는
did
것이다.
steal it.
그래,
Might
누군가
have been
훔쳐갔을
Freya
수도
after all.
있겠지.
We know she was trying to get through the secret door in the garden.
She might not have known what was down here, though. Maybe she was just curious.
Curious, sure, but not naive. I reckon she knew what was going
순진함은
on.
아닌 것 같긴
I
하다.
think we're still missing the bigger picture. There's no way this is all just about a beetle.
그렇겠지?
We're done.
We're done.
Ready to go down again?
가자! 하나 더 내려갈 수 있는 거야? 미쳤네? 가장 아래층.
It's an old coat rack. Looks thoroughly
완전히 잊힌 것
neglected.
같은
Cloaks and a green hat draped on top for
망토들의
good
초록
measure.
모자가 매니에 걸쳐져 있다.
We're too late. This
너무
photograph
늦었다.
has been
이
stabbed.
그림은
Why?
찔렸어.
By what?
Not sure.
뭐해?
Some kind of metal stabbing
무슨
thingy.
금속으로 된 찌르는 어? 매끄러우면서도 견고한 금속 막대. 누군가 이것으로 사진을 찔렀다. 막대의 끝은 마치 화살이나 시계바늘처럼 뾰족하고 구부러졌다. 뒤쪽에는 짧은 길이의 빨간 밧줄이 연결된 작은 고리가 달려있다. 금속은 완벽하게 깨끗하고 광택이 난다.
So what's the photo?
액자에 있지만 약간 젖어있다. 사진 속에는 한 소녀가 있다. 그 옆에는 큰 남자가 앉아있다. 그 주위로 빨갛고 하얀새 몇 마리가 있다. 금속 물체가 사진을 찌른 상태이다. 남자의 가슴 근처에 구멍이 나 있다. 이거 아까
Do you know who it is? In
이게
the
누군지
photo?
알겠어? 이 사진 속 인물?
This man. In
이
the photo.
남자.
He reminds me of something from one of
우리가
our
모은
clues.
단서 중에 기억이 날 것 같다. 모은 단서 중에? 남자? 이거?
That's not right.
이거?
Felix made a little model of him for
여기
Flora.
이
Yeah.
사람
It makes sense when you know who he is.
아빠 아니야 아빠? Fellow.
Lord Fellow.
Really?
Wait, no, hang on.
Felix made a little model of him for Flora.
아
Makes sense when you know who he is.
Remington?
Lord Remington.
Remington.
그래
That makes
플로라
him
아빠를
Flora's
찍고
father.
싶었는데 그거 이름을 몰랐던
Meaning
거임.
the girl in the photo is.
Yeah, it's
그래
her. See the
플로라네.
bird too.
I never would have guessed. Times sure do change.
I don't know. I don't think she looks so
그러니까
different.
비슷해 보이는데?
A single book on a little makeshift table.
단 한 권의
This is
책.
creeping me out.
Why?
I think it's a children's book.
어린이용 책 같다고? 하늘과 바다의 미스티드. 어린이용 그림책. 매우 오래된 것 같다. 얼룩색. 빨갛고 하얀 깃털의 우아한 색. 은뱀. 눈이 없고 대신 긴 혀를 가진 수생 파충류. 영혼 전달자. 각 크기가 다른 집게발을 가진 개. 양서구리. 두 발로 걷는 개구리같이 생긴 생물체? 여기 영혼 전달자. 이제 내게는 두 개가 있다. 둘이 더 필요해. 중앙으로 가는 길. 하프랑 비교하면 굉장히 단순한.
Basements don't normally
그니까
have
지하에는
windows.
보통 창문이 없을
We're at the
텐데.
bottom of the lake.
호수
They
바다.
must be.
Right.
분명히
But
그럴
if that's the
것이다.
lake bed, why does it look
왜
like that?
저렇게
Like what?
생겼지?
White, smooth,
하얗고
no
부드럽다.
plants, no
식물도
anything.
없고 아무것도
That's not
없다.
what a lake looks like.
그래 호수는 저렇게 생기지가 않았는데.
Where are we?
여기 어디야?
Did you notice how much light this room has?
이 방에
Four
빛이
rooms,
얼마나
one
많은지
candle?
It's
눈치챘어?
all coming through the window.
촛불은 하나밖에 없는데
I'm
창문을 통해
pretty sure
빛이
lakes
들어와.
are supposed to be darker at the bottom,
어두워져야지 밝아지는 게
not
아니라.
lighter.
그치?
Why is there a room down here
애초에
anyway?
이런 지하에 왜
And why
방이
is it so
있을까?
much older than the
그리고
rest
왜
of
여기는
Tangle Tower?
탱글타워의 다른
We
것보다
still
훨씬
don't really
오래됐지?
know why people came to
우리는
live here in
사람들이
the
처음에
first place.
왜 여기 와서
Maybe
살게
they
된지
just wanted
몰라.
to get rich.
부자가
Like Pointer
되고
with his
싶었나 보지.
beetles.
포인터가
I feel like the Remingtons came here for the lake, for what was
호수
in
때문에
it.
이곳에 있다?
It's
호수
empty
속에
though.
있는 거?
More empty than a normal lake would be.
평범한 호수보다
It
더
is
아무것도
now,
없다.
yeah.
지금은
Maybe we're
그렇다?
too late. Basements
Or I must
right,
have
but
like
like
what?
that's not what a lake looks like. Did you notice
It's all
how
coming through the.
do these puddles worry
무릉덩이
you?
신경 안 써?
Why?
왜?
That's lake
이
water.
호수물이잖아.
But it's indoors.
여긴 실내인데.
I see your
아,
point.
무슨 말인지 알겠어.
Gives off kind
약간
of a
지하
dungeon
감옥 분위기
vibe.
난다.
What do people actually use chains for?
쇠사슬을 어디에 쓰나
Nothing good.
실제로? 좋은 곳엔 아니다.
This room looks like
이 방은
old.
진짜 오래된
Makes
것
the
같다.
rest of the house seem relatively
상대적으로
modern.
다른 저택의 다른 곳이 상대적으로 덜 오래돼 보인다.
This room looks like
It makes the rest of the house.
there's a roll of
I'll
paper.
see if
종이를
I
Let
can.
me
말아놓고
guess. Blank.
펼쳐보면
Study. Wait,
연구실?
I know what you're thinking. And no, we never went in there.
how did we miss it?
뭐야? 미스티드 저택이고 원래는 세상 음악실까지밖에 없었는데 이 위로 더 증축을 한 거네. 그리고
So, The whole house is built on top
건물
of some kind
전체가
of
일종의
platform.
지지대 위에 세워진 거야.
Apparently.
그래서 이 공간이
That's the
존재한
room we're in
거고.
now. It must. It's not labeled as anything on these plans, though.
I think it already existed when this
이미
was
있는
made.
곳이었다.
And that's the lake, right?
호수.
I think that horizontal line might be
이건
the water level.
수위인 것 같고.
It used to be a lot lower down than it
수위
is
많이
now.
낮았는데?
The rooftop garden. That name
옥상
makes a
정원.
little more sense in this context. It's
세장,
the aviary. Music room.
음악실,
The library.
서재.
The grand
그랜드
hall.
볼.
What's that thing in
I
the
think it's that
중앙에
big
큰
glass
유리관.
tube.
storage?
It's Freya.
프레야의 방은 창고인 거야.
Bedroom.
That's Fifi's room, isn't it?
피의
This seems
그니까.
pretty significant.
Agreed.
계획도가 그려진 양피지 말려 있다. 수평선은 과거 호수의 수위이며 두 번째 표시는 현재 수위이다. 저택은 기둥이 지탱하는 호수의 큰 구조물 위에 지어졌다. 프레야의 방은 창고라고 적혀 있다. 중심부에 연구실이라고 적혀 있는 방이 있다. 이 밑에서 볼 일은 다 본 것
Let's
같아.
head back up to the grand hall.
Okay.
I want to find that last room.
그랜드홀.
Wow.
와, 갑자기
It's dark all of
어두워졌어.
a sudden.
How long were we down there?
그러니까
This must be it.
이게 저
This thing goes
위까지
all the way up.
연결되어 있다.
How are we supposed to get up there?
Hang on. It's pitch black, but I think there's a switch.
눌렀더니 사다리.
A ladder.
Want to go up?
올라가면 뭐야? 숨겨진 심장부. 와우.
It's a wooden pinboard.
나무로 된
Hung
메모판.
up on one of the
쇠사슬에
chains.
Looks like
걸려
there's a
있고
couple of things missing from it.
몇 개가 없어진 것 같다. 여기가 그림이 있어야 되는 위치 같고.
Nice chair.
좋은
It's
의자.
still warm.
아직
Maybe it's just heat from the
따뜻하다.
incinerator.
소각로에서 나온
Maybe. Coffee table.
커피
half-empty
테이블,
wine bottle.
반만 남은
lamp
와인병.
left on.
불이 켜진 체인 램프.
I'm gonna say
그래, 이 방을
someone's been
쓰는
using
사람이
this room.
있네.
Someone complacent enough to leave their notebook
아니래서
lying
자기의
around.
노트를 아무데나 두는 사람. 5번째 대표자를 찾았다. 드디어. 그다지 기대는 하지 않았지만 역시 실망하고 말았다. 나머지와 다를 바가 없어. 내 미스티드 친구를 실험을 위해 음악실로 데려갔다. 성공적이었다. 어쩌면 너무도. 실험실조차 실망을 안겨줬다. 무엇 때문에 그 노력을 들인 거지? 그는 내가 생각했던 것보다 훨씬 근시안이었다. 지하에 갔다. 전망이 좋다. 대부분 사라진 상태지만 내가 원하는 것은 얻었다. 그가 들어왔었다. 조심해서 아무것도 움직인 것은 없다. 하지만 난 알지. 때가 왔다.
Who are all the people
이
in
사진
this
속
photo?
Not
사람들?
sure, but it looks like someone didn't
이들을
like them
좋아하지
very
않은
much.
사람들이 있었던
Their eyes have all been crossed out.
하나, 둘, 셋, 넷, 다섯. 미스티드 저택의 대표자들. 사진 속엔 2명의 여성과 3명의 남성이 다양한 스타일의 옷을 입고 있다. 5명 모두 얼굴이 까맣게 잉크칠 되어 있다.
That photo is
그
important.
사진 중요해.
I'm sure of
확신이
it.
들어.
Another photograph.
또
Their
다른
faces
사진.
are all crossed
모든
out with some
얼굴에
kind of
검은
black
잉크로
ink.
줄을 그었어.
That's weird.
이상한데?
Oh, you think so?
이제 알았어?
No, I mean
아니 내 말은
something I just
방금
realized.
깨달은 건데.
Sally, did
Sally.
we meet any of these
우리
people
이 중 누군가
here
만난
at
사람 있나?
탱글타워?
여기 탱글타워에서?
Well, the woman on the left looks a little like
같고.
Poppy, but her style is way different.
그니까.
And at first I thought the guy on the top right was Felix. But now that I look at
Felix.
it, I don't think it is him.
You know, in any normal room,
보통의
this
방
thing would be my
같았으면
main
내 최대
concern.
관심사는
In
이거였을
here,
거야.
though, it barely
여긴
makes the
상위
top
3위에도
three.
안 든대. 오!
Dragon,
드래곤?
Snake?
스네이크?
worm,
다리 없는
That's
게.
the one.
a wooden stool.
Do those
그이가
look like
있네?
scratch marks to you?
Yeah,
여기에?
they're on the inside.
이거 조상 아니에요?
Not sure. Their eyes have all been crossed out.
난 왜 조상이라고 생각했지?
centipede? How many legs?
Too many.
네.
Is that a...
It's got a translucent
반투명한
exoskeleton.
외골격을 가지고
Also,
있었어.
crabs normally have 2 claws, right? Not 3? Good.
만져도 되는
For more, don't you think it looks familiar?
I guess
I don't
that-
think we need
What
to.
do you mean?
We have all the information we need in our case file. This crab really.
That little
Yeah, but I don't think. I think I've seen it more
장난감?
recently.
김익주님 어서오세요. 반가워요. 새벽 3시에 팀원상이 아직 남아있다. 장난감? 이거? 이거 모양이랑 똑같네.
Is that a...
It's got a-
Also, crabs... I guess
I don't
that's...
think we
What
need.
do you
We
mean?
have all the information we need in our case file.
Nothing.
I'm sure I've seen this thing.
Nope.
Wasn't this
The children's book.
어린이용 책?
Yeah, I think I've seen it more.
어린이용 책? 난 이건 줄 알았는데 이건 아닌 것 같고. 그럼 어린이용 책이라고? 이거? 어! 이거 2개는 열려있고 이건 닫혀있네.
Is that a...
It's got
Also, crab... I guess that's...
I don't think we
What
need.
do you
We
mean?
have all the
틀렸다고?
information we need in our case.
Nothing.
I'm sure I've seen this thing.
Nope.
Wasn't
The
this?
children's book.
아, 다시 보자.
Yeah, I
다시.
think I've seen
다시 보자. 내가 이거를 잘못 본 것 같다. 찍어 사진. 일단 저 어린이용 그림책이 맞는 것 같긴 한데
Is that a crab?
이걸 똑같이 해야 되는 거지.
It's got.
Also, crab...
아 이것도 들리네. 이것도 움직이고
Perfect.
이거구만. Perfect. 와우. 석궁이 있어?
Something somebody didn't want us to find. What is it?
Was someone trying to hide it? From us?
I don't know. But it looks
완전하지 않아
incomplete to
보인다.
me. I want to know what happened to the rest of it. Where are the other parts?
이미
We found
찾았잖아.
them already.
이거 감길.
I think that might, but not this part. I think that, but not this part.
That
We
doesn't.
need something that. We need something that could.
아이,
I think that, but not this part.
저 부분에 붙는 게 뭐가 있다고? 응? 헐! 아니 이거 걔 거잖아. 이거 걔 거잖아. 그 탐정 거잖아. 미친 거 아니야?
What do you make of it?
Not sure. Let's keep an open mind.
You don't think the crossbow is the murder weapon?
석궁이 살인무기라고
the
생각하지 않아?
crossbow is
아,
definitely the
석궁은
murder weapon.
확실히
But that
살인무기지.
doesn't mean we've solved
하지만
the
그렇다고
mystery.
우리가 모든 미스테리를 푼 게 아니다.
An axe and some kind of hunting
오케이,
rifle
사냥용
mounted on a wall.
Honestly, doesn't look like they've
얘는
moved
그냥
in a
몇
few
년 동안
years.
I'm
같은
worried
자리에
about the third
있었던 것
one.
같다. 그치만
The third one?
아래에
The one that
있는
isn't there.
석궁은 여기 있네요.
That's a bookcase.
What a surprise.
Coffee table.
Someone complacent enough to leave their notebook lying around.
뭐지?
Crumpled up.
Is there anything
Not
written?
really. It's mostly
대부분
blank.
비어 있는 종이와
Some kind
That-
of. Well, how about we stop talking? That's how we got in.
Doesn't look like there's any other way to get in.
It's a wooden panel.
Looks like there's a couple of things missing from it.
하나를 더 찾아야 돼? 이 방에서 하나가 더 나온다고?
An incinerated elevator.
Is there anything left
안에
Mostly
inside?
남은
ashes.
거
Yeah, there's something.
대부분 젠데 뭔가 남아있다. 빨간색의 천 조각.
Someone's been using this room. I don't get it. This room is in the original building
그래,
plans for the
건축도면은 원래
mansion. But
있었는데.
nowadays it's some big secret.
그러니까 아무도 이걸
It's not a
모른다고?
secret to everybody. At least one other person still knows about
그치,
this
한
room.
명은 알고 있는
The way
거긴
the
하지만
notebook was left out on the table makes me think it's someone who has the room all to themselves.
Whoever it was, they left more than just the notebook. There's a whole design project on
디자인
this pinboard.
프로젝트?
Feels like someone put quite a bit of effort into it.
It's a shame there are things missing from it. I'm betting it'd make more sense if we could
이거
see it all together.
우리
That
정보 다
might
있지
not be
않나?
impossible, you know.
여기 거는 그림을 찍은 사진이고 여기에 들어갈 건 여기 있는 프레이의 그림 아니야?
The painting from Freya's room and those sketches. Did Freya design Detective Hawkshaw's
헉셔의
clothes?
옷을 디자인한
What kind
게
of sense
프레야?
does that make?
I don't think that's why Freya made that painting.
프레야가 그래서 그
But
그림을
it may have
그렸다고
been why
생각하지
somebody took a
않는다.
photo of
그래서
it
누군가가
to
그
use as
그림에 사진을
reference.
찍었다고?
And as for those sketches of Hawkshaw,
헉셔의
I don't think
스케치는
Freya actually drew them.
프레야가
It was
그린 게
somebody
아니야.
else. Someone with less of a talent for art.
아까 이거 삐삐가
Doesn't
했다
exactly
그랬는데?
narrow it down. Should we go ask Detective Hawkshaw about all this?
I'm not sure. I still don't know what's really going on.
살인?
Time to solve this.
All right. Break out the
좋아.
notebook. Time to put it all together.
Let's start with this.
짚어봅시다.
It's an arrow for the crossbow, and it matches Freya's wound. It's the murder weapon. I'm sure of it.
Despite the fact it doesn't have any blood on it, and it wasn't found anywhere near the crime scene,
It was cleaned, then it was hidden. I don't
숨겨진
think
것 같긴
anybody
했어.
expected us to get down to that room at the bottom of the lake.
바닥에 있는 방에 갈 거라고
okay,
예상
so
못했겠지.
Freya was shot by a crossbow. Where was it fired from?
It
위에서.
was fired from above Freya.
Above, huh?
Yeah, our diagram doesn't show everything. Let's add in the rest of the crime scene.
The attic.
Perfect hiding place.
완벽한
We even
인식처.
found a part of the murder
살인무기의 한
weapon
부분도
there.
거기서
The reel was
찾았고.
used to pull the arrow back up through the crack in the
화살을
floorboards.
다시 감는 데
Explains why we never
사용했다.
found a weapon at the crime scene, I guess.
The murderer must have dropped the reel in the attic. I'm guessing they were in a hurry to escape.
Wait. The arrow was fired through the crack in the floorboards?
Yeah, it's directly above where Freya was found lying on her back.
Nope. Doesn't add up.
말이 안
It
된다고?
would have missed her if she was still standing up by the painting.
Ah, right.
Unless
이미 누워 있는
Freya was
상태였어.
already lying on her back before the arrow was fired.
I think so too.
의식이 없는 상태였다.
Fallen unconscious.
Something in the room caused Freya to fall unconscious.
플로라?
Flora.
I'm not sure about that.
아니야?
Me neither.
Something in the room caused Freya to fall unconscious.
물감 냄새?
Paint fumes.
I'm not sure about that.
에?
Me
이것도 아니라고?
neither.
Something in the room caused Freya to fall unconscious.
이건 절대 아닐 거라고 생각했는데 추금기라고?
Right.
But the gramophone by itself can't do that.
추금기
There
안에
was something
뭔가
in the
있었다.
gramophone.
Mm-hmm. Something small.
That's not it.
열매?
That's not it.
아니야? 어?
Pointer's
딱정벌레?
research says it can emit an incredibly loud hiss when it feels threatened. Poppy and Fitz both said they heard a loud noise around the time of the
아주 큰
murder.
소음을
Neither
들었다.
of them had any idea
근데
what it
무슨
was.
소리인지는
This seems a
모르겠다고
little
했다.
far-fetched. Is it really loud enough to knock someone out?
No, I don't think so, not by itself. But don't forget, it was being amplified by the shape of the gramophone.
추금기의 형태에
I
의해
don't think we're purely
증폭되었다.
talking about volume either. It might just be a particular type
특정한
of
주파수
frequency.
타입?
This is getting kinda scientific. Since when do you know anything about the effects of weaponized audio frequency?
무기화된 가청
I don't,
주파수.
but I think someone else does. Do you remember that statue we found in the music room?
동상?
The hornet's playing. It's a pretty similar shape to the one on the gramophone. That broken
아,
glass isn't there
테스트해본
an
거네.
accident. This is someone's science experiment.
Thinking about it, Pointer said he saw Flora was knocked out too. I guess they were both in range of the noise.
그치.
Although Pointer might have been lying.
Personally, I think he was telling the truth about that. It's pretty clear a powerful frequency did pass through Flora's tower. Caused quite a bit of damage too.
물감병.
Those cracks didn't appear out of nowhere. Freya's paints, the pink cassette tape, and the gramophone itself,
그치.
they all sustained similar damage while they were in that room.
That's some seriously powerful vibration. Enough to crack metal. Enough to knock someone
근데
out
이거를
all the way across the
소리를
room.
Yeah, that's the one thing I don't get. If the frequency was so powerful
그니까.
and had such a big range, how did the murderer pull it off? Wouldn't they have been in range too? Think about it. They can't have been much further away from the gramophone than Flora was.
가까운데?
They protected themselves.
How?
귀마개로.
These are some pretty heavy-duty earmuffs. I think they'd be enough to block out the sound.
Right. Let's go over everything from the start. 1. Freya is painting Flora's portrait. They're listening to music on the gramophone.
추금기에서 나오는 음악을 듣고
2.
있었다.
The murderer is hiding in the attic, wearing
귀마개를
earmuffs.
쓰고.
3. The golden beetle starts to emit its hissing noise.
Hold on. How did it know?
The beetle?
Yeah. What
그러게.
triggered it at that particular moment? Pointer's research said it makes the noise when it feels threatened.
I'm not sure. Maybe something in the music?
음악에?
Maybe.
4. Freya and Flora are both knocked unconscious by the vibrations. Freya lands on her back. She drops the brush and palette by her side.
5. The murderer fires the crossbow directly downwards.
6. The arrow is pulled back up on the reel.
7. The murderer leaves the attic, presumably.
8. The door is kicked down. Fitz and Poppy enter the room.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. There's something bothering me.
What?
I just wanted Let's go back to the crime scene.
신경 쓰이는 게 있더라. 뭘까요? 그러니까요. 지난 이틀 사이.
The answer is in the painting.
해답은
I'm
그림
sure of
속에
it.
있다. 확신이 된다.
The plant, it's in the book.
이거 책에
What?
있다고?
Look,
탄툼 아미카?
the plant, it's...
What?
Look,
The answer is in the painting. I'm sure of it. It's dark.
I can see the stars. Freya, did you leave us a clue?
알았다. 알았다. 저 식물을 칠한 색깔이 없는데요?
So what's bothering you?
Something that's not here. The thing we didn't find. We know she was holding it during the painting.
Flora's ink dip feather?
It was here. In this room.
그거 말고?
Where'd it go?
We found it somewhere else.
깃털.
That's not it.
아니야? 불에 탄 물건 여기 있다.
We were a little too late to save it.
So it was stolen from the crime scene. And ended up in the incinerator down in the study.
연구실 소각로에
Someone wanted to
태웠다.
destroy it, I guess.
But how? How was it stolen from up here in Flora's tower?
Presumably, Flora dropped it when she fell unconscious.
Yeah, and then what? The murderer couldn't have stolen it if they were up in the attic.
So the question is, how could they steal something from
본인이
a
없던
room
방에서
they weren't
어떻게
able
물건을
to
훔쳤느냐.
access? The final clue.
사건 현장에
of
대한
the crime
마지막
scene.
단서.
Freya left it for us right here. It's in
그림에
the
있지
unfinished
않을까?
painting. It's not quite a photo, but still, it's an image of the crime scene recorded
일어나기 바로
just
직전에
before
사건의
the murder.
현장의
If only she'd
광경을
finished it. Then I
기록한
could be
것이다.
totally sure.
It's true she never finished it. But she did intend to finish it.
Meaning?
We know more about the painting than what Freya actually got down on the canvas.
캔버스에 표현한 것보다 더 많은 것을 알고 있다.
That's not it. That's not it. That's not it.
이거야?
That's not it.
아?
Freya prepared all the colors she was going to need before she started painting.
재밌다.
paint was going to be used to paint this sketch of something sitting in the window.
Something in the window.
이거이지 않을까 싶어서 찍어봤어요. 노란색 물감은 쓴 흔적이 없잖아. 근데 짜놨고 식물처럼 생긴 무언가가 하나 더 그려져 있는데 여기에는 사실 식물이 하나밖에 없거든요. 근데 스케치가 하나 더 있잖아.
That's not it. There she is, our little
작은
thief.
보드.
How long has it been there?
저게 언제부터
Did
저기
it
있었지?
hear the whole conversation?
우리 대화를 모두 들은 건가?
She did.
와우.
But she's a very good listener.
에?
Well, now, I think this has quite served its purpose, don't you?
누구야?
Penny.
Penny?
Why did you...
It's Penelope,
Penelope.
if you don't mind. But before we begin, isn't there a certain formality demanding our attention?
뭐야?
Lovely. Now, tell me, what was it that drove you this far?
여기까지 오게 한 곳은
I'm
뭐?
ever so curious.
이렇게 궁금했던 적은 없다. 그냥
I
진실을
just
추구한다.
need to know the truth.
Is that right? Interesting.
Why did you do it, Penny? What did Freya do to you?
Absolutely nothing.
아무것도 안 했다고?
So, what? You just hated her indiscriminately?
Freya Fellow was an inspiration to us all.
에?
She was possessed of a great
근데
energy. The volition to create something from nothing. The willpower to walk beyond her boundaries. She was truly free.
그게 무슨 에?
You know what? I just realized I actually have no idea who Penelope Pointer really is.
Weird, isn't it? Considering we've met her, what is it, 3 times now?
그래.
Exactly. How do we know this one isn't a disguise too?
You think you've already hollowed us out,
What?
don't you? Only a few short hours at Tangle Tower, and you feel like you've got everyone sussed, unearthed every single one of our secrets. Nothing but bullet points for your notebook. Go on, indulge me. What does it say in your notes about Penelope Pointer? Suppose I can't argue with that, can I?
Penny, we only know what you choose to tell us.
그래.
So why not help us out?
Very well. Penelope Pointer is actually not very important.
전혀
at all.
중요한 사람이
She
아니다.
pales in comparison to
전대
those who
사람들의
came before
한참
her
못
and to
미친다?
those that came after.
그게 뭔 말이야?
Living at Tangle Tower, it is very difficult to attain the levels of self-realization you probably take for granted.
You sure this is a Tangle Tower thing and not a you thing?
그니까.
Perhaps you didn't notice. Not one of them is happy.
네?
Not one.
So why stay?
그니까.
Why not just leave?
I thought she did leave. Penny, you said you traveled, didn't you?
I did. Many times I've walked away. It did not help me. You saw the family tree hanging in the grand hall, did you not?
Yeah, it lists a bunch of people who don't live here anymore.
A bunch of people who don't live here anymore. I couldn't have put it better myself. My mother, for one. My father, too. The other 2 Remingtons. Poppy's mother, Primrose. And her brother, Richard.
And Fitz's father.
That's 5. 5 people that might have lived here, but don't.
And that was the first question I wanted answered.
You wanted to know where they'd all gone?
More than that, I wanted to know if I belonged with them. I have no place here. Not among the Fellows, the Remingtons, or the Pointers. But I felt there must be a reason why everyone else left. Some common purpose
공유한
they all
목적?
shared. Perhaps it could be my purpose too.
So, what did you actually do about it?
Nothing I could do at first. Nobody would tell me anything. The more questions I asked, the fewer answers I got. Then, I found it. I was 19. Same age Freya is now.
Found what?
The study. The one hidden in the middle of the house. It's right next to a bedroom.
I'd hear voices.
Oh.
Deep ones. And the strangest thing, the wall behind my bed would get
아, 그
incredibly
침대
hot.
뒤가 뜨겁다
For
그랬었잖아.
hours on end. The paint would peel. Wallpaper wouldn't stay up. I thought I was cursed. I thought it was something
근데 소강로였던 거지
break
거기가.
through. Eventually, I couldn't take it anymore. I found my way in the same way you did. Once you know it's there, it's simple.
So, you got into the study and found the incinerator. That must have been a relief, right?
It was still warm when I found it. Then, I looked inside. Let's see how thorough you've been. Tell me, do you know what a misted is?
Misted?
그게 뭐야?
As I expected. After all, their connection to the Freya case is minimal, at least at the surface.
Sorry, what are we talking about?
It's a collective term from before my time. Birds, insects, amphibians, anything living off the lake water. The mutation can take several generations, or it can happen overnight.
Wait,
뭐?
Misteds, like...
그 호수에서 발견되는 그
like
이상한
Bigfoot
생물들.
or whatever.
A little egregious, isn't it? I suspect that was an intentional parallel. The main difference being mistids are perfectly real. They're just kept secret. Or at least, that was the original plan. As it happened, some got out. Quite a few got out.
How do you know all this?
When I entered the study at 19, I found a single object that rather changed my
인생을
life.
변화시킨
Something
하나?
which answered my questions while at once creating all new ones.
뭐?
That's not it.
The 5 missing family
Oh.
members standing together as a single unit, calling themselves the ambassadors of Misted
미스티드 저택의 대표자들이라고
So,
부르면서 이
the house was renamed from Misted Mansion to
저택을
탱글타워?
떠났다.
And rightly so. The age of Misted Mansion is long past. When I looked inside the incinerator on my first visit to the study, I found nothing but ash. The afterimage of a bygone era denied to me in its entirety. The
시대의
study,
잔상,
the room at the bottom of the lake itself,
빈 껍데기였다.
all empty shells. I felt my only hope lay with the ambassadors. If I could find them, maybe they'd share the family history that Flora and the others were trying so hard to forget.
How did you track them down?
It was tough. They'd taken almost everything. Books, maps, charts, the creatures themselves, all lost, taken away or destroyed. But I got lucky. I got a lead. I found one, and he led me to the rest.
네?
And what happened? Why'd you paint out all their faces?
They didn't help you either, did they?
19-year-old me had imagined they'd all left with a mission, a unified purpose, but they hadn't. They were, in fact, every bit as fractured as the people that still live here. Most of them had left tracking escaped mistids. Some claimed to be researchers, others little more than hunters. All 5 completely useless to me.
Even your own parents?
Eventually, I returned to Tingletower. I had nowhere else to go. I considered giving up. But instead, I made a decision. There was only one person at 탱글타워 still of interest to me. My dear Uncle Pointer had suddenly made a show of taking up
천문학을 배운다고
astrology.
쇼를 했다.
A fairly superficial charade. I don't think many people were fooled by it. But I knew it wasn't just a falsehood. It was a mask. Pointer had found something from the era of Misted Mansion.
그래서 미스티드 저택 시대의 무언가를 발견해서 그게 황금 딱정벌레라고.
So where did he get the beetle?
I cannot be sure. But I theorized that he received it in the post.
뭐 편물로?
In the post? From who?
Who can say? Someone outside 탱글타워. But the thought that he would be in contact with such a person, all that time, decided to take what was owed to me.
니께
So you
뭔데?
stole it.
Stealing the beetle turned out to be only the first step. Upon
딱정벌레가
realizing
안
it was gone,
죽고
Pointer made little effort to disguise his
안
frustration.
죽고
I asked
그렇게
what was
우편물로
bothering him.
왔다고?
He foresaw no risk in sharing a little of the truth with his niece. He told me he'd lost a rare treasure, something he'd been keeping safe. I suggested, innocently, that perhaps it was not lost. Perhaps it had been stolen. He was very ready to believe he'd been the victim of theft. When I offered to call in a private detective, he jumped on the idea. She arrived the next day. Hawkshaw prides herself on her punctuality, as you know.
Why, though? Why go through all that? The name, the costume, and everything?
It's somewhat sad to admit, but I had little use left for Penny Pointer as she was. Hawkshaw afforded me new advantages, opportunities.
But didn't you have to pretend to be working for Professor Pointer?
Ah, well, that was one of the advantages. Pointer was in such a desperate state, he was finally willing to share some of his
비밀의
secrets.
일부를 알려주려
On the
했다.
second day, Hawkshaw explained she needed to be able to search the secret laboratory. Pointer gave in and gave me the code for the harp statue. Reluctantly, but still.
So, you stole Pointer's research?
I would have done, if I'd found anything worth stealing. But he had made remarkably little progress, barely scratching the surface of the beetle's true mystery.
Which is?
It carries an exoskeleton approximately 90%
90%?
identical to gold.
그럼 결국
But it's
금이
not the
아니라는 건데?
90% I'm interested in. Did you ever question what exactly makes the water here so unique? Before Misted Mansion was built over the lake, before the lake was even a lake, Lord Remington and his wife built a small structure here, a research station, supposedly. Fast forward 2 or 3 generations, and as you saw for yourself, it's been mostly cleared out.
The ambassadors took everything when they left.
And everything they didn't take was burned in the incinerator. However, possessing additional insight, I found something the others had missed.
다른
It's
사람들이
not
놓친 거?
much, but I have what I need.
So why isn't this the end of the story? Why did you stay? Why did you kill Freya?
이게 뭐야? 프레야 펠로우의 유언? 나 계속 이 얘기 계속 듣고만 있는데 뭐 이제 찾을 게 없어.
Simply put, Freya was too good for me. It's my fault. I pushed her over the edge, unknowingly, but still.
네?
I take the blame.
What are you talking about?
Did you know I based the design for Hawkshaw on something Freya painted?
이거
That almost makes... But it's not right.
이거?
That's not right.
이게 아니라고?
That's right.
이거라고?
I had assumed it was purely abstract. I just thought it had a good energy. I later discovered it was a figure of some kind, something from Freya's recurring nightmare. For all her vitality, I think Freya was probably the most
문제가
troubled of
심했다.
all of us. She was desperate to leave 탱글타워, but she couldn't just walk away. For quite some time, she'd been trying to break into Pointer's laboratory. Freya and her friends were halfway through deciphering those symbols on the harp statue, I believe.
Why did she care about getting into Pointer's lab?
That's exactly what I wondered. At first, I thought perhaps she just wanted to free the Beatles. She has a fondness for them. What Pointer was doing upset her significantly. But in fact, I think it was something else.
그럼?
I think she wanted to free Fiona. The real reason Freya was unable to leave
근데 사랑하는 것 같긴 했어.
is that she could not get Fiona to agree to come with her. We're now firmly in the realm of speculation, but I think Freya felt that exposing the darker secrets of 탱글타워, not just to the rest of the family, but to the world, would compromise all three families, and perhaps, somehow, free Fiona from the shackles of her inheritance. That was her plan anyway, but something happened. Before Freya could find her way into Pointer's laboratory.
She found her way into your study, found your notes, found that photograph. I'm willing to bet she put it all together quicker than we did.
So she worked out what had happened to the 5 ambassadors. Specifically, what you'd done to them when they refused to help you.
Freya had made a promise to paint Flora as a birthday gift, a parting gift no less. She'd be in a locked room, several hours away from her friends. It was my best chance.
But why hide in the attic? And why bother with the beetle at all?
The beetle in the gramophone wasn't for Freya. It was for Flora.
왜?
She didn't deserve to be involved. She suffered enough. I couldn't get Flora out of the room, but if she could be unconscious, then she wouldn't have to witness anything.
보지 못하게 만들려고.
Why the knife? The illusion of the painted knife with the blood.
That was for Fiona. And Poppy too, I suppose. Gave them something to focus on.
You mean it distracted them while you made your escape?
It helped them cope. The very idea
사건을
of
견딜 수
something
있도록
abstract,
도와줬다.
something supernatural. I believe it made things marginally less painful for them initially. Worked on you too.
그림 칼이
So why are you still here?
찔렀다라고
Why not
생각하도록
take your
만들었으니까.
first chance and leave?
Ah, well, I've been waiting for an opportunity to get my beetle back. I'd really rather not leave without it.
Wait, it's still here?
방금
still inside the
찌르륵하고
gramophone.
울었어. 와우. 오! 기절한 건가? 그래서 설마? 와우.
What's going on?
Poppy, they are both awake.
I can see.
You two all right?
My head hurts. What happened to us?
You were both unconscious. 14 minutes by my count.
Really?
You're both fine. No injuries.
Was it the beetle? In the gramophone? I heard it through the ceiling in my room.
The exact same sound we heard before the murder.
I guess it must have been.
So how did we get down here? What happened to Penny?
Fitz saved both of you, obviously.
When I reached Flora's tower, you were both unconscious, and Penny was crouched down beside you. She had her crossbow on her, but who knows? She may have just been checking you were both asleep.
Did you know that she was the murderer?
Poppy and Fifi suspected her. Apparently, they were pretty close to solving it themselves.
Fitz did not want to believe us because he liked Penny.
펜이를
A lot.
좋아하는구나.
But what happened? Fitz, what did she do when she saw you?
She jumped out the window.
뭐?
What? Did she survive?
She did.
I heard something land in the garden outside my room, but by the time I got out there to check, she was already gone.
Hang on. Poppy, why do you have Penny's hat bird?
She left him behind. I found him sitting on
왜
the floor
버리고
in the
떠났어?
aviary, all by himself. Poor little thing. The mean lady didn't care about you at all, did she? No, she didn't.
I apologize. Poppy seems to be under the illusion that the bird can understand human language.
So, Penny got away.
I'm afraid she did.
We had suspected she might try to escape. I was stationed here by the lake's edge. I
와.
proved to be an ineffective guard. She took the boat.
Did she take the beetle with her?
Nope,
How do you know?
because it's right here.
와우.
It was still in the
딱정벌레는
gramophone. I guess I scared her off before she
그대로
had a
얻었다.
chance to take it.
Poppy, what are you going to do with it? Are you going to give it back to your father?
No, I'm not. It doesn't belong to anyone. So, I'm going to put it on the ground and never bother it again. I think that's what she would have wanted.
안 풀린 이야기들이 조금씩 있네요. 어쨌든 페니는 도망을 갔고 딱정벌레 10%에 금이 거의 90% 유사한 거 말고 10%에 그 페니가 찾은 무언가가 있다 그랬잖아. 아직 이 미스티드 저택, 지금은 탱글타워인 이곳에 숨겨진 비밀이 아직 너무 많이 덜 파헤쳐진 느낌이에요. 그래서 사실 더 많은 이야기들이 나올 수 있지 않을까? 이 편이 나올 수 있을 것 같다 라는 생각이 들어요. 아직 못 푼 미스터리가 좀 많은 느낌이라고 해야 되나? 너무 후다닥 끝내버린 것 같아요. 여기에 한 4시간 정도 더 이어지는 스토리가 있어도 이상하지 않았다. 약간 정말 미스터리로 남아버린 느낌? 자, 어쨌든 이렇게 오늘 탱글타워 플레이를 해보았습니다. 아직 뭔가 스토리를 다 본 것 같지가 않아. 약간 찝찝해. 그래서 뭔가 탱글타워 스토리 자체는 되게 재밌고 퍼즐도 신박한 게 많아서 좋았는데 뭔가 후속편이 나오면 더 좋지 않을까라는 생각이 드네요. 아유, 가비님들도 수고 많으셨습니다. 벌써 새벽 4시인데 4시까지 다들 이 방송을 어떻게 보고 있었던 거야. 몇 명은 자는 것 같아. 지금 살짝 살펴보니까 이 탱글타워 만든 제작사, 개발사가 이전부터 디텍티브 그리모 이걸로 2014년에 게임을 냈었고 그리고 나서 2019년에 이걸 냈네요. 그래서 한 5년 주기로 오는 것 같으니까 한 2023년, 2024년쯤 되면은 탱글타워 후속작이 나올 수도 있지 않을까? 라는 생각을 그냥 하면서 뭐 언젠가 내가 그때까지도 방송을 하고 있다면 그때 뭐 후속작이 나와주면 좋겠다. 그럼 내가 그거를 방송하면 정말 좋을 것 같다. 뭔가 스토리가 더 있을 것 같다는 느낌이 들게 끝이 났네요. 자, 아무튼 오늘 방송 너무 재밌었고요. 오늘 정말 늦은 시간에 방송을 시작을 했는데 10시 반에 방송을 시작을 했고 지금 벌써 5시간 반 정도를 저희가 방송을 했습니다. 에? 이러시는데 2024년이면 2024년이면 2년 뒤지 않나. 노력해볼게 나도. 어쨌든 오늘 너무 즐거웠고요. 약간 엄청난 기대를 가지고 있진 않았고 그냥 적당히 재밌을 것 같은데 라는 느낌으로 플레이를 한 건데 오늘 안에 어쨌든 모든 스토리를 다 보았다는 점 그리고 엔딩까지 다 봤다는 거 생각보다 빨리 했어요. 8시간 막 이렇게 적혀있길래 나도 이거 8시간 동안 하려면은 오늘 밤을 새나? 오늘 안에 그렇게는 못할 것 같은데 라고 생각을 하고 있었거든. 그래가지고 좀 다행이다 라는 마음과 동시에 좀 스토리가 더 있을 것 같다. 가비님 말대로 더 있을 것 같은 느낌이어서 조금 아쉽다. 그치만 정말 재밌었어요. 퍼즐이고 뭐고 되게 완성도가 높은 게임이라고 생각을 해요. 가비님들도 스토리는 어쨌든 다 알게 됐지만 사운드 트랙도 너무 좋고 하니까 만약에 구매하실 의향 있으면 한번 구매해서 새로 플레이 해보셔도 좋을 것 같아요. 오늘 방송은 여기까지 하도록 하겠습니다. 추리게임 탱글타워 탱글타워 오늘 여기까지 하는 걸로 하고요. 저희 내일은 환상고등학교 하는 날입니다. 환상고등학교 마지막 날이고요. 내일 뵙도록, 내일이 아니네 이제. 오늘 오후 9시에 뵙도록 하겠습니다. 천재 이거 억바라니까 이거 멈춰. 감사합니다. 저희는 좀 이따 봐요. 푹 주무세요. 한바가바 안녕.